what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes. Your destiny, and grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes. Your destiny, what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can keep your radio open your heart and show your eyes that you're the king. And for your love, baby, the future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that listen to what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny. What you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give the radio back. Open your heart. what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can't give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes take your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes take your destiny. you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can keep your radio bright. Open your heart and show your eyes that your destiny. You can say and cry out loud, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that your destiny. You can say.
Yeah, let's get to the main course. Let's get-
Meow.
And show your eyes that you can change your destiny. You can say and cry out loud, baby. The future is waiting for you. You think about life, remember me. I can listen to what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can keep your radio on. I think about you, you look so tired. Cause of the many heavy look you carry. You should let them go if you wanna do. You wanna dream come true. Open your heart and show your eyes that your destiny. You can say and cry out loud, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that your destiny. You can
It's a messy day. And I'm a messy bitch, and I'm here for you, and I'm here for it. And we gotta do this. We gotta do this. I wasn't planning on being on stream at this time. That's why I look kind of ridiculous. But I got my shit together as soon as possible to cover this historic moment, chat. Look at this. Look at this. Hillary, you will be avenged. No, just kidding. Just kidding. This is gonna turn into like a Hillary it's gonna turn into a Hillary channel. No, it's not. Oh my god. Although Biden's kind of, I don't know. Biden's fucked himself. Why is that irate, Irene? Do I look irate? Do I feel irate? I mean, I shouldn't be irate. I guess this is a good thing. Look, it'd be really good if Trump and Biden would drop out, and there would be, you know, it wouldn't be this shit sandwich versus a giant douche dynamic anymore. Hillary will be his cellmate, quite likely, quite likely. No, I just had to bring that up for funsies. God, Hillary looks like. Can you imagine, like, what would it have been like if she had won? Like, what if the cult of Hillary like marched on instead of the cult of Donald? She kind of looks like a James Bond villain, like the stuff that she wears. Not to mention her emails, chat. Her emails. Those emails. Put Bush in there with him. Yo, Jeb. Oh, wait. This is the election that never got to happen. Bernie versus Jeb. I think I would have enjoyed that election. Definitely more than the one that actually went off. All right, we got to get going. We got to get serious. It is the 30th of May. We're almost in June. We're almost in the summer. I don't know if it feels like summer where you are, but it definitely is starting to get hot over here. What are you eating? Convict orange victory meal. That's right. I'm eating the prison food that I got a sampler of the food that Trump's going to be served in prison. This is, I believe, dog vomit. And no, just, oh my God, Chad, I shouldn't gross you out. I'm grossing me out, right? No, it's literally just it's all I have in the house, right? It would normally be grocery day for me, but I'm skipping groceries to bring you breaking news of the fact that Donald Trump has been convicted on all counts. Look, he's been like the most corrupt motherfucker in politics. Even before he was in politics, he was corrupt. You know, he's lived a very criminal lifestyle, and in large part gotten away with that due to his wealth, his connections, his family, etc., etc., etc. This is one time, and it's only because it's like a statistics thing. It's like the odds, right? If you play the lottery, you usually won't win. But theoretically, if you played that lottery like 1 billion times, then yeah, I guess you would win. You'd win the lottery at some point, right? You'd spend billions of dollars doing it, but you would eventually win the lottery. Trump won the lottery. This is a rich person getting convicted on all counts for hush money. Not just hush money, but hush money in the service of electoral interference. That is the charge that actually got him. Much like Al Capone, I believe there are a few better charges out there to get him on. There are a few things that are more concerning that he's done that are you know, than the hush money thing. But yeah, technically this is illegal. You know, his cover up of it was illegal. You know what wasn't illegal though? It's wild to me, right? This catch and kill thing. We talked about this a little bit yesterday, right? But the catch and kill strategy is basically what he was doing with Pecker. David Pecker is the editor. Is he the editor or the owner? I don't remember. But he's some bigwig at the Inquirer. So Trump was somehow connected to the Inquirer from back in the day. Back in the day, Trump was like a playboy. Trump, imagine him like a male Paris Hilton, is kind of like what Trump was in the 80s. If Paris Hilton had been a real estate magnate, there you go. That's what it is. He's famous for being famous. He goes to parties, he has sex, he, you know, does, you know, whatever like rich people do. And that's kind of what he was famous for, that and the real estate thing. And the real estate thing went belly up. Turned out that he didn't have a great mind for real estate. He just had a lot of money backing him. He just had a rich family, a rich father. And that kind of failed, right? So then he went into essentially, because he'd created this brand for him, because the name Trump was associated with wealth due to the coverage by the Inquirer and others, which is a weird thing, right? Because the National Enquirer, I don't think I've ever seen it. I know it's in like what, supermarkets? It's in supermarkets, right? The National Enquirer, right? It's just one of those magazines like with wild shit that didn't actually happen. Most of it, but the National Enquirer maybe is more like gossip and stuff like that. And like his gossip was somehow just building his brand. Like his gossip was never like, yes, this guy's a scumbag, this guy's a crook. It was always like, this guy's having sex with a lot of beautiful women. Wouldn't you like to as well? Wouldn't? Oh gosh, we all dream of living the life of Donald Trump. So yeah, he was the lifestyle of the rich and famous that was available to you on your supermarket tabloid shelf if you were a person in the 80s, I guess is the best way to describe Donald Trump. And it is kind of strange that, like, his connection with Pecker ends up becoming an Achilles heel for him, right? Because he's doing this catch and kill strategy. And here's how it works, right? Like, if I had a story, like, let's say that I had an experience with Trump, and I went to, like, a magazine, let's say a tabloid magazine like the National Enquirer, because I wanted to get paid for my story. I was like, I got a story. Nobody else has got the story. If you want the story, you need to talk to me. Pay me some money. Give me some money. Mommy needs a new wardrobe. Mommy does need a new wardrobe. We'll not talk about that right now, chat. We'll not talk about the new wardrobe that mommy needs. Mommy's clothes are ridden with holes. No, chat. We're not talking about me. We're talking about Stormy Daniels, right? We're talking about Stormy Daniels going to the National Enquirer with what she thinks is a hot tip, a hot story that's going to get her paid. She does get paid. She gets paid for the exclusive on the story, meaning, Stormy, here's the money, but the condition is you don't tell anybody else about this, right? Now, if you're going to go forward with the story and be like, yeah, Donald Trump and Stormy Daniels, here's the story, right? I mean, I guess that's fine, right? That's what they agreed upon. But that's not what Pecker does. Pecker takes a story and he's like, we'll get to it. We'll get to it. I guess we'll get to it. We'll get to it when we get to it. He never gets to it. Spoiler. He never gets to it. Therefore, Donald Trump, through his friendship, through his arrangement with David Pecker, has essentially been able to take a story that might be negative towards him and, essentially eliminate it, right? It's gone. It's gone. It's a cover-up. That's how a lot of cover-ups go on. That's how the wealthy and the powerful, do cover-ups. And then you got alternate situations like Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan is, had some things about him printed in Gawker that he didn't like. And he ends up taking down the magazine. Gawker no longer exists in no small part due to them publishing stories about Hulk Hogan. So, cash, as somebody smart once said, cash rules everything around us. I'm not going to do an Ari Melber here, though. I'm a child of the 60s. It is a standard rag by the checkout stand. Oh, the Enquirer. It's a pretty standard one. Prefer weekly world news. Yeah, Batboy. I like the stuff with, like, Batboy. Like, the stuff that you know isn't real, right? Whereas the Enquirer, I think, concentrates more on celebrity gossip. They stuck weird political garbage into them. Wait, did it turn into QAnon? I literally have not looked. Get wrecked, Donald. Get wrecked, Donald, indeed. Was NCC or the Majority Report? Oh my God, something about the Enquirer. Oh, one of us said it. Something about the Enquirer. Oh my God, chat. I'm trying to read you, but I've got like literally three. I could only read like 3 chats at once. People wrote checks at the IGA, and then it would take longer to check out than usual. You'd end up reading the paper, the tabloid paper that was there just to pass the time. That makes sense. Hulk Hogan was backed by Peter Thiel. Thank you. AJ Barton, you just came in with the kind of key, like the glue that holds that story together, because it wasn't just Hulk Hogan. Thanks for reminding me it was Peter Thiel is definitely an enemy of humanity. I feel like someday we should do a deep dive into Peter Thiel. That sounds like good content. Speaking of deep dives, what have we got for today? Because I haven't put anything up yet. So we have Man versus Bear. Oh, I changed some of this. Around. Wait, Seinfeld Crunch needs to die too. Conservative horror. This is a weird drama that's been going around. Praise of Shadows is the channel, right? Praise of Shadows did a video about conservative horror movies, and spoiler, it's not just about conservative horror movies. It's also a drama video. He just, like, I don't know, he just mentioned like all of the most popular commentary creators, and now they are at his throat. So Mooncat. Okay, we got halfway through Mooncat. We watched, not halfway, sorry, third of way through Mooncat. So I said I'd put it up again. I've got Seinfeld Cringe up here, but I swear to God, like, I've got to have better stuff than Seinfeld Cringe to offer you. Loner Box. We're not bringing Loner Box back. Oh my God. I'm sure some people want to bring Loner Box back, but you'll have to pay me a lot of money to make me watch Loner Box after this Trump stuff. We're going to cover the Trump stuff first. I'm just trying to get Oh, Caleb Maupin. What if I put Caleb Maupin on here? No. I need like one more thing to put up here. We're gonna have to figure it out later, chat. We're gonna have to figure it out later. I cannot edge you any longer today because there's real stuff going on. There's real stuff going on right now, and you probably want to see what it is, and I want to see what it is too. Again, chat, apologies. I did not plan on streaming at this time. I'm here kind of like, you know, with just some basic food and coffee and just like things that I need, but obviously like I look like a mess today, chat. I'm a mess. At least I don't look as bad as Donald Trump.
And it just is a reminder that we know that Trump is a graft artist, that he's somebody who's been a con, who lies all the time.
Wait, is a graft artist like a grifter?
And I thought it was a very brilliant way to frame it that we just heard, that, you know, the public opinion and social media and going on any kind of, you know, anywhere, you can say what you want, you run around, but when you get into the court, it's sacred ground. And, you know, there have been a lot of moments Trump's almost had to go in Georgia and dealing with, you know, our National Archives and the like with all these other cases. But this time he sat there and he sat like a normal person. And he was.
This is what I was talking about, right? When I said that he was playing a game, he was playing like a. That's Boris Epstein behind him, by the way. He's playing a game and like a lottery, right? Where you usually don't win. Like, in other words, rich people committing crime usually can get away with it, usually can make it disappear, usually can make it go away, right? And they just gave some examples of cases that are really fucking serious that by hook or by crook, you know, have kind of gone away, right? Issues with the prosecutor in terms of the Georgia case, issues with the judge in terms of the documents case, right? There's something gets in the way, right? And it seems like a lot of those cases are going to be postponed until after the election. But this one actually wrapped. We have a verdict, and we have, from what Natalie is telling me, we have a sentencing date, right? We have a sentencing date. I'll tell you about that in a second.
Part of a criminal operation. It's a vindication of Michael Cohen, who went to jail and was able to come in and put really his life on the line by doing what he's done. And somebody like Stormy Daniels now will be remembered in history. It was the tawdry factor of this that's confused people. You say Stormy Daniels, hush money, adult actress, or do you?
What do you think, chat?
Star, you know, people.
Could Stormy Daniels run as the Democratic candidate?
Until now.
Look, I'm getting really hopeful, and I'm hopeful that maybe somehow Trump won't be the candidate. I mean, there are definitely people that say that that were planning on voting for Trump that said that if he got convicted, they wouldn't. Now we'll see how true that is, right? But it you know, we're talking about like 6% of the electorate, 6% of people in polling are Trump supporters, but Trump supporters with a caveat. That caveat being, if he gets convicted, maybe they won't support him. I don't know, Chad. I don't know what's actually going to happen, but it would be great. It would be great if, you know, maybe like we could just get rid of both of these shit tier candidates and have an election where you get to vote for somebody instead of having to constantly vote against somebody. I don't know, Chad. It's whisper of a dream at this point, but
moment, Katie, in our nation.
Stormy Daniels.
I've been thinking a lot about this since the verdict came down just really a couple minutes ago now at this point. And someone asked me if I was surprised, and I wasn't necessarily surprised, having listened to the testimony over the last 6 weeks or so and the evidence in which the prosecution presented. But I was more shocked, I think, for what this means really for democracy, for this country, and the fact that I think all of us are going to remember where we were the moment that the former president of the United States was found guilty on 34 felony counts. And I think we have to also look at this in a big picture, right? Because I covered the Trump civil fraud trial, the Eugene Farrell case as well. You know, this has not been a good year and a half for the former president of the United States, owing over.
Indeed. Let's take a look at this really quick. Natalie just sent me this. This is Trump after the. Wait, is this him after the? This is after the guilty verdict. It looks so similar to what we watched yesterday, though. It's like deja vu.
This was a disgrace. This was a rigged trial by a conflicted judge. It was
So rigged witch hunt, yeah.
It's a rigged trial, a disgrace. They wouldn't give us a venue change. We were at 5% or 6% in this district, in this area. This
Wait.
was a rigged, disgraceful trial. The real verdict is going to be...
We were at 5 or 6% in this district, right? That's a little bit of an admission of how much you've polarized the country. You've got entire swaths of the country. Nobody talks about this because the swaths of the country that like Trump doesn't care about are dense, right? They're cities. They tend to be cities, right? But yeah, you got a large swath of the American people that Donald Trump just does not give a fuck about. And that's why you're 5%, dude. You ran off of hatred. You ran off of stoking hatred against immigrants. What do you fucking expect, right? Yeah, you're at 5%. And then you think that you can't stand trial in one of these districts. Oh my God, how dare you make me stand trial in a district where I fucking polarized people to the point where I have 5% support.
November 5th by the
It's your own fucking fault, Trump.
people. And they know what happened here, and everybody knows what happened here. You have a Soros-backed DA and the whole thing. We didn't do it.
But also 5% still gives you a decent chance to get a hung jury. You didn't even have a hung jury. Supposedly there was one of these, you know, because like the way that the jury, the way that you know, selecting a jury works, you got sort of let's call it like a veto, right? If you're the prosecutor, you're a defender, you've got sort of veto power. You've got a certain amount of vetoes that you can do, like, right? And you can take the most concerning potential jurors off the case, right? So if you're the prosecutor and you've got somebody that's like, you know, where we go one, we go all, you know, they got QAnon merch or something on, they got a picture of JFK Jr. on their shirt. Maybe you don't want that person in the jury. You can veto them, but there's a limit. There's a limit to like how much you can, you know, veto, and you're not going to get like everybody that is a Trump fan off the jury. And there was one person who a lot of people said kind of seemed to be a Trump fan, judged by their, you know, reactions, judged by their answers. They're trying not to give much, you know, personal information out because early on, they did have an incident where someone who was in contention for a jury was actually identified to the point where her friends mentioned it, you know, that her friends had watched the news and were like, are you on the jury? And she was, right? So, you know, they don't want to put anybody's lives at risk like that. So they're trying, I think the judges like warned people to not give too much personal information about the jurors. But, you know, you did have one juror that for all practical purposes seemed to be a Trump fan, and you still didn't have a hung jury. That tells me that whatever kind of case that the prosecution presented was so slam dunk that even somebody that really, really wants to find a reason to acquit Trump was essentially peer pressured into going along with the rest of the group and saying guilty on all charges, guilty on all.
Thing wrong. I'm a very innocent man.
I'm a very innocent man.
And the whole thing, we didn't do a thing wrong. I'm a very innocent man. And it's okay. I'm fighting for our country. I'm fighting for our Constitution. Our whole country is being rigged right now. This was done by the Biden in order to wound or hurt an opponent, a political opponent. And I think it's just a disgrace.
I did
and
everything
we'll keep
right
fighting.
and
We'll
they
fight till the end
indicted
and
me.
we'll win. Because our country's gone to hell. We don't have the same country anymore. We have a divided mess. We're a nation in decline, serious decline. Millions and millions of people pouring into our country right now from prisons and from mental institutions. And they're taking over our country. We have a country that's in big trouble. But this was a rigged decision right from day one with a conflicted judge who
Are we still on?
allowed to try this case, never. And we will fight for our Constitution. This is long from over. Thank you very much.
Why should voters vote for a convicted felon?
Are you going to drop out?
I don't think he's going to drop out, chat. Okay, those are all great questions. Yeah, I don't think he's going to drop out. He is going to lose a few points in the polls, which at this point is actually a big deal.
So many moments in this trial.
We're still
whether it was
there?
Stormy
Okay.
Daniels' quips on the stand, or whether it was Robert Costello, the Trump defense witness who was kind of talking back to the judge and muttering under his breath. At every stage and each and every turn, Mershon shut that down, and he kept the administration of justice clear throughout. I think in terms of the gravity of the moment and the political kind of implications of the moment, I think I want to say two things. Number one, I think the fact that this case went forward, it's a state case. Yes, it has kind of tawdry elements to it, but it's a routine case. It's a falsification of business records.
Yeah.
And I think it is important kind of in the moment to think that no one is above the law, not even a former president. And even a former president can be hit with a charge that the Manhattan DA's office brings in, week out. This is kind of what the Manhattan DA's office does. It's not selective and vindictive, as Trump likes to claim. This is just Trump being treated like any other defendant, and the Trump organization being treated like any other New York business. And I think that's
So it is a rare thing.
very important.
That,
That's
right?
Political implications. That's obviously going to be harder to distill. Trump's own campaign and Trump's own super PAC were conceding to me last night that if he is convicted, they expect his poll numbers to start dropping. And I think that could be immensely significant.
They'll drop a little bit.
Well, maybe
They won't drop a lot.
Category 5 hurricane for the Donald Trump campaign, a la what happened with the Access Hollywood tape. Hugo Lowell, my friend, thank you for joining us.
Oh, fuck.
I appreciate your hustle, and I will see
So
you.
yeah, speaking of Access Hollywood, if you don't remember what the Access Hollywood tape was, this was a piece of audio that came out. It was Trump talking to a reporter named Billy Bush from Access Hollywood. This is where he said, you can do anything you want when you're rich. You can grab them by the, you just pop a Tic Tac in your mouth and you're good. You can commit SA, right? So I mean, like that, that hurt him. And funny enough, right, that Access Hollywood thing is the reason probably that he put his hand so heavily in trying to keep the Stormy Daniels stuff from coming forward, right? The Stormy Daniels story could have just played off, and it kind of did play off for the most part, like a Bill Clinton story, right? Like a Monica Lewinsky sort of deal. It's like, okay, the president had an affair. Great. The president had an affair with a porn star, whatever. But kind of like in the context of the grab her by the pussy thing, and in the context that, that was a narrative that was taking hold, that was a narrative that very much threatened to sink the Trump campaign. Some people assumed that it would. There's nothing ever like that that's come out about a president before, a presidential candidate, right? And I don't know, the story moved on. The news moved on. Trump did something else. People got distracted. It became a nothing burger because Trump does so much shit that it's hard to concentrate on one thing. Like I said, he is the guy that sleeps on a bed of nails, right? If you sleep on a single nail, that nail will go through you. That nail will puncture you in the butt, right? If you got a single nail, but if you got a bed of nails, right, distributing your weight out, you can actually, I mean, it's not very comfortable, but you can actually sleep on a bed of nails without hurting yourself much, right? You might get a few little scratches here and there, but you're going to be all right. And that's what Trump was dealing with. He was on a bed of nails. There were so many stories, so many bad stories about him, to the point where they strain belief, right? And they allow his faithful to say, well, the media just doesn't like this guy. There's no way that this guy is just like a really bad dude, a really bad candidate, a really corrupt person. It's got to be that the media hates this guy and they're making stuff up about him. They're lying about him. He did everything right. Yeah, that's what we got going on today with the verdict.
Deciding the fate of Donald Trump in his criminal hush money trial. Day 2 of deliberations will begin in just a few hours. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now. Hi, Bree.
Wait.
How did the judge prepare the jury for this big task?
No, that's not it. This is old. I kind of want to find the moment where it happened. That's what I'm looking for. I want to get a little pack watch. Look, we weren't on when it happened.
Judge had intended to dismiss them today at 4:30, and they would come back tomorrow.
We heard 6 initially. It was going to be 6.
But they decided 4:30.
Okay, so we'll watch this really quick to see like what the moment was like when it happened.
Send them home at 4:30. At 4:20, they get a note. They send a note and say, we have a verdict, and that's why they hadn't even filled out the verdict forms. So then they told the judge, okay, we just want you to know we have a verdict, but now we need a half hour to fill out the forms for these 34 counts.
You have to imagine at 4:15, the prosecution and the defense was going, okay, we got another day of this now, getting ready to go home because of that indication from the judge. What's also interesting here is what former President Trump has been doing as the jury is deliberating. He is in a holding room now in court. Sources have confirmed to our team, to Laura, that he has a TV that's been put.
Yeah, you can do anything you want when you're rich. He believed this too much. Yeah, look, you just have a much less chance of ever being held responsible for it. And it's not a zero chance, and that's where Trump fucked up, right? He just fucked around, and he fucked around a lot of times. Most of the time he was okay. He eventually found out. And yeah, this is very much like the Al Capone moment for Trump.
In there, so he is engaged in some TV. He's been doing TikToks filmed by his son, Donald Trump Jr., and he's been sending fundraising appeals as well while this process has been going on, telling people to try to donate to his campaign. We know that the former president has used these legal issues as a boon to his fundraising push.
The jury is here in the courtroom now and properly seated.
So here we go.
Imagine that the verdict will be read at any time. So for anybody who's about to be introduced or we're going to talk to, you may get interrupted, but Dasha Burns is outside. And we have seen, Dasha, something of a carnival atmosphere from time to time outside that courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Oh, here we go. Let's listen. Laura, go.
Guys, we need to go. We need to go.
Go.
Okay. Okay, here we go. We have our verdict, Savannah. Here we go. Count 1, guilty. Count 2, guilty. Count 3, guilty. Count 4, guilty. Count 5, guilty. Count 6, guilty. Count 7.
This is like Sesame Street.
Guilty. Count 9. Guilty. Count 10. Guilty. Count 11. Guilty. Count 12. Guilty. Count 13. Guilty. Count 14. Guilty. Count 15. Guilty. Count 16. Guilty. Count 17. Guilty. Count 18. Guilty. Count 19. Guilty. Count 20. Guilty. Count 21. Guilty. Count 22, guilty. Count 23, guilty. I'm pausing because it's coming in. Count 24, guilty. Count 25, guilty. Count 26, guilty. Count 27, guilty. Count 28, guilty. Count 29, guilty. Count 30, guilty. Count 31, guilty. Count 32, guilty. Count 33, guilty. Count 34, guilty. That is 34
charges.
Guilty verdicts. Savannah,
34 convictions.
Victory for the prosecution here, Laura. The jurors obviously bought the prosecution.
Total Trump annihilation.
Consideration of whether or not they might split their verdict or compromise in some way. That is not the case. It's a total rejection of the defendant's case, Donald Trump's case. And we're starting to show you some of the scene outside the courthouse. We could actually hear it, Laura, as you were reading that verdict. And just as you're digesting it, and I know you're keeping your eye on the courtroom as well.
Oh no, Trump supporters are losing their shit.
Savannah, it's
Okay, so I've just been told by Natalie Marie, thank you, Natalie, for sending me this. Motion to acquit was denied and sentencing is scheduled for July 11th. I don't know if they'll maybe go over this next. I'd also like to see the individual charges, because I guess I didn't realize there were 34 counts in this case, but...
Resounding victory for this prosecution in a case that they pitched as something far greater than about hush money. The way they tried to cast this case was about the subversion of democracy, and today the jury agreed with them, Savannah. The former president has tried to cast this as a political prosecution, a political hip job by a Democratic elected DA, by a judge that was biased.
Motherfuckers! You suck! You suck! There is no justice!
fucking guilty! Not guilty! Not guilty! You piece of shit! Of 34 felony counts. You can hear the crowd here. There's a lot of Trump supporters out here that you can hear are very worked up. As I was reading the verdict, I could hear the crowd emotion growing behind me. I'm only a couple yards away from the area that you can see on your screens right there, sort of the First Amendment area, if you will. It's just a stone's throw away from the press area.
Wow.
As the day went on, it was growing after they heard that this verdict was coming in. A lot of emotions running very high in this city right now. Again, this is...
We'll come back to that in a second.
In the middle of an election year for things that he did, that the prosecution said he did to try to corrupt the last election. A just remarkable scene playing out right here in Lower Manhattan.
I want to read, we're getting some...
Free Father Teresa? What the fuck is that? Yo, I should have been on this. Look at this. They got their own Hogwatch. I was trying to give you the Hogwatch while we're listening to the coverage, but like, look at this. Look at this. Look at this mother...
Emotion growing behind me. I'm only a couple yards.
Free Father Teresa.
You can see on your screens right there.
Free Father Teresa.
If you will, it's just a stone's throw.
Free Father Trump.
It's been growing as the day went on. It's growing after they heard that this verdict was...
Oh, we're definitely going to do some Hogwatch today, Chad. I hope you're ready for Hogwatch.
Again, this is the presumption.
Look at these hogs. Look at these hogs.
For things that he did, that the prosecution said he did to try to corrupt the last election. A just remarkable scene playing out right here in Lower Manhattan.
Oh, this is so good. Free Father Teresa.
From the courtroom, Tom Witter saying Trump is looking at each juror as they are polled, craning his head.
Oh, God.
To look at all the jurors.
We need cameras.
Read and what the reaction has been. The former president, of course, has been behind closed doors in a holding room throughout the trial, frankly, but certainly...
They're holding him.
Unable to leave the courthouse and waiting for the verdict. So we're going to get a little more information. Dasha Burns, are you still in the crowd there?
What's her name, sir?
Yeah, go out into the crowd, Dasha. I'm sure that's safe.
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Are you okay, Dasha? Save Dasha. Get Dasha out of there.
In this park right now, the former president has alleged a couple of times that because of the police presence here, right, the protesters, demonstrators weren't able to come. They absolutely can, and this crowd is growing here. I've been talking to people who are happy about this verdict, people who are devastated about this verdict. You just saw this man with a passionate plea here. I also just met this gentleman. What's your name, sir?
Jeffrey.
Jeffrey.
God, I sure hope nobody shows up to... Wait, is it Lincoln? He's with the Lincoln Project. He's a never Trumper.
What is your reaction as we're all just taking this in?
He's a never Trump Republican right there, folks.
Well, we're watching the legal system work the way it's supposed to work in a democracy. Three equal...
He's going to get his party back, chat. He's going to get his party back. Jeb. The dream is alive. Let's bring Jeb out. Jeb 2024.
He was indicted by a jury of his peers. This was not political. This was not Joe
Bush Romney 2024.
Despite the alt-right
Bush Cheney. Bush Cheney. Get Jeb to run with Liz. Yes.
rhetoric, it was a grand...
The ultimate...
And now a jury conviction of...
The ultimate never Trumper ticket. Jeb and Liz Cheney. That's what we... Bush Cheney. Bush Cheney. Let's make it a meme.
His peers. And this is the legal system working, and this is how America is supposed to work. And
So he's happy.
For America,
34 guilty counts.
Democracy this is how it's supposed to work.
Jeffrey, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Lester Savannah, back to you.
Hallie, I would expect we're going to hear a lot of that, a characterization of this as a fair trial, as a fair judgment of the former...
I mean, you're going to get some of that.
From the former president himself, of course, as he has...
And not from his fans.
...cast this as a political persecution against him. And I think it's worth taking a beat here, right? And recognizing that whether you like this verdict or not, this is an historic moment. This is the former president of the United States and the
Look, that is how the liberal media rubs their education in your face, right? If you're a normal American, it's a historic moment, okay? But if you're smarty pants college degree over here, then you're gonna say it's an historic moment. Oh my God, chat, they're just rubbing it in your face. They're just rubbing it. No, just...
nominee in a razor close race now coming up in November that has been convicted on these 34 counts in a court of law.
And there's going to be a lot of discussion about the politics. I want to get to Laura Jarrett on a pretty key thing that I'm sure a lot of our viewers are wondering.
Yes.
Will he have to serve any jail time? What is the potential?
And if so, no, here's what we really want to know. Who is going to be his cellmate? Who is going to be his cellmate? Who's going to be his
Jail time, and what is
who's going to be his bunkmate?
the timing of
Will he sleep on the bottom bunk? Will he sleep on the top bunk?
appeal?
It's a great question, Savannah, and it's something that I have purposely tried not to talk with you about very much during this trial because he was entitled to a presumption of innocence, and so it seemed premature. That's a different situation now that he has been convicted of 34 felony counts. These are low-level felonies. He does not have any criminal history, which means he hasn't been convicted before, and so the judge will be the one who will determine his sentence in this case. He faces anywhere from just probation to up to 4 years in prison. Now, the fact that he was convicted on all 34 felony counts actually functionally doesn't make any difference because they were all the same. So it would be as if he was convicted on one for all purposes. In other words, they're not stacked. It's not 4 times 34. It's just 4 max, given what he's facing here. Again, for those low-level felonies. The judge will be the one to sentence him. He will get sort of recommendations from both sides about what an adequate and appropriate sentence would be. He's going to hear from the probation department. All of this, guys, is going to take months and months. This sentence is not going to just happen overnight. And the judge actually making it very clear into the jury that their job was not to consider the sentence at all. That had come up in closing arguments. The lead attorney for the president had tried to argue, don't put this man in prison, and the judge interrupted and said, no, disregard that. That's my job. That's not your job. So the judge will be the one who will bring everybody in several weeks to discuss sentencing, a plan for sentencing, and then we'll see where he goes with this. I think one thing to keep in mind here is that this is a person who not only is the former president, but the current presumptive GOP nominee. And again, it's hard to really understate and underscore, I think it's necessary, how unusual this is. This is not any other criminal defendant. As much as people have said that, he's not just any other criminal defendant. And the judge is going to have a really tough situation here in sort of balancing all the competing factors, making sure he's paying attention to the case law, making sure he's paying attention to, obviously, to any past precedent that applies to these types of felonies in this type of situation. But this, again, will take weeks and weeks and months. And of course, he's entitled to an appeal. This is not the end of the road for the former president. There is plenty on this record to appeal. There are plenty of legal arguments. It's always hard to challenge a jury verdict, but there are plenty of tricky, complicated legal arguments in this case that the former president can marshal in his favor in terms of doing that appeal. And typically, in this kind of a case, you're going to hear the former president say he gets to stay out of prison while that appeal goes on. So it's not as if he would be behind bars or in custody while that appeal is going on.
Laura, has the judge made many accommodations acknowledging that this A is a former president and B is a presumptive nominee for his party?
Yes, in one big way, Lester. And the biggest way is that he had 10 separate violations of a gag order. He was ordered not to attack witnesses, and the judge found him in contempt of court 10 different times.
So, chat, this isn't a situation in which Trump is getting held to like a particularly stringent set of like legal standards because of his, because he's Donald Trump. This is a situation in which, because he's running for president, because he's a former president, he's actually being treated with kid gloves, right? The judge doesn't want the judge doesn't want to get like unalived in his sleep by a bunch of MAGA chuds, right? And as much as they might say that justice is blind and impartial, like it's conducted by real people with real fears and with real lives and et cetera, right? There's a lot that's keeping Trump from actually being treated like just a normal freaking a defendant would be treated. So if anything, he's gotten and like look at the 3 massive, horrendous cases against him that don't look like they're going to go forward until after the election. He needs to keep running for president. People asked him earlier, is he going to drop out of the race? My prediction is no. My prediction is he will not drop out of the race. He needs to win the presidency to have any chance of beating the rest of the charges and of escaping accountability, right? That's his best bet, is to he's not running, like if you talk to right wingers, they'll act like he's so brave, he wouldn't be he wouldn't be getting these charges if he wasn't running. Bullshit. him running is the only thing that's going to stand in the way of him in these charges. These are charges that anybody who did what he did would be getting.
I say that,
if not worse.
Any other defendant would have been in a heap of trouble for that. And I'm not trying to discount the fine that he faced for that, but any other defendant would have faced jail time for that. And the judge went on the record many times saying, please don't do this. I don't want to put you in prison, but I may have to if you continue to violate the gag order. Now, we haven't heard much about the gag order, but that gag order is going to be in place while this case continues on, at least through sentencing. And then we'll see where it goes with that. But he's, as of this moment, still under that gag order, Lester.
Well, a couple notes from the courtroom while we were talking. Not surprisingly, as is customary, the defense has already made a motion for acquittal, arguing that the jury must have relied on Michael Cohen's testimony solely, which was in violation of the jury instructions. That motion already denied by the judge. That's the scene outside as the crowd grows outside the courthouse. I want to turn to Hallie Jackson here. Hallie, you just said it very starkly. Donald Trump, convicted felon candidate for office of the presidency of the United States. What has been so interesting is the X factor is no one really knows how this will play, whether it hurts him in the upcoming presidential election or whether it helps him, because aspects of this have certainly helped him in the primary race.
That's right.
Okay, so yeah, there is some thought that, you know, like they use it as a rallying cry. It definitely helps rally his base. Anybody who wants to think of Trump as persecuted, anybody who's not particularly plugged in and they don't recognize what a phenomenally criminal administration, phenomenally corrupt administration that Trump led, right? They might be tempted to believe that, like, oh, well, you know, the presidential candidate catching charges. Oh, it must be because of you know, his opponent, you know, the current president is putting his thumb on the scale. But yeah, like there is some of that, right? But there's also a large section. I mean, 6%. All right, 6% of the electorate seems to flip when you like ask them the question. All right, who are you voting for? They say Trump. And they say, if Trump were to be convicted of one or more of these charges, would you still vote for him? Like 6% of the electorate, or so, between like 4 and 6%. Flip and say, no, I would not vote for Trump if he was convicted. I don't want to vote for a convict. Now, is that going to change? It's all up to the competing narratives at this point. But there's a good chance that he loses some points, and some points in an election this close. You know, he's been polling about 1.5 points ahead of Joe Biden nationally, doing actually better in some of the swing states. So Trump is, you know, winning. If the election was to be held today and the polls were to hold to be true, then Trump would be elected president. But that doesn't mean that, you know, I mean, like in just this kind of situation, this sort of thing could flip it, or it could not flip it.
Always been a question mark as to how this would affect him in the general election. We have seen some polling, including some new numbers out today, suggesting that about 2/3 of Americans say even if he were to be convicted, as we now know he has been, it wouldn't change their vote. They would still vote the same way. That said, anywhere from 10 to about 25% of independents suggest that it may make them less likely to vote for the former president. Still, Savannah, a hypothetical is very different from the reality that we now face. Let me point something out.
Super Lifter, I just acknowledged that he's ahead in the polls, all right? So you're going to tell him, like, right, you believe the polls, right? The polls say Trump's ahead. The polls say that if the election happened today, that Trump would win, all right? Those same polls say that if he's convicted, he loses. So do we believe the polls, Super Lifter? Do we believe the polls? Do we trust the polls, or do we not trust the polls? Or do we selectively trust the polls when they're telling us what we want to hear, and we distrust the polls when they're telling us what we don't want to hear? So anyway, like I said, anything could happen. Any narrative could take over. You know, there's no fucking rules. We're in a new era of American politics. A lot of the old rules that people used to use to predict elections seem to not really, you know, like the power of the incumbency, not looking so great for Biden right now, right? So, but yeah, at present, it looks like he was ahead in the polls, and well, this is provisionally dropped him. Right now, will he stay dropped? Will people, you know, what are people going to believe? It all depends.
Here, because people may have this question.
But I would tell you this one thing, like, right, from somebody that is a double hater that dislikes Biden and that dislikes Trump, right? Copium is bad for you. Okay, whether you're a Biden fan or a Trump fan, or what you are a Biden fan, you want to pretend like the polls aren't the polls. You're a Trump fan and you want to pretend that those voters that say that they're going to flip their vote based on his conviction aren't going to really flip their votes, right? That's copium, and it's not good for you. I would suggest that you put together some sort of a plan to get off of it. It's not something you want to be utilizing.
Donald Trump still run for president, even though he's been convicted?
He probably will still keep running, right? Unless the Republican Party like revolts, and I don't see that. Like I said, we talked to they talked to a never Trumper in the crowd. They talked to somebody with a Lincoln Project hat. Those people exist, but they're a very small percentage of the Republican Party. Most of the Republican Party, like the MAGA, is like 10 times bigger than the Lincoln Project, right? So it's very. I don't see him getting dislodged as long as he wants to run for president. He's won the primary at this point. I don't see him getting dislodged. It would take something. I don't even think like his family could talk him into quitting, right? And like, look, it's probably in his interest to run. That's probably the only way that he escapes accountability for any of these charges. Because remember, there are presently 3-4 other cases against him. Some of those seem to be delayed. Some of those purposefully, one of them by a judge that he appointed, which is pretty suspicious, right? But those cases are going to get delayed. They're not going to be delayed forever, all right? And if he doesn't get reelected president, he's going to actually have to face whatever comes down the pipeline as far as those verdicts go.
He sure can. Yeah. There is nothing in the Constitution that prohibits or precludes.
He could be president from jail, technically, according to the Constitution. There's nothing that precludes somebody that is incarcerated from running for president. In fact, we've had somebody, Eugene Debs, I think, ran for president while incarcerated. A little different of a political ideology than Trump with Debs, but or from being president from jail, right? That's I guess that's possible, right?
From this, unless the Republican.
Now, is he going to go to jail? I don't know. Most rich people don't. Most rich people do not go to jail, no matter what they do, no matter if they get convicted. Most of the time, somehow, it just so happens that the judge is like, well, yeah, maybe an ankle bracelet, maybe like, right? I don't know. I don't think he's going to jail. All right. I don't actually think he's going to jail, but he might.
Party were to, for example, come up and say, we don't want you as our nominee anymore. Let me tell you why that's not going to happen.
That's not going to happen.
Because we are already hearing from the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, the top Republican, of course, in the House of Representatives, calling this essentially a shameful day in American history, describing what he sees as the weaponization of our justice system. Remember, this is somebody who showed up at court.
So here's how it works, too, right? Do the Republicans stand with Trump? Do the Republicans believe in Trump? No. Enough of them would probably like to get rid of him if they could. But when they look at their voters and they see where the Republican voters stand, they see that like I said, there's not many Lincoln Project people out there. There is like a zombie vote. Have you heard about the zombie vote? Nikki Haley's got the zombie voters. What that means essentially is that Nikki Haley has dropped out of the race. Nikki Haley at this point has endorsed Trump, and somehow she's still getting votes, right? So people hypothesize that based on these voters that are going to primaries in an already decided, nomination battle and voting for somebody other than Trump, that maybe there is an appetite for not Trump out there, right? It's maximum 20%, right? We're talking about maximum 20%. Those are the zombie voters, right? The people that really don't want Trump, and it's just not enough to really take over. What needs to happen? So like I said, there are a lot of Republican politicians don't like Trump. A lot of Republican politicians would like to be rid of Trump. A lot of Republican politicians look at Trump as an albatross around their neck, and he is. And as far as the Senate goes, right, the Republicans should win the Senate. It's a very good year for them as far as like who is up for election. Right? The Republicans should have a very good chance of winning the Senate. They don't. Like the Democrats are looking like they might hold on to the Senate, right? Which would be ridiculous. It's the worst year for the Democrats, the best year for the Republicans. And it still looks like the Democrats might hold on to the Senate. Why is that? It's because of Trump, right? Now, Biden's the same way. If you look at like the generic ballot, do you want to vote for a Republican or a Democrat? Most people are saying Democrat. But if you put the ballot in front of them and you say RFK, Trump, Biden, it's Trump's winning. Trump's winning right now. So it's a strange thing. Biden's got like both presidential candidates are potentially bringing down the votes for their side. Maybe Trump more so than Biden. Maybe Trump slightly more so than Biden.
While Donald Trump was in trial.
And we just
she didn't endorse him yet. Haley simply. Oh, she said she was going to vote for him.
The judge has just announced a sentencing
I mean,
date. Let's go back to Laura.
Oh, here we go. Sentencing date. You ready for this?
Yeah, guys, it's interesting. This came up right away, and the prosecution made
So I had predicted that the judge might put off sentencing until after the election, right? I just thought there was a really good chance of that. Like I said, most judges don't want to be seen as political, even if what they're doing is just like normal daily business. And really the political act would be to delay the sentencing. But, you know, they're also cowards. I mean, they're cowards. They're people. They're human beings. They feel pressure. They don't want to be perceived as being political. And the fact that, you know, Trump voters would perceive this as a political move might make a judge do something like postpone the sentencing so that the conviction takes place. They've gone ahead and did that. But then they sort of delayed the sentence because they're like she said, there's going to be potentially appeals. There's a lot that could happen. You know, it's not a fait accompli that these convictions stick. It is very unlikely for them to be overturned, given the fact that this is a trial by jury. That's you know that's less likely to be overturned. But I thought there was a good chance that they would delay the sentencing. Now, what she's about to tell you is that they're not.
Suggestion about sentencing, and the defense attorney made a suggestion asking for a sentencing in mid to late July, pointing out that the former president faces other charges in other jurisdictions. Remember, this is just one of 4 different criminal cases, perhaps the only one that will reach a conclusion before Election Day. And the former president's lawyer pointing to that as a reason to sort of put off sentencing for a little while. And the judge announcing sentencing will be on July 11th, guys. July 11th at 10 a.m. The former president.
So that could still get pushed back.
Will face his sentencing. So again, as I mentioned before, the people, the defense are now going to put in motions and briefs about what they think.
So wait, I guess the idea is that like he might have some responsibilities for appearing at the other cases, and that's the reason they're delaying sentencing.
The appropriate sentencing will do, and then or what an appropriate sentencing.
What's up, Canadian?
Would accomplish. And it's interesting. They're not really discussing any of the conditions of release quite yet.
Ooh.
I'm gonna wait
okay.
for more information about that before
I'm going to be massively surprised if he's not just released on his own recognizance. Recognizance. Yeah.
into that, guys.
That's there's Boris Epstein.
July 11th is
So
sentencing.
a Trump inner circle member. He's the guy that said Sarabies.
And his bail continues, Laura, so he's out of court. He'll be free on bail while pending sentencing.
And I think we
appeal.
just got our first glimpse of
Yes.
Mr. Trump from behind the glass, or he darted back behind, but Eric Trump is here. This is
a super secret NCC stream. Hey, I gotta be on for this. GNN raid incoming. Welcome, Raiders.
Again, the camera that we have been seeing every day, the arrival and departure and remarks.
Welcome, Galactic.
From former President Trump, and we believe he is in this group here. And we would guess, but we don't know for sure whether he'll address the camera.
There he is. There's our birthday boy. Wearing a nice full, what is this, a double Windsor? What do you call this kind of tie? Wait, like the other, this is not a standard tie knot, chat.
This was a disgrace. This was a rigged trial by a conflicted judge who was corrupt. It's a rigged trial.
Barron Trump's got a thing on July 11th. What a coincidence. Gonna have to push it back.
Disgrace. They wouldn't give us a venue change. We were at 5% or 6% in this district, in this area. This was a rigged, disgraceful trial. But the real verdict is going to be.
The thing is, if you're gonna make the claim that, like, he's basically trying to use the fact that he has polarized the electorate, like, more than any other candidate, and like, it's been polarized, right? You know, it was polarized during Obama. It was polarized somewhat, you know, during Bush, right? But like, he's just like polarized it beyond what anybody thought was possible, right? He's trying to use the polarized nature of the electorate as an excuse to not be, not have a trial go on in a venue where he's particularly unpopular. But like, what is the like? Are you just going to argue that you can't get a fair trial?
November 5th by the people, and they know.
Yeah, rigged how? He never has to explain. They just make. He's just counting on you making an assumption that the government works like this, right? Judges, prosecutors, everybody, they're in a meeting with Joe Biden, and Joe Biden's like, I'd like you to prosecute Donald Trump if you would, and they're like, yes sir, right away sir. It's not how anything fucking works, right? It's just this is half of what Republicans do, just rely on people's ignorance. That's how their narratives work. They find a area of understanding that people are ignorant about, and then they play on that ignorance, right?
What happened here, and everybody knows what happened here. You have a Soros-backed DA and the whole thing. We didn't do a thing wrong. I'm a very innocent man, and it's okay. I'm fighting for our country. I'm fighting for our Constitution. Our whole country is being rigged right now.
The whole country is rigged.
Administration in order to.
He just counts on the fact that nobody who would support him would think critically about. Yeah, I mean, look, it is a collection of suckers. It is a collection of marks, right? The Trump electorate is. Do I need to drink? Oh, Soros says drink. Is Soros telling me to drink my coffee, my void coffee?
An opponent, a political opponent, and I think it's just a disgrace. And we'll keep fighting. We'll fight till the end, and we'll win, because our country's gone to hell. We don't have the same country anymore. We have a divided mess. We're a nation in decline, serious decline. Millions and millions of people pouring into our country right now, from prisons and from mental institutions, terrorists, and they're taking over our country. We have a country that's in big trouble. But this was a rigged decision right from day one, with a conflicted judge who should have never been allowed to try this case, never. And we will fight for our Constitution. This is long from over. Thank you very much.
Taking no questions, the former president now about to leave the courthouse. His remarks very similar to what we have heard during other appearances at the courthouse, and frankly, during appearances at some of the rallies he's been able to fit in around.
Say though, the demeanor grim and angry, and clearly the weight of this is upon him. And he said something so interesting, Hallie. He said the real verdict will come November 5th. And to a certain extent, he is right, because for those who were thinking that there might be some legal resolution that would affect whether or not Donald Trump will ever see the Oval Office again, this case is likely not it. As you just mentioned, you can be a convicted felon and run for president, and you can be a convicted felon and serve as president. So the real verdict in terms of the politics is November 5th. He also said, I just want to say, point of fact, that this was a Biden administration hit job on him. This is a state prosecution. The DA here, Alvin Bragg, is certainly no fan of Mr. Trump, so you can't say there's no politics in it. But this is not a federal Biden administration prosecution.
And in fact, President Biden has gone to notable lengths to distance himself from commenting or reacting to much of the day-to-day about the trial or about the specifics.
He'll probably react to this.
You know, you point out, and that caught my ear too, that the real verdict is in November, because that is going to be former President Trump's rallying cry for the months that we have until this election takes place, because he sees it as an effective way to rally people around him here. It is notable here that he is coming out. I think it's interesting that it was a fairly short statement. This is listen, having covered him in the White House for many years, he understands the power of a television camera upon him and how to react in front of that television camera. He didn't go on for 25 minutes, and he frankly could have in this instance. I just want to note one other thing, too, on this sentencing date, Savannah, as we talk about the politics piece. It is 4 days before the start of the Republican convention, when Donald Trump is expected to officially take the nomination for the Republican Party, and it is also almost certainly going to be right in the middle of an announcement of his vice presidential pick. He has suggested he would do that.
Oh, you were doing a Trump buzzword drinking game?
Early July, probably right before the convention.
I mean, it's a good day for that kind of thing.
What a collision of the campaign and the legal.
The entire country is rigged. That's what he said.
Well, let me ask Danny a question on that, because let's just say the judge did give him jail time on July 11th. Would he be remanded right then and there to the state prison? And what does that mean?
I doubt it.
The convention and the campaign.
Look, in general, like, right, my understanding is that, you know, this is an official policy. Like, this isn't necessarily like written into, this isn't like written into like the law, right? But in general, wealthy people don't get treated the same. They don't get perceived as the same, right? The judge is making these decisions, like whether to remand him into, custody right after the sentencing. Like, this is all being made sort of, there's a lot of judicial discretion. And because of that judicial discretion, because judges tend to be wealthy people, because they tend to trust people who are more socioeconomically like them, rich people get it super easy, right? So I'd be super surprised if he did any jail time before the election.
Well, first of all, the issue of prison is an issue that the Secret Service has been very quiet about how they would handle actually incarcerating a former president.
Yeah, the speculation is that some of the Secret Service would go into prison with him.
And a presidential candidate. And I think that will factor into the judge's decision. I think in all likelihood, you're not looking at a sentence of imprisonment. We may have been over this, but it's Class E felony, nonviolent, age of the offender, no guns, no drugs, not likely to happen here. In most jurisdictions, for example, in federal, you get a turn-in date. You ask for a turn-in date. It actually helps you with your sentence. Here in New York, it's uncertain whether or not the judge would remand him right away. But the odds of him being imprisoned on this Class E felony, which is the lowest level felony for a nonviolent first-time offender of his age, very
really, let's be honest, all right? There's a certain degree of schadenfreude with Trump. He's really fucked up the country. I mean, like, there's a lot that's fucked up the country, and you can also blame the institutional political people for the election of Donald Trump in terms of them setting up the situation where a Donald Trump could come along and fuck up the country. But yeah, let's be real. He's fucked up the country a lot. There's a lot of people that want strike back on this guy, that want to see him fucking suffer, all right? Let me just put it this way, all right? You are not going to see Donald Trump getting bullied in the showers, okay? Nobody's going to fucking, be making, like, drop the soap jokes to Donald Trump. Like, that shit, the horrors of the prison system that are actually pretty fucking bad. And it's shitty that stuff like that becomes a joke, right? It becomes a trope when it's actually real. Yeah, sexual assault is a very real phenomenon in our prison. A lot of times, people that are supposed to keep it from happening end up looking the other way when it happens. But yeah, none of the worst parts of the prison system are gonna befall our special guy Donald. All right, that's just off the table. So
has seemed to want to bend over backwards.
Yeah, he's a classy felon. That's right.
To say, I'm not
He is a violent offender. I was gonna say, yeah, no drugs. Are you sure? What about that Sudafed?
Defendant
What about that Adderall?
differently, although Laura Jarrett says his violations of the gag order would have landed probably any typical defendant in much more hot water.
Yes, and something else to consider, too, that his sentence will now actually affect, particularly with his federal cases, his 2 federal criminal cases, it will now affect his criminal history category. So sentencing in federal court, conviction in his federal cases is a function of the gravity of the offense and your criminal
record. Yeah.
A criminal history.
But real quickly, for those who are just tuning in here,
it is kind of wild that a guy that's played as fast and loose with laws as this guy is, not just during his political career either, right? In his business dealings, it is kind of wild that this is his first offense.
He has been found guilty now in this New York State case.
Yeah, more like first time caught, exactly.
There are 3 other cases pending. 1 is a state case in Georgia. 2 are federal cases. 1 regarding efforts to subvert the election in 2020 and January 6th. The other having to do with holding on to classified documents. But generally speaking, it is not expected that any of those cases will proceed to trial before Election Day.
And more than that, there's a strong probability that if any of the 2 federal cases are still pending when he's inaugurated, they will disappear. Either he will appoint an attorney general who is favorable to him, that attorney general will dismiss the cases, and barring that, he may attempt a self-pardon, which may or may not work. We simply don't know.
And if Biden wins, they continue, but he's a private citizen. And we'll see where that leads.
Exactly
right. Just a quick legal point. He is not a convicted felon until he's sentenced. Is that
technically?
Oh, is that how it works? Okay.
Once he is sentenced, he will be a felon. He is technically a felon now, but typically the end of the case, the trial court end of the case, is upon the sentence. Then you file your notice of appeal, and then you are considered a felon during the pendency of that appeal. There are some jurisdictions where, strangely, Massachusetts is one. While your case is on appeal, a very famous Aaron Hernandez, the wide receiver for the Patriots, died while his case was on appeal. And under Massachusetts law, that resulted in him to not having a criminal history. That is the exception. That is not the norm.
As we talk about the other legal issues that the former president faces, it may be worth getting a gut check on the timing and the timeline here for those 3 cases, Savannah, that you've laid out. The next one that we're watching the most closely is that federal election interference case, because we are waiting for that critical decision from the Supreme Court at some point, probably by the end of next.
All right, let me put a pause in it, right? Because we're gonna watch Trump. But look, I'm gonna give you a treat. I'm gonna give you something else. I'm gonna give you something that you select. Here, let me start this poll. What do we watch after Trump? What's preventing me from? Oh, okay. There we go. All right, I'm starting these polls now. Like, look, if anybody has other ideas, I'm pleased to hear them. All right, this is what I got for you right now. I'm keeping Man versus Bear on here. I'm keeping Mooncat Rex Evo Psych. We watched the first third of that video. There's more of that video. I added some new things that I'm kind of hoping don't win, but I mean, I guess they could win. And there's nothing that I can do about it because like now I've teased you with them and wait. Let's see, hit this one or okay, gotta take that out and take that out, and there we go. All right, so there's our poll. All right, so yeah, I'm trying to ask you like what you want to watch after that. Now, look, there's different ways that you can affect this. All right, you could the first one, the most easy one, the simplest one is you can vote for one of these in the poll, right? Man versus Bear. This is the eternal struggle, the eternal discussion, the eternal battle, right? Praise of Shadows conservative horror. This is a viral drama. The drama is viral. I don't think the video is viral, but somebody made a video about conservative horror movies, and it's like half of it is a drama video. And I mean, I guess we could watch that because people are talking about that. I got some mixed feelings about what's going on in that Praise of Shadows shit. But if you know what that is, maybe you want that. We got Mooncat Rex Evo Psych. We watched the first third of that last night, and we got Poppy and Xena coming back in a really disturbing way. Because if you remember the Poppy and Xena story, we covered this, I think, in maybe 2 or 3 different streams. I feel like I got enough of it. But guess who's covering it now? Turkey Tom. So this niche glup shitto drama in the Vosh community and the adjacent community. Remember, Poppy and Xena were white leaf streamers. They were streamers on Vosh's network, right? So it's more fucked up, abusive shit kind of coming out of Vosh's network, right? A mainstream commentary channel called Turkey Tom, who you may or may not be familiar with, has gotten a hold of that, and oh my god, it's kind of a continuation of the Keffels thing, right? In that there's a danger of them using this as a vector to like attack like different aspects of Poppy and Xena's identity rather than Poppy and Xena themselves, who admittedly have harmed a lot of people. I'm not really concerned for them as much as I'm concerned for what the commentary community is going to do with this narrative, and especially connecting it to the narrative of Keffels, another trans white leaf streamer that has just got some major league skeletons. So we got Poppy and Xena as a possibility. You can vote for this. I might as well tell you now, right? We're running on a regular stream. We're running a short stream. So I got to tell you, because there's nothing I can do to stop you from crossing over from the short stream to the regular stream, from the regular stream to the short stream. You can vote in both. I might as well tell you all that that's a possibility, just so that like nobody's getting like an extra vote, unless all of you are getting an extra vote, right? So you all have an extra vote. Just cross over to the other stream. And hey, while you're there, make sure to leave a like. I should probably mention that if you're watching me on Shorts, or if you cross over to the Shorts to vote, you might be expecting to find the like button right there and the dislike button right there, but it's not. It's not there. It's actually do. It's up right up here. Do. It's right there. 3 dots. Dot. Right there. You hit those 3 dots. It opens up a menu. You get to like the stream, or you get to dislike the stream. You get to give me feedback, in other words. So let me know how you're feeling about the stream. I promise I will take the feedback to heart and totally change. If enough of you say that you don't like it, I'll be like, no, Trump is based. He's totally innocent. He did everything right. Just kidding. But like, no, I do want to know what you think about the stream. So yeah, vote for liking or disliking the stream. Also vote for what content that you want next. But maybe for some of you, that's not enough. Okay, I think I can deal with this. All right. So that might not be enough for you, right? You might be like, I voted, but the thing that I voted for is not winning. What do I do, right? How do I handle this, right? And like, you can handle it in like a mature way and just be like, well, people don't like the same thing that I like. Or you can handle it in a messy way. You can be messy about it. And when you donate, whether that is donating through super chats, whether that is donating through super stickers, whether you are getting yourself a membership on YouTube or passing off the gift of weasels to others through gift memberships, right? Whatever kind of donation you're making, even a Throne donation or a Patreon donation, let me know after the fact, and I'll put that money towards whatever it is that you tell me. So in other words, you'll donate and you'll say this goes to Man versus Bear, right? Say you get like, wait a minute. Have I been even counting these right? Yeah, 5 gift subs. Say that you get 5 gift subs. That is like $2.99 per gift sub. So then you've got $15. And if you donate 5 gift subs and you say Man versus Bear, $15 goes into Man versus Bear. If you do the same thing, praise the Shadows Conservative Horror, that money goes into there. Same thing for Mooncat. You could also be like magnanimous and say that you really believe in the sacrosanctity of the vote, and you believe in the democratic process, and you want to make sure that that is maintained. You want to make sure that whatever wins in the polls actually gets watched, right? You can say Vox Populi, and you're just essentially putting your money where the people's choice is. So you'll be endorsing then the choice of people, and you'll be basically presenting a hurdle for anybody who wants to put their thumb on the scale, for anybody who wants to put their finger on the scale, their toe on the scale, any other part of their, okay, within reason, any other part of their body. I mean, be reasonable about what part of your body you're going to put on the scale, right? But if you want to tilt the scale, you can, but you can also untilt the scale through Vox Populi. So if you're one of those unscale tilters, then just say Vox Populi after your donation. This also goes for Twitch. If you get yourself a sub to get out of the top of the hour ad break, which is actually coming up at you in 5 minutes. If you use a Twitch Prime sub, in which case you can get out of the top of the hour ad break for free, right? That's kind of a good feature. That's the best deal going right now. You no longer see the ads. You get weasels, you get animated emojis and everything else, right? You can use your Twitch Prime sub. You could also possibly be gifted a sub. And if you gift the subs, you're the one who gets to decide where the money goes, not the people that get the subs. But just make sure that if you donate to on Twitch or through bits, right, that you let me know afterwards, like where you want that money going. All right, because that's a big deal. That's a big deal. It's going to affect what we watch after. What's up, GNN? Good to see you. Good to see you. Okay, so what are we babbling? Oh my God, JP, I was trying to explain to you exactly what I was babbling about. Like, look at the poll. You got options. You can affect the stream. You can affect what we watch next. Right? We're going to do Trump, but then we're going to do something else. And it's going to depend on what people vote for. And it looks right now in shorts, people are voting for Man versus Bear because they really like Man versus Bear. And it looks like in the shorts, in the non-shorts poll, it's Mooncat Rex Evo Psych Part 2. Thankfully, nobody has selected Praise of the Shadows or Poppy and Xena, which are kind of cursed topics, but I will indulge you if you really want those. What about the Nazi solidarity rally in Israel? Or the anti-tradwife Christian nationalist... Anti-tradwife Christian... Are you talking about the panel that Owen watched, Shakespeare? Like, we could also just go ahead and watch the panel that Owen watched. We don't have to like get everything secondhand from Owen. I mean, what is this yapping about? I'm just letting you know that if you donate, you got some extra pull on this poll. If you donate, make sure to tell me. And it looks like, wait, have I missed anything yet? Oh, Lexical. Lexical donated 10 euros. And I completely missed it. Lexical, if you want to let me know where those 10 euros should go, I think that's like $11 in American money. So you've got $11 to direct towards the topic of your choice. And that is what I'm yapping about. Okay, let's finish watching this. But yeah, you can vote in the other poll, and if you donate, let me know where you want that money to go towards, and I'll put it in that category, and we'll see. And Shakespeare, what were you mentioning? Yeah, the panel. Okay, maybe we could sub something out for the panel
month by the end of June before their term ends, when they will decide on the.
Okay, that's the Supreme Court, right? So the Supreme Court kind of fucked over one of the proceedings in terms of the question of executive privilege, right? This is a constitutional question that has never been fully adjudicated. It came up during Nixon, the notion of the unitary executive, the famous phrase, if the president does it, it is not illegal by virtue of the fact that the president does it, right? I mean, like, some legal scholars have some really weird ideas about what a sitting president of the United States is allowed to do in the prosecution of his duties as the executive, right? There's even been a question of, say, the president has his opponent unalived by SEAL Team 6, right? Is there a case against that? Or is that just, yeah, he was conducting business? That was in furtherance of his presidential duties that he had his political opponent assassinated by the U.S. military, right? You know, that's a pretty extreme example, but like this, you know, essentially hasn't been adjudicated, right? So now I think it was Jack Smith that asked the Supreme Court to take a look at that early on because he knew that that could impact his case. They declined at the time to do that, and then ended up taking it up later. And they have sat on that case. They have sat on that decision ever since. Their their session, I think, ends at the end of June or something like that. But yeah, they still haven't decided on that, and that is like sort of holding that case back. That's what they're talking about there.
President's claim of immunity in that case. There's the Florida federal case on the classified documents that were taken to Mar-a-Lago after the former president's time in the White House. They're going through a whole bunch of pretrial issues on that one. The next hearing is late July. It really doesn't look like that one is close to beginning at this point, as it is sort of working through the system here. And then there's that state case in Georgia, the Fulton County election interference case. The next hearing in August is on the former president's appeal regarding the prosecutor in that case, Fani Willis, and whether she should be allowed to continue to prosecute the claims against him. So the timeline.
Oh yeah, so that's another situation. You got a situation in Georgia. This is a weird one, right? You got a prosecutor who started a relationship with somebody she was working with, right? Which doesn't, I mean, like, right, you know, like, there could be some problems with that, but one thing that doesn't really impact is something like with a trial, we'd be looking for something like conflict of interest. So, right, prosecutor does not like if Fani Willis was to fall in love with like Sebastian Gorka, let's say, or some like Trump official, right? There might be a legitimate like conflict of interest there, right? Can she proceed? Can she do her job? You know, according to like the law, given the fact that maybe she has some sympathy now for the defendant, right? That's where like conflict of interest would come into play. What's going on with Fani Willis is essentially that she, you know, is working with somebody, and they started dating, right? And it's just like it's not real anyway. Regardless of that, that is what's postponed that trial. They are now doing a trial to see if Fani Willis can continue being the prosecutor, given the fact that she was dating somebody that was on the case. And like, we thought we had this cleared up. We thought it was go, and they've, you know, brought it back into question again. So that is the Georgia election interference case.
Is stretching, right? I mean, this is the case that I think people thought, if it came, would be resolved prior to the election, and that's exactly what we're seeing here.
Let's bring in someone who worked for Mr. Trump's White House, former White House Deputy Press Secretary Hogan Gidley. Hogan, thank you for being with us. Give me your initial thoughts.
I've never met a person whose first name was Hogan. Have you, chat? This is a new one to me.
Well, someone I worked with for a long time, actually.
Like his first name is Hogan?
On the first impeachment was a man named Alan Dershowitz, who you know very well. And he said one of the things that he was most concerned about in all of these matters with Donald Trump was the venue. Donald Trump alluded to it in his comments there. You hit on some of them where he pointed out the real verdict is going to be on November 5th. Couldn't get a fair trial here. The venue was
and there's the outbreak now.
Said this is far from over. I think that's very poignant from the former president because he understands just what is at stake here. And I know Savannah.
I love how he's name dropping Alan Dershowitz. He's like, I know the Dersh. I've been to the island.
Reporter there at Court TV. I think you're even an attorney, as I recall. And for the life of me, I can't imagine any other case where you would allow a defendant to stand trial for a month, but no one would tell you what you were accused of until the last part of the closing arguments. The whole thing on its face, in my opinion, is a complete and total joke. Now, what the left has gotten in this verdict is...
So they're bringing on a Republican to try to, appeal. Like, this is it's a MSNBC special here. Oh, no, sorry, this is NBC News, but...
Exactly what they wanted. Yes, they wanted to bleed him dry financially. Yes, they wanted to keep him off the campaign trail. And they wanted to be able to call him a convict.
These are different districts, different prosecutors, right? But they all get wrapped up into they. As if Joe Biden himself, in a cigar smoke-filled room, is deciding the actions of various prosecutors around the country.
Felon. This is purely political, and you're going to see that when Joe Biden himself is going to address this from the White House, elevating this and showing some of the rampant politics around this.
Yeah, I kind of think Joe Biden probably will address this. I don't know. Is that a good idea, though? It's probably not a good idea.
Well, Hogan, just a point of correction there. Of course, the former president knows very well what the charges are against him.
There we go.
34-count indictment. But I think what you're referring to, which is a fair point, is that some of those underlying crimes that are sort of the girding and the foundation of those charges, which are clearly delineated, those were not really delineated until the final hour in closing argument. So I understand what you're saying. I just want to make sure that we're clear about that.
And how do you mount a defense if you don't know those things? Those are key to the case.
Well, there were aspects of it that came out.
Okay, so if that's grounds for an appeal, make a fucking appeal. This is the thing that drives me nuts with Trumpies, right? They'll make these legal arguments.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading.
They'll make these legal arguments to the media. If it's a legal argument, address it in court, right? If you think that there was something weird about the election that went on, take it to court. They did. They took a lot of stuff to court, and they got smacked down on all but like one of the cases, which only impacted like a few hundred votes, right? It didn't change anything. There wasn't like election determining issues in that case, right? But they want to they want to bring this to the media. They want to bring a legal argument to the media, and they want to present it to people who don't have legal understanding, who don't have legal knowledge, right? So they can just put it out there. That sounds pretty unfair. You should know what you're charged with. If you're getting charged, but they should let you know what you're charged with. All right, if that's true, if there was something like untoward that went on during the fucking trial, then that's an easy appeal for you. But guess what? They're not gonna win an appeal on it. They're not going to win an appeal on it because justice functioned kind of like normally for once, right? Normally, normally what I mean by that is like he got like scrutiny like anyone else would get scrutiny, and he got convicted, right? Normally, like somebody is rich, somebody's connected, somebody's powerful, somebody who's running for president like Donald Trump, they would find, a lot of this shit he gets out of. A lot of this shit he gets out of by virtue of who he is. But in this case, no. So yeah, this is this fucking asshole GOP operative coming here making the case to the media, and not really to the media, because they're making the case to the ignorant public out there, just to plant that in your mind of he didn't get to know what his charges were until the last hour of the trial. That sounds unfair, and it's just you're in the dark as far as what any of this stuff means.
Trial.
And that's where they want to keep you, because Trump is a con man. His whole operation is a multi-level scheme to con the American public.
Yes, and by the way, the defense did respond to them in the trial.
Just want to note, as we talk about what is happening politically here, and as Hogan has brought up, for example, President Biden, in just the last minute, he has tweeted from his campaign.
Oh, we got a tweet from President Biden.
Donald Trump out of the Oval Office at the ballot box. Now, not specifically referencing the verdict, not specifically referencing the convictions here for the former president, but interesting, Savannah and Lester, both
And chat, before you even ask, we will definitely be doing some hog watch today.
Trump and Joe Biden are saying it all comes down to November. On that, these two agree on that point.
Well, there's no question, and I think there were...
I mean, and that's the truth of the matter, right? Donald Trump's only chance at this point of escaping consequences for his actions is to win the presidency and to abuse his executive authority. That is his only chance. That is why he's running for president, all right? Don't get it twisted, because, you know, if you listen to the conservative media, you'd sometimes think that there would be no charges if he wasn't running for president, when actually the opposite is true. His chances at prolonging the court cases, his chances at deflecting, any sort of conviction, potentially like pardoning himself, right, with the federal cases, right, lie in him being elected as president. He's running for president to escape the consequences of his actions. And at this point, I'm pretty satisfied saying he is, like, that's the only way that he's going to avoid any consequences, right? There's 3 other cases coming down the wire. There could be more cases, and it's the kind of perfect storm where maybe a rich person does actually face some consequences. Now, like I said before, don't get too excited if you're here for the Schadenfreude. If you want to see Trump in an orange jumpsuit, if you want to see Trump with like freaking, handcuffs around his hand, if you want to see Trump like negotiating top bunk or bottom bunk with his cellmate, if you want to see Trump dealing with the situation in the shower, right? He's not going to get treated like a normal convict, right? Even if he does end up serving jail time, it's going to be very different from him than it is. We still live in a country where the wealthy do not actually face consequences like the rest of us, right? So, your dreams of strike back on Trump, like, they're not going to be fulfilled in maybe the way that you think they are. But there's every chance that he could get like an ankle bracelet. There's every chance that he could get some real consequences. He's already gotten like massive civil decisions against him, which are going to greatly impact his finances. That's the most that you're going to get. And realistically speaking, if he is elected president, right, he'll be able to avoid a lot of this, potentially even, whatever sentence he's given for this case, right? He could try out and see if the Supreme Court thinks that a president can pardon himself. The other thing, the other possibility, if that doesn't work, is for him to step down, and let his vice president pardon him. I guess that's was that what they did with Nixon? Yeah, not Agnew, but Gerald Ford, I think, pardoned Richard Nixon.
Partisans, people who are obviously not
giant meteor, yeah.
Of the former president, who were hoping there would be a legal resolution to what they perceive as a political problem. That, in all likelihood, is not going to happen, although we will see whether or not the Judge Marchand sees fit to give him jail time and how that might affect anything. But again, I mean, it's as extraordinary as it is. Our Constitution has very few requirements in terms of eligibility to be president. You got to be 35 years old. You have to have lived in this country for 10 years, and you have to be a natural-born citizen. And why? The founders didn't want to put a list of requirements. They wanted the voters to decide. They wanted the voters to say, this is unacceptable.
Yeah, those founding fathers are looking like real geniuses right now. I'm glad that we fucking quasi-religiously worship the founding fathers. I'm glad we were able to run these narratives where we're like, well, the founding fathers were like basically like a cross between God and Jesus and advanced civilization of aliens, and we should just they were like way smarter. Like, nobody's been smart since the founders. I don't know.
For a president, and this is fine.
You gotta pray to the holy cherry tree that George Washington chopped down, and the
that is essentially what will happen in this election in November.
What we're seeing too from the Biden campaign is this pivot to a degree, or at least a shift towards what a senior campaign official had told me just within the last 72 hours that they had wanted to do. Once this trial ends, remind people that this is in their view, a very stark and clear choice between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. And you're seeing that in this statement that is just in now from the Biden.
Okay, so Biden and his team, like I said before, cope is bad for you, all right? Whether you're a fan of Joe Biden, whether you're a fan of Donald Trump, right? You should try to avoid cope, all right? Biden's team is indulging a little bit in the cope, and this is the cope that they have. They think that the American people have not figured out that it's going to be a choice between Biden and Trump yet. And that once the conventions go off and the Democratic convention goes off and says, Joe Biden, he's our candidate, and the Republican convention goes off and says, Donald Trump, he's our candidate, the people will be like, oh shit, it's Biden and Trump? Oh yeah, well, I guess Biden. I guess, oh wow, I thought I was going to get another choice. Oh wait, RFK is an anti-vaxxer and a fucking far-right anti-Semitic weirdo? Yeah, I guess it's Biden. I guess it's Biden. Oh wait, Cornel West isn't going to win? I guess it's Biden. Oh wait, Jill Stein has no chance? I guess it's, but that's what they think. And I think that's delusional. I think that Biden's best chance of avoiding, being a one-term president is for him to take some executive actions, is for him to do stuff, for him to, because that's what people haven't seen. We've had almost 4 years of Biden, and some of the problems that came with the Trump administration that he was kind of elected to take care of are still really, fucking people over. And they want to rest their laurels on, they want to rest on the laurels that the economy's doing better, that there's low unemployment, that, inflation's starting to come down, rather than recognize that the American people are still paying incredibly high rents. The American people are still paying ridiculous prices for food and for groceries, right? It's really hard right now. It's really hard. And what's funny is that notion has not gotten through to the Biden team. If they want to not be a one-term presidency, they need to address those issues. They need to face those facts. They also need to face facts about the fact that our policy on Israel has failed, cannot continue like it is. Israel is a pariah. Israel is South Africa at this point, okay? Just like South Africa was considered under apartheid, Israel is now known as an apartheid state. The United States being buddy-buddy and, essentially giving arms that are killing civilians to Israel. That is not going to work on a foreign policy level, and that's not going to work on a domestic, on a presidential level, right? You have turned the stomachs of a good portion of your base, Biden, and you got to do something about that, right? Biden's path to not being a one-term president lies in action and action alone. That's the only thing that's going to get him out of this, right? But he's still coping. He still thinks that he can just have this easy win of like, oh yeah, Biden versus Trump. Hey, we've already decided this one. Obviously, it's Biden. Nobody likes Trump. I mean, you're giving Trump a run for his money as far as who is the most hated figure, Biden, and it's especially come from your policy on Gaza. Anyway.
Through a spokesperson, it is not from the president or the vice president, saying that today's verdict does not change the fact that the American people face a simple reality. There is still only one way to keep Donald Trump out of the Oval Office, at the ballot box. It also says that Donald Trump has always, again, from the Biden campaign, mistakenly believed he would never face consequences for breaking the law for his own personal gain. So obviously, the legal issues fold into what the Biden campaign will press as a character case against the former president. And the former president will use his legal issues, not just this one, but the other ones as well, to try to make the case that he is the one who is a victim.
Well, that's what's interesting about what Hogan Gidley said. Fair point. He feels the left and the President Biden are going to use this politically. Perhaps they will, but certainly Donald Trump has used it politically to his advantage, I might add.
He raised $360,000, as far as we can tell, from small donors on day one of this trial alone, Savannah, based on the fundraising appeals. And he's got another one out tonight from the campaign.
I don't know. I feel like there's just the media buying into another narrative, right? They're great at this, especially buying into Republican narratives. The narrative is this, right? That Trump had lost popularity, had lost steam, might even be in, facing a tough primary against DeSantis, right? That DeSantis, in a lot of ways, wants to continue along with MAGA policies, maybe even like escalate some MAGA, policies but he doesn't come with the baggage of Trump, right? And that all changed when the Democrats put democracy on trial with a rigged witch hunt against Joe Biden, even though, like, honestly, like, look, Joe Biden maybe could have influenced some of these prosecutions, maybe could have asked them to stop. Joe Biden didn't start. Joe Biden didn't suggest. Joe Biden didn't push forward any of these, any of these prosecutions. These prosecutions were going to happen, right? Maybe he could have used the power of his influence of the office to, to influence people to not carry forward with these trials. But he didn't start them, right? But Republicans have successfully inculcated this narrative in some people, and apparently including the media. I don't buy it. I do think that Trump has had like a comeback, but I think it has a lot more to do with the Republicans looking at Puddin' Ron, little Rhonda, looking at this pathetic little Jeb Bush of a man, this fucking soy beta DeSantis, and deciding that Trump is much more masculine. Trump is much more their guy. The problem, Vivek Ramaswamy, right? Racism is kind of the hurdle that he couldn't cross in terms of him meaningfully challenge. It was essentially Trump. He had a field of losers that were challenging him. That is what's brought Trump back, is the realization in the Republican Party that Trump is the viable candidate to go forward with, right? I don't think it's anything to do with like they weren't going to vote for him again. They weren't going to support him again, but then the charges came down and now they got to protect their guy. I don't think that's right. I think you're buying into a narrative.
Briefly here, where he calls himself, or the campaign calls him, a political prisoner. It's him with a raised fist here. I mean, it's begun already.
Let's go to Kelly O'Donnell, NBC senior White House correspondent. Kelly.
Yeah, it's begun already, and you're fucking helping them do it. This is what I hate about the media, right? Like I told you before, the problem with 2016 was that Trump had so many negative stories going, so many negative stories in the media at any given time, right? There was, and this was one of the ones that he was trying to stop. The Stormy Daniels story, he didn't want to get out because he thought that along with the grab him by the pussy story, that the Stormy Daniels thing might actually sink his campaign. So this hush money came up in order to keep that story quiet, right? But despite that, there was always like a million different like negative stories about Donald Trump in the press, right? This did create a perception in the right wing that the media was against him, despite the fact that it was just the media reporting the stories that were out there, right? And so how have they adapted? Well, they've basically decided that, like, we can report a negative story about Trump, but then we got to report a negative story by Biden, right? So whereas something like Hunter Biden might not have been a big deal because it is a nothing burger before, now this becomes a tempting story for the media to cover because they want to show objectivity, which is not really objectivity, right? Is, a sense of false neutrality. They want to cover one bad thing about Trump, one bad thing about Biden, one good thing about Trump, right? This is what they do. They kind of switch it up between like okay, let's take Trump's narrative here, and then we'll take Biden's narrative over here, and then we're all neutral, right? We're all neutral. And it's like, no, you're not. That's false neutrality. But yeah, the media is to blame for the Trump's presidency as much as anybody else.
Right. We know the president in recent weeks has been a little more willing to take jabs and mock Mr. Trump. We saw the tweet or the X.
Is Lexical still in chat? Lexical has $11 to decide where it goes to. Lexical, if you're out there, I saw your donation earlier. I'm sorry I don't know why it's not popping up on the like it should be popping up in the alerts, but I didn't see it. But I do see it now. So if you want me to put that, if you want to help steal the vote, or if you want to help protect the vote through Vox Populi, remember, chat, when you donate today, whether it's through Super Chat, whether it's through Super Sticker, whether you are weaseling up yourself, getting yourself a membership, whether you are gifting memberships to other people, just make sure to let me know after the donation what you want that donation going to. This goes for Twitch as well. If you're getting yourself a sub, if you're gifting subs to other people, if you are donating bits or anything else, any kind of donation, after you make it, let me know where you want it going, and you can effectively put your thumb on the scale, because right now we have nobody anywhere, so it's anyone's game. Let me go and see where we're at right now. Mooncat is wrecking the competition in the regular stream, while in the short stream, man versus bear. Wow, that's pretty equal. They're running neck and neck. Looks like man versus bear might be slightly ahead. I can't tell, Chad. It's pretty close. It's pretty damn close. And luckily, nobody's voting for the options that I really don't want to cover: the Praise of the Shadows and the Poppy and Xena. Stuff that I've had more than enough of already. Stuff that would make me quite frustrated to deal with. Those are not winning. So good on you, chat, for not selecting those options. But yeah, if you want to put your thumb on the scale, if you want to put your finger on the scale, if you want to put your toe on the scale, you can do that when you donate by just letting me know what you want your money to go towards. I'll keep track of it, and $1 generally equals one like 1 point in the vote, right? We'll make up 1% in the vote. So it's anyone's game at this point, but really Mooncat and Man versus Bear seem to be out in the lead. That could change with just one donation. So
if you will, do we expect the president to make remarks about healing, about the court system, about all the things surrounding this?
In time, that is likely, Lester, but it is just a strange moment of timing that today is the 9th anniversary of the death of Beau Biden, the president's son. He is away in Rehoboth with family, marking that day.
Shakespeare is proposing changing out the Poppy and Xena one. What do you want to change it out for? What did you have? You had I mean, look, if somebody donates and like proposes a different thing that's not on the screen, yeah, they can steal the election. You can steal the election without being on the map as far as the vote goes.
And the guidance we have had is there are no immediate plans for the president to speak on this issue. There is an expectation that the White House, in the official role, separate from the campaign, would emphasize the importance of respecting the rule of law. And inevitably, the president will be asked about the verdicts and what this will mean for the election and what it means for the country and the historical perspective in the days ahead. But right now, he is with family at their home in Delaware and focused on the loss they suffered 9 years ago. So the sort of strange twist of history, that was such a pivotal moment, the death of his son, in encouraging him to run for office in 2020. And then on the anniversary of Beau Biden's.
My God. So God really fucked us over. God really fucked us over, right? Joe Biden would have never run for president if it hadn't been for the untimely death of his, Beau Biden is his first son, right? Hunter would have never gotten the laptop from hell if it wasn't
death. To have a verdict in the New York trials of Donald Trump is just one of those strange coincidences that bring so much of this.
Delight Loves Movies says, I can't wait for the day where we don't hear about Trump anymore. I feel like that would win a vote, right? If there was a vote to just like not hear about Donald Trump, to just have Donald Trump leave the news cycle entirely, I feel like that'd be a pretty popular, like, right? If you, that's what Biden should run for on. If you're tired of hearing about Donald Trump. What? Okay, so Jules says, I voted for Biden because I thought he'd do something about the courts before Roe versus Wade got overturned. He has done nothing. Gaza was, oh God, this is the thing. It's like, right, the Democrats can do something about the courts. The Democrats have threatened to do something about the courts back in the like the New Deal era, like with FDR. But as far as actually doing that, they are so scared. They are so utterly scared, right? The Republicans like break away from precedent all the fucking time. If they hadn't, it would be a 5-4 majority for conservatives, not a 6-3 majority. They effectively stole a justice, right? I don't remember which one it was. What was it? Gorsuch? Whatever Trump's. No, it wasn't Gorsuch. Gorsuch was the last. Wait, it's a Kavanaugh, right? Kavanaugh is the stolen justice. Was Kavanaugh the first Trump nominee? Yeah, so that would have been, well, Merrick Garland, which, you know, Like, people think that Merrick Garland is some kind of like left winger or something like that. Obama picked Merrick Garland specifically as a compromise with the Republicans, as you know, somebody that was like in the center, and Merrick Garland is part of the reason why at least some of these prosecutions weren't handled more aggressively, right? If anything, the Biden administration has kind of put its foot on the brake.
Into focus about the large
through Merrick Garland.
Context. So we expect that the White House will ultimately support the rule of law.
I should put this in a different way. The Attorney General is normally separate and independent from the president. Is supposed to act independently from the president. So, you know, I guess you can't really blame that one on Biden, other than just blaming Biden for picking Merrick Garland, right? That's
support the jury's verdict. At the moment, it is the campaign that is speaking in terms of how they are responding, and again, pointing to November and the choice that Americans need to make. They have a couple of paragraphs in a statement that Hallie alluded to, talking about how this is a choice for the American people.
Kelly, let us just jump in here for a second, because I want to get outside to the courthouse. Tom Winter is our NBC News producer who was inside the courtroom as that verdict was read, and he joins us now along with our correspondent, Laura Jarrett. Tom, there is nothing like the tension in a courtroom right before a verdict is read. Tell us what it was like in there, whether the jurors looked at the former president, and any other color you can provide from the courtroom.
Sure. Well, it was really a 180 in what occurred in there, because the judge brought us in. First off, the prosecution just showed up. We did not hear the bell. It's a 1960s rotary style bell that we typically hear when the jury has something to tell the court. That's what we've been hearing over the past day or so. The prosecution comes in. All of a sudden, Donald Trump and his team come in, and the judge says, look, it's my intention here to let the jury go at 4:30.
Look, everybody else with a single Windsor on their tie. Trump is the one. Trump's the only one wearing this weird
and all 4:30 comes and goes, and we're about 5 or 6 minutes past that. He comes in and he says, well, we received a note from the jury at 4:20 saying they have reached a verdict, and they want about 30 minutes or so more to be able to go through the paperwork and go count by count and item by item. At that point, the mood in the court completely changed. You could even hear the air conditioning system in there over just a couple of keyboard strokes from reporters that were in the courtroom. Obviously, the tension built. Prior to that, the former president and his defense attorney were talking as if the day was over. They were laughing with each other, covering their mouths so that the cameras that are viewed in the overflow courtroom weren't seen. And so the focus was just kind of the day is done. And immediately the gravity of the moment struck everybody in the courtroom, prosecution and defense. And you saw a real change at the defense table, understanding that this was really it. To your point, Savannah, I noticed the jurors, and I did not see all of them coming in because of just the way that the courtroom was set up, but I did not see any of them make any eye contact with Donald Trump prior to the verdict being read. I did not see them make any eye contact with the prosecution either. At that point, the judge asked the jury foreperson, have you reached a verdict without telling me? He said yes. He stood. They handed him a handheld mic, which allowed all of us to hear what he was going to say. And then one of the courtroom staff members.
Did you see what they did though? Like, look, they're supposed to be protecting the identities of the jury, right? This isn't as big of a deal in a less high-profile case, right? Where you're not going to have a bunch of people trying to figure out who's who. But you know, at first he says the jury foreperson, right, and then uses the he pronoun, speaking about the foreperson. So, I mean, I don't think anybody's going to get doxxed on the basis of that, but.
Went count by count, all those 34 counts, which as you well know by now, were all guilty. There was not a ton of reaction within the courtroom. We had been strongly admonished by the court security officers. They didn't want any sort of outbursts of any type. Once the jury was polled, which as you know is the moment where the judge or the court asks each individual juror if what the foreperson read was accurate. They said yes, and then at that point they were let out, and there did not appear to be any sort of significant eye contact there either. And there were some jurors that, of course, over the course of a trial, as you know, are more animated than others. Some take more notes than others. But even those that were a little bit more animated, I didn't detect any sort of kind of a telling of what what the verdict would be prior to it being read. So obviously a kind of a quick turn of events, putting all of this in perspective. For years, going back to September 2019, when the Manhattan District Attorney's Office asked for Donald Trump's tax records, asked for his financial documents, the two Supreme Court battles that followed all throughout the pandemic up until the point when they got those documents, at that point there, Savannah, this case kind of moved forward slowly because there was a bit of a change here at the office. There was an election. There was a different district attorney, as you know, that came in and took office. And the plan of attack, if you will, for this investigation and case changed after that point. And eventually we got the charges that we got today. And approximately a year later, well, here we are now talking about a verdict.
I wish they'd explain this a little bit better. I'm not clear if what he's saying is that the fact that Trump's tax records were procured allowed them to go forward with an angle of attack that's different, like it's affected. It wasn't really clear from what he said.
Go from here has been so often the question involving investigations surrounding Donald Trump for the past 6-7 years or so. Today, this is kind of a big moment because we have no indication whatsoever that there is now going to be any sort of ongoing criminal jeopardy for the former president and presumptive Republican nominee going forward. None from the Manhattan District Attorney's Office, no indication that they're doing any additional work, no indication that the federal prosecutors about 2 blocks from me and the FBI 2 blocks from me is doing anything involving any sort of investigation involving the former president as it pertains or has a nexus to New York. Obviously, there's the other cases that you well know about. So it's a big moment today, a bit of a period on a number of
So yeah, I mean, if you remember back to the 2016 election, I think it was Comey that was the attorney general and was essentially tasked with looking into the allegations about Hillary Clinton and the email server. Ended up not moving on that at all, but felt compelled to make a statement, right? So this is what happens with a lot of law enforcement when it comes to an election. When you've got a figure who's under scrutiny and who is running for president, right? They don't want to be seen as political. And somehow, I guess, to just dismiss the charges for Comey would have been seen as political. So he tried to ride the fence by being like, I'll dismiss the charges, but yeah, this is really bad. Hillary's a bad lady. It's a bad, right? So that ended up actually affecting the election. That ended up actually, sort of cutting against Hillary Clinton. The attempt to appear neutral was utilized to build a narrative that there actually was something there when the whole story there was that they were not going forward with a prosecution. In general, you're going to see some of this. You're going to see a reticence to do anything that's going to rock the boat, to do anything that's going to be seen as affecting the election within close proximity of the election. That's why these charges taking so long to develop on Donald Trump and not really coming forward until like a year and a half before the next election. That's why this is so bad, because it creates this situation where justice should proceed, right? Nobody should be above the law. If somebody's violated the law, especially a presidential candidate, they should have some they should be accountable for that. But you've got like a real reticence to hold them accountable around the time of the election, because no legal body wants to be seen as putting its thumb on the scales of justice. Unlike you, who can put your thumb on the scale of justice right now. It looks like Mooncat is winning in the regular poll. It looks like in the shorts poll, we've got Man versus Bear. Man versus Bear kicking some ass, tearing some shit up. This is like a force of nature here. This Man versus Bear story that we've managed to dodge for a few days, but it's coming on strong. It's coming on strong. It's asserting its authority, right? Winning in the shorts poll. I would say that Man versus Bear looks to be overall slightly ahead. Yeah, slightly ahead of Mooncat. Now that could all change, and I'm still looking for that could all change based on your donation. So when you donate, make sure to let me know if you want your money to go to one of these potential things that we're going to watch after Trump, because we're going to watch something after Trump. And these are the options. I've also added, I think Shakespeare suggested the Christian nationalist panel. There's a panel of Christian nationalists arguing about Christian nationalism and like what form it should take, whether they want the red pill or the trad wife, or what is their this is their little community struggle is put up on YouTube for us all to see. So yeah, we could watch that. I'll put that up there. So yeah, you can put your thumb on the scale of justice if you want to. Still waiting to hear from Lexical, if Lexical is still in chat, where I should put your donation. So let me know, Lexical. You've got $11 to direct towards the topic of your choice, or even to direct towards the Vox Populi option, which is what you choose if you want the poll to remain. If you are like, the people have voted, their vote should be remain sacred, then you put your donation towards Vox Populi and thereby counteract other donations. There are not many other donations to counteract today, though. So
Allegations going back to the Michael Cohen guilty plea in federal court that surrounded all the conduct in this case. And so now we'll just have to see where those other two cases go. But as far as things go from here in his hometown, where so much of these investigations originated from or involved, including the conviction and jailing of his chief financial officer, Alan Weisselberg, and the conviction of his company, it's over.
All right,
so
Tom, on that note, let me ask you.
Obviously, those guilty pleas.
Let me ask you, we're obviously seeing the helicopter shots around the courthouse, presuming the former president has not exited yet, but we know he was required to be in court every day and certainly to be in the courthouse during the deliberations. Is he now free to return to Florida, or is he does he still have to remain in New York?
100%, Lester.
Trump's going to get indicted in Arizona. Yeah, now that's an interesting thing, because when you're talking about the state charges, whether it be Georgia or Arizona or wherever, right? He can recuse. What's the word? He can pardon himself from federal indictments, but he can't pardon himself from state indictments. So, if Trump catches state charges, those charges would have to be pardoned by the governor, I think, of those states. And Arizona, I believe, does not have a Republican, definitely does not have a Trumpy governor. Georgia might have. Georgia has a Republican governor, right?
Of the guilty plea in the proceedings today, or the guilty verdict, I should say, in the proceedings today, the prosecution said that he remains R.O.R., which is he's released on his own recognizance. There's no bail, there's no restriction, so he's certainly free to travel to Florida at the instance that he wants to, or anywhere else across the country, obviously, as he continues his campaign. So at this point, Lester, there's no restrictions on Trump. The question here going forward, and something that we're going to need to report out and get some clarity on, it was not addressed in court, is whether or not the gag order remains in place. What happens to that? Can Trump start to speak about the jurors? Can he direct his comments and obviously his Truth Social posts more pointedly at the prosecution and the judge and the people surrounding this case? That's a big question, whether or not he kind of goes on the attack. And obviously it was statements that he made that got him in a finding of contempt here, not put in jail pending this trial or during the course of it. But that's something that is a bit of a question, and perhaps a significant one, knowing how much the former president likes to talk about his particular cases, in this case in particular, whether or not he can do that and to what extent he can do that, Lester, going forward.
Tom, what about the jurors now? They're free. They've been dismissed. They've been thanked for their service. I think it was indicated the judge might chit-chat with them behind closed doors to thank them. A lot of times attorneys try to speak to the jurors. They want to learn what worked, what didn't about their cases. But they are free to remain anonymous, or they can identify themselves and do interviews, right? They're not under any further restriction from the court.
Perfectly put.
Yeah, jurors, if you're out there, remain anonymous. Remain anonymous. You do not want that kind of danger unless you can hire like a security team for yourself, unless you're living in a building that's like a, like, I don't know, like, right, you like, don't identify yourselves.
And that's exactly what the judge told them. The judge told them, look,
there's going to be MAGAs out there trying to dox these people, trying to figure out who these people are and you know, try to enact some kind of vengeance on them.
At this point to speak if you want to, not if you don't want to. He did want to talk to them afterwards, more of a process thing. He says, look, I can't talk to you about the case. I can't talk to you about how you came to your verdict, but I do want to figure out, you know, were there any sort of issues with the process, things that worked well, things that didn't work well from the point of voir dire, obviously up until the conclusion of testimony and then their ultimate verdict here today. So that's what the judge is going to focus on. The jurors, not to get too much into their security plan for obvious reasons, given the sensitivities of the case and the fact that they are anonymous. There are little details that came out in the course of their questioning that have been well reported at this point, kind of a cross-section of people that you might expect here in New York City. And so really it's up to them. They will be taken to another location. Their security is assured to that point. So it's not a situation as if they're going to come out of the courthouse, say, behind me any minute. That's not what's going to be occurring.
All right, Tom, we want to point out that we've learned that DA Bragg is going to be holding a news conference, making some remarks. We're told about.
Okay, so here we go. It looks like we got a DA news conference. This is Alvin Bragg, the district attorney, probably very happy about convicting Trump on all 34 counts. We'll see what he has to say, and then we'll see what Sam Seder has come out with a statement about what's happened. We'll see what Sam Seder has to say, and then we'll do some hogwatch after that. How does that sound? We're going to do a little hogwatch. We're going to see. There's some Trump fans that are very upset, and we got to get their opinion. It's very important.
6:30 Eastern.
Just like it's very important that I know your opinion about what content we're going to cover after we get done with the Trump stuff. Where are we at? Are we still in man versus bear territory? Mooncat is still looking like second place. Man versus bear is out in front. The fairly commanding lead. But like I said, anything could change. You can vote in the poll of the channel that you're watching this on. You can cross over. There's a short stream. There's a regular stream. You can vote in both of those because I got to tell you that because I can't stop you from voting in both of those. And some people are going to figure out that they can do that. So I might as well tell you all that that's a possibility. Just make sure when you cross over to the other stream to leave a like there as well because that helps me out. Yeah, you can vote on these. And if that's not enough for you, you can put your thumb on the scale. When you donate, whether it's through Super Chat, whether it's through Super Sticker, whether it is through getting a membership for yourself or giving the gift of weasels to other people, right? Just let me know where you want that money to go, and I will put your money in the column of your topic of choice. We've also added Christian nationalist panel on the suggestion of Shakespeare to the mix, and that's a possibility too. I've also, as always, got Fallout on there if any gaming frogs want to try to affect the outcome, and Vox Populi if you want to maintain the sacred poll, the nature, you know, whatever wins, wins, right? That's the Vox Populi.
So where are we? About 45 minutes now. We will look for that. Also want to point out July 11th is the sentencing date the judge issued a while ago. That is just a few days before the start of the Republican National Convention. So
the Alan Dershowitz reaction, that sounds tempting.
We can only imagine what that's going to be like.
And I think back to the few days before the Republican convention back in 2016. Donald Trump was just announcing his vice presidential pick, who was then, of course, Mike Pence. And I wonder, how are we going to see this collision between the politics of this? Will the Trump campaign try to do perhaps some counter-programming to that degree right before the Republican convention? We don't know yet. There's still more reporting to be done. But I think the thing that I'll be most interested to see, at least between now and maybe the next month, 6 weeks till that sentencing, is what do people say now that he has been convicted? Does the polling shift? Because right now, yes, we are seeing that some degree of people, even 6% of Trump voters, say they'd be less likely to vote for him if he were convicted. That's not a big number, but remember, this election is not going to be about big numbers. It's going to be the tiniest margin.
That's what I've been saying.
That brings me to Hogan.
So the question, were those Trump voters serious, right? Is this going to change their mind? Or are the other Trump voters going to grab a hold of them and tell them it's a rigged witch hunt? And right, because you know how this works, right? This is a large population, right? It takes, I don't know, 45%, 44%, you know, maybe with Kennedy running strong, maybe less than that, right? But you've got to get a certain percentage. You got to be to a certain level to win an election, right? And it's close. It's close. And Trump's being, like I said, Trump is ahead in the polls. Supposedly if the election went on right now and the polls are correct, Trump would win. Trump would be the next president, right? There are 6% of people, 6% of Trump voters, she says, I'd say between 3 and 6% of the population that says that they will not vote for Trump if he is convicted. The question is, do they stick with that? Do they stay with that? Or do they cross over and vote for Biden? Do they cross over and vote for Kennedy? Or do they just not vote at all? Or do they change their minds and decide that, it's all a rigged witch hunt and we're going to vote for Trump twice as hard? Any of these things are possible. Any of these things are possible.
Aide to Donald Trump in the White House. And Hogan, I'm giving you truth serum on this one because I know that the former president will know how to spin this and know how to talk about it, and we've already seen that. But if you are in your old job and you're on the campaign, how concerned are you really about this conviction going into a tightly contested presidential race?
Well, I would be concerned, Savannah. And by the way, you don't have to give me truth serum. I always bring the truth.
The idea, though, that the Trumpies are trying to sell is that his conviction is going to raise his numbers. That is something that I got to call bullshit on. That is something that is not real, right? See, here's the deal. There's people that are going to vote for Trump. There's people that like Trump. There's people that don't care if he's convicted. There's people that believe that, he's being persecuted, right? Those people are already voting for Trump, right? The people that buy that narrative, they are already counted as Trump voters. If you call them up, if you poll them, if you ask them who you're voting for, they were going to say resoundingly Donald Trump, right? Him getting convicted might make those people more angry, might make them more animated, might bring a few more of them actually to the poll than would have come otherwise, but it doesn't increase his overall numbers. It affects the people that were already on his side, right? It with maybe a marginal increase in like how excited or not. I can't predict it, right? This could dispirit his following just as easily as it could encourage them but I don't buy the idea that there's people out there that were not going to vote for Donald Trump, that were voting for Biden, that were voting for Kennedy, and they're now going to come out and vote for Trump because of this conviction. I don't buy that. That's bullshit.
So you don't have to worry about that. But let me give you some truth right now. 67% of Americans already believe these attacks on Donald Trump are politically motivated.
51% of Americans believe he's guilty. That's right now. That's before, sorry, that's not right now. That's before the conviction. That's before there was any conviction. 51% of Americans think that he did not do nothing wrong. And
59% of Americans believe Joe Biden is part of it. Okay, that tells me so many in this country aren't really concerned so much about this, although the weaponization of government is a very big issue that Republicans.
Whose ass did you pull those poll numbers out of?
Donald Trump will run on. They care about the issues that affect them every single day. And poll numbers shift and change based on information the public gathers. And so, for example, in 2020, they thought that Joe Biden would unite the country. They thought he'd be good for the economy, good for the border, good for the world. No wars would.
They didn't think it would be like if they're the border type that think that the problem is is people getting into the country rather than the problem being the immigration system itself, right? Then yeah, they weren't voting for Biden, right? If that was a priority of theirs, then those are not Biden voters. Those are Trump voters. That's his issue. He wasn't talking about it near as much in this campaign since it died in the 2020 campaign, since it had kind of died down as an issue, right? But those people that have the wall on their brain, they're not voting for Biden, right? Biden flipped on immigration recently in the last year, in the last 6 months or so, right? Strategically in order to try to defuse this issue. Would it actually work? Will it actually work? I don't think so. I don't know. But all he achieved is essentially stabbing a part of his coalition in the back.
Breakout. The exact opposite has happened. So you've seen a shift in those poll numbers, which is why Joe Biden is losing to Donald Trump in all the battleground states on all the most important issues. The same thing applies here. We'll see maybe a shift in the days and weeks following this, but as it begins to play out and settle, getting closer and closer to November, Donald Trump's right. This is where we're going to decide the next election will be on Election Day, and it'll be about the issues the American people care about. And when they can't afford gas and groceries, and when they have drugs pouring into their communities, killing our American citizens from Mexican drug cartels, and you have human trafficking and children being sold into sex slavery, wars breaking out all over the world, crime spiking, and when they do get caught, no one goes to jail. They are
What about when Trump gets caught?
Rejecting the Joe Biden policies. That's what this election is going to be about.
Okay, Hogan, I'm going to wrap you because you're getting into campaign speech territory.
No shit. What did you expect? You brought on a Trump official.
Let's stay focused, stay on the topic here. Let's go to Kristen Gibbons-Fedden, who is also an attorney. You prosecuted the Bill Cosby case. We're now looking at a sentencing date about 6 weeks away. You've got Judge Marchand, who's...
Do we have the Alvin Bragg thing?
Laid out about in the typical case, this probably wouldn't be a case where you get jail time. On the other hand, you have a defendant who has violated the gag order at least 10 times and who did not receive any kind of penalty for that. Do you think any of this is like in the swirl of what Judge Marchand might be considering?
He absolutely would consider it. Absolutely. But as Danny pointed out, the most...
Look, I don't think they have the Bragg
the real problem was the defense didn't appear to object when Justice Marchand, it seems, thought they should have.
We're looking at the motorcade, right?
Okay, so there's the motorcade. Now we're going to get a little bit of hogwatch here. Then we're going to do Sam Cedar. Then we're going to do Alvin Bragg.
Short for a former president and dealing with traffic now. Appear to be in the FDR. Makes me wonder if they're going straight to LaGuardia.
Could well be. He may want to get out of town, and he's certainly able to do that as he remains out on bond on his own recognizance. On that appeal issue, Lindsey Graham, who's of course the senator, a Trump ally, and an attorney himself, says he believes this will be reversed on appeal.
When I was talking earlier about the fact that most Republicans do not actually like Trump, but they will pretend that they like Trump, Lindsey Graham's a great example of that. Lindsey Graham ran against Trump in 2016, got essentially doxxed. Trump gave out Lindsey Graham's phone number, and he was a never Trumper for a while until he wasn't, and then he became the most dyed-in-the-wool Trump supporter. Like, Lindsey Graham is somebody who's essentially gotten bullied into supporting Trump. There are a lot of Republicans like that. This is why I say that if there is any sort of event where it is like a watershed moment, right? If there is an event where people start to abandon Trump, you're going to see more and more of those Republican elected officials abandon him as well. Right now, they're sticking to him. Right now, they're pretending to be fans of his in order to prevent themselves from getting primaried, right? But if you do see, like, if this ends up being a watershed moment, if this ends up losing him a lot of support, it'll be a snowball sort of thing. So, you'll either see like you have now, where most of the Republican Party is very supportive of Donald Trump. You'll see that flip really quickly if the Republicans sense a weakness. I don't anticipate that happening, though.
But just to be clear about that, even if it were,
J.D. Vance,
you win your appeal, you just get another trial. That's if the prosecutors choose to refile charges.
Yes, if your conviction is vacated and the case is remanded back for trial, then yes, a new trial is the next step. But sometimes appellate courts will reverse a conviction and then set the person free. It really depends on what is appealed and what the standard of review is for each ground for appeal.
All right, we want to look what's happening behind the scenes at the courthouse itself. Dasha Burns has been there. Dasha, you were with us as people were crowding in on word that there had been a decision. What's it like now?
Well, Lester, members of the public have been filtering in and out of this park over the last hour or so. People really on all sides of this issue, members of the media as well. We've seen, I think, in fact, over here, some of the folks that are on different sides of this, a supporter of the former president and someone who did believe that he should be found guilty in this case. They've gotten into some clashes, but nothing outrageous. There are police officers here. Some people certainly getting passionate, though, because this is obviously truly a historic moment. I've been talking to some of the supporters of the former president who really have echoed what we've heard from Hallie and from some of the folks in the studio, that they feel like this is only going to solidify and harden and amplify the support for the former president because they've been listening to what he's been putting out there, what his team has been putting out there. It is a pretty calm scene. I'll tell you, we did hear those cheers and those boos when we first heard the verdict, but otherwise people have been here. They've been discussing this really important moment, a few arguments, some debates, but mostly everyone is just taking in what we have just seen, what we've just experienced, and asking a lot of questions about what exactly is next here. There are more folks having sort of a debate here. This is the First Amendment rights that people are demonstrating right now. They are allowed to be here. They're allowed to make their voices heard. And again, people on all sides of this issue. We've met folks from Long Island, from New Jersey, from the Bronx, from all across the tri-state area that came here to witness all of this, Lester.
And one of the names that has loomed so large in this trial, and Michael Cohen.
Yeah.
We haven't talked about him much here this afternoon. Are we hearing from him?
We are, just in the last few minutes here. He, of course, was the prosecution's star witness, somebody who, of course, has lied and has acknowledged lying. The defense, boy, did they target him repeatedly throughout this trial, including in closing arguments, essentially saying to the jury, how can you believe anything that Michael Cohen says? This guy just doesn't tell the truth. Cohen now says today is an important...
Like, yeah, importantly, Cohen was lying for Trump, so...
And the rule of law. He says, well, it's been a difficult journey for me and my family. The truth always matters. He goes on to thank his attorneys for their advice and support. One of the things that prosecutors tried to do in their questioning of Michael Cohen was try to draw out, it seemed, try to elicit some empathy from the jurors to what Cohen has gone through. He talked a bit about how this process, testifying against the guy who used to be his boss, somebody who he says he was incredibly close to, was his so-called fixer for many years, how this has been incredibly difficult on his family, on him, on his personal life.
They justified some of his anger.
Yeah, they tried to sort of make that case to the jury. The defense obviously tried to poke holes in it, but it is notable that we're hearing from Cohen tonight.
To say he was a fraught witness is an understatement
100%.
because he had lied.
Oh my God. Like, so they mentioned a role that Cohen had as fixer. This is a role in the American political system. I feel like I have a sense of like what it is, what it's about, like what is a fixer? What does that mean? I just like, I don't know. It's sort of all encompassing. It's somebody who's connected, somebody with power. Many times, I guess, an attorney, is a good example of a fixer who just goes in and does what the candidate needs to make things work for them, right? I should look this up to get a better, broader perspective. But yeah, this is a role in American politics. It doesn't sound like something that should happen. It doesn't, frankly, sound like something that should be legal. But yeah, believe me, everybody's got a fixer. Everybody in politics has a fixer.
Repeatedly to Congress, to federal court, to prosecute.
Irene for president? Wait, who would be my fixer? Anybody in chat wanna volunteer to be my fixer? I need a fixer.
His family, to Donald Trump. He was caught on the stand acknowledging that he had stolen from his former boss. So the prosecutors were trying to rehabilitate him and say, well, yes, he was a liar, but it was always in service of Donald Trump. And now he's here to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Very interesting. By their verdict, Danny, the jury says, we believe you, Michael Cohen.
Yes, and let's take a step back. Yes, Michael Cohen had credibility issues, but prosecutors often use cooperating witnesses, and Michael Cohen was a cooperating type witness, who have much worse credibility issues. Some of these cooperating witnesses are killers. They're people who deal in guns, in drugs.
Anyway, it looks like they had to stop their coverage based on, they ran into I think there's like a 12-hour rule. Is that right? YouTube streams can only go on 12 hours?
Something, though, if we have it. Here's a poll where the majority of votes...
So anyway, the coverage is still going on. Like I told you, though, we've got Sam Cedar. We got to see what Sam Cedar has to say, if I can find Sam. And his Cedar Seeds. This guy is our plug, right? If you like Sebe Days, if you like TH Says, if you have ever felt like you might be a dinosaur, Sam Cedars your guy, right? He's got the hookup.
Should probably wait a moment or two, but Donald Trump found guilty on 34 of 34 counts of falsifying business records and
you got the Dersh
fraud. At this point, it's frankly, I'm a little bit shocked. I was not anticipating this type of total
destruction.
34 out of 34 guilty verdicts on 34 charges. Pretty nuts. And Donald Trump, the former president of the United States, and also the presumptive Republican nominee, is now a convicted felon. He will attempt to appeal, I imagine, and we'll see how he does with that. I mean, 34 out of 34. They seem to, the jury seemed to be, I'm just shocked that they came back this quickly. And you can hear people honking outside the streets in New York.
Probably a mood of elation and relief in New York City right now.
And of course, this did happen on the day that I was not on the show. So
of course, it always happens on Thursday.
Literally taking.
It's always Thursday.
2 minutes away from what's supposed to be a parent-teacher conference.
Yo, he's in his school. Oh, yo.
Sort of a bad parent, but this is big news. Everyone on the call was like, if you need to take a moment, we all need to take a moment. It's pretty amazing. So Donald Trump is a convicted felon, and I can't imagine that's going to help him in his presidential election. But
we don't know how much it's going to hurt him, right? So there's definitely some factors that we're not sure of right now. How much will this actually hurt him? And also, like, how much will Biden hurt himself, right? Because Biden is, as always, his own worst enemy.
We will obviously be talking about this tomorrow on the show.
There we have it.
I guess
left is best.
Donald Trump's, I guess the joke's about Donald Trump's orange jumpsuit clashing with his flesh. Let those
clashing? Okay.
All right, folks. I don't know how to turn this off.
He's got to figure it out, chat. He's got to figure out how to work his phone. There we go. It's like, is this button right here? Like, oh, no, not this one. You're still on, Sam. You're still on. Poor Sam. All right, here's the Dersh. Here's the Dersh. And after that, we'll do some Hogwatch.
The Dersh Show.
The Dersh Show.
Heard that Trump has been convicted of all.
Now, hopefully, I do not end up getting, like, copyright claimed by the Dersh. I don't know what his, oh my God, chat.
Counts. You all know.
I'm really taking a risk here.
In my book, Get Trump, I predicted it days before the verdict. I predicted it when the verdict came down today, but before we knew what the result was. As soon as the jurors said that they needed time to check off the boxes, it was clear to me that that meant a conviction. This is a very sad day for American justice.
Very sad day.
Added, one
very sad day.
Usual banana.
Very sad.
Public, grouping. We're up to 7 or 8 at this point. And it's a worse day for America than it actually is for Donald Trump. Don't know what the impact will be on Trump. Don't know what it'll be on his.
You thought that Sam was going to call in?
Electoral prospects. He's probably not going to get jail time. And if he does, it would be stayed pending appeal. I don't know whether the case will be reversed on appeal. Sir, I don't think it would be reversed by the appellate division. These are judges who are terrified of being perceived of as helping Trump in any way. Don't know whether or not the New York Court of Appeals.
I love being gaslit by somebody that the judiciary is primarily anti-Trump, right? Considering what's just happened to the judiciary, I love that Dershowitz is gonna fucking blow smoke up our ass like this and try to tell us, oh yeah, they're really afraid of being perceived as doing anything that helps Trump. That would be really bad for their political career. That sure wouldn't help them. I don't know. Maybe get on the Supreme Court or something like that. Come on, Dersh. Come on.
Have the ability.
The angle is a choice. It definitely is.
Consider the impact it will have on individuals.
Well, the question is,
surely,
when is this guy gonna face justice? When is this guy gonna have any kind of accountability for his activities with Epstein? Like, when is justice coming for the Dersh?
the Supreme Court wouldn't, but that's
Don Jr. is also melting down.
Wouldn't be a decision by the Supreme Court, probably before the election. This is still the weakest case I've ever seen in 60 years. The fact that the jury convicted
Agleth, thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to Miss Hire. Miss Hire, you now have weasels, and you have the good kind of weasels, the kind of weasels that actually wiggle, right? That's the one thing that's nice about Twitch. The subs cost slightly more than the memberships on YouTube, but the emotes make it worth it because they wiggle. The other thing that makes it worth it on Twitch is the fact that you get out of the ad break. Agleth also gifting to Crafty Kaiju. Crafty Kaiju, again, rewarded for being active in chat as often is the case. Agleth, thank you for the 2 gift subs. Feel free to let me know where you want me to put your donation towards as far as the topics. We've got Man versus Bear, the discourse, right? The discourse of Man versus Bear. We've got Praise of Shadows, conservative horror. This is something that's really kind of blown up recently. It's become more and more of a controversy. And we've got Mooncat. We watched the first third of the Mooncat. Mooncat's got a very long video essay. And so we're trying to watch it in parts. We watched the first third. We got the second third up for nomination. That's doing pretty well. We've also got the possibility of covering the Christian nationalist panel. If you if you like cursed content, if you want to see the cursed Christian panel, that is a possibility too. As always, Fallout New Vegas is on the table. If anybody wants to put their money behind that, if the gaming frogs want to come in and try to steal the stream, vote for Mooncat. That is $10 going to Mooncat. Lexical, if you are in chat, I think you donated earlier, and even though we didn't have the poll up at the moment, I am completely willing to let you put your $11 towards the topic of your choice. But for now, it looks like Mooncat has taken the lead. That is Mooncat taking the lead. I haven't done, like, I'm doing the math in my head. So, like, I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong. I think that Agleth's 2 gift subs just put Mooncat in the lead. So we have a new leader. Man versus Bear taking a back seat to Mooncat for now, but it's very close. So keep voting. Remember, you can also vote in the other stream. Also, if you're on Twitch, feel free to come over to YouTube, the short stream or the regular stream to vote. I would give you a vote on Twitch, except for the fact that they'll only let me open a poll for like 10 minutes, right? The Twitch polls are cursed, right? So we got to vote on YouTube, but feel free to come over and vote on YouTube. Leave a like while you're there. That helps me out a whole bunch. Also, if you're in the regular stream, you can feel free to cross over to the short stream and vote over there. If you're in the short stream, feel free to cross over to the regular stream and vote in there. Also, leave a like if you do that, just because I know that there's no way I can stop you from doing it, and some people are going to do it anyway. So I want to make sure that everybody knows that that's a possibility and you can do it. And yeah, if you donate today, just make sure after you donate to let me know where you want that money to go towards, and I'll keep track of it. And we could. Yeah, we don't have the Christian nationalist panel on the on any of the polls, but Shakespeare wanted me to consider covering that. So that's up to, Evo Psych says so. Wait, women can't do math. Yo, they got me. Oh my God, is Evo Psych proven correctly? Or would they, oh no, I don't even want to know how Evo Psych grokks trans women. But I'm guessing it's not good. Anyway.
Based on false instructions, wrong instructions, based on the jurors having been between 85 and 90% picked from a veneer that hates Trump and doesn't want him to be president.
A veneer? Picked from a veneer. What is bro yapping about? What does that mean? Picked from a veneer. What does that even mean?
The fact that the jury convicted doesn't make this.
I mean, I think what he's trying to say is that the district you know, that they're in is one that is like Trump said 5% voted for him. I don't know if he's exaggerating. I don't know if that's real, but maybe.
Stronger or any better. I was recently just 15 minutes ago on with the Times of London, and they were saying, well, doesn't the fact that the jury convicted prove that it was a strong case? No, it proves that it was a case that was brought in a jurisdiction where a conviction was almost assuredly guaranteed. In the South, when they...
But here's what you're saying. You're counting on the idea that somebody that's you expect them to choose a jury where at least one of those people is a Trump cultist, right? That's what he considers fair. He considers fair a situation in which one jury member can essentially annul the choice of the rest of the case. And since they don't got that, which I swear to God, they do, like, it does seem like they got one Trump fan in there, but this case was just so slam dunk, so open and shut. And, you know, it makes it a situation where there's actually peer pressure on the jury members, even the ones that would, you know, would be reticent to, you know, convict him, to, you know, unless they can make the case of like, here's why I don't think he's guilty, which, you know, good luck with that, right? I don't know. This is just more cope from the Dersh.
People improperly with an all-white jury, or acquitted white people improperly with an all-white jury. That didn't mean that those convictions were correct. It just meant that the jury didn't reflect the values of our country. It reflected the values of a particular region of the country. In this case, the region is a liberal region, New York. In the southern cases, the region was the conservative region of the South. But juries are imperfect, and juries represent the biases of individuals. We do live in the age of Trump syndrome, of
Trump derangement syndrome.
Can't not talk rational.
Why don't we talk about the real Trump derangement syndrome, which is what happens when you fall into his cult? When your church or your family or your community is so immersed in Trump that you just get inculcated with these narratives, right?
About Donald
The
Trump.
real Trump derangement syndrome.
Any more than they can talk rationally about Israel or about some other subjects. Trump is the most divisive person we've had in politics.
And whose fault is that? Whose fault is that?
Since the Civil War. And it's not surprising that a jury would come back after, what was it, 10 hours or so of deliberation, guilty on all counts for crimes that, after 60 years of experience as a criminal lawyer, I still don't understand.
There's people in the chat that are saying stock market crush tomorrow. I think they mean crash. Are these bots? I don't know if misspelling, if saying crush instead of crash makes you more likely to be a bot, makes you more likely to be part of a Russian troll farm. I don't know. What does this indicate? The fact that it says stock market crush. But yeah, essentially predicting that the stock market will crash because Trump is somehow better for the economy and Biden spells doom. I don't know.
You can resurrect a statute of limitation barred misdemeanor and turn it into a viable felony because maybe Trump thought when somebody signed a bookkeeping entry from a menu that the appropriate listing was legal expenses rather than...
Oh yeah, I'm sure it was a mistake. I'm sure it was a mistake.
Reimbursement for...
What an asshole. What a fucking...
How you can then turn that into a felony by saying, but at the time that somebody else did it, he must have intended to commit another crime. This was a foreordained verdict. And I very much worry about what this is going to mean for America.
Oh my God, chat. Oh my God.
Local prosecutors in red states and red cities of red states to bring fake charges against Democrats, against people running for president, against their, in this case, his son maybe, and against people running for other office, senators, congressmen. This is the opening battle in a war of courts, a war in which will be fought not at ballot boxes as much as in jury boxes. And so it's an extraordinarily dangerous development for America. As I said, it's worse for America than it is perhaps for Donald Trump. This may help Donald Trump get elected. Nobody knows. There are certainly going to be people out there who are going to say, "Oh my God, I wasn't going to vote for Trump," but the way he has been.
Thomas Jerome Newton super chatted. Start buying stonks in Candy Crush. I mean, that is, wait, was that what's going on with the Candy Crush? This is like what the cops are playing? Like you used to be one of the most significant, impactful lawyers in the country. Yeah, you know, like I remember my, wait, he was the part of the OJ defense team, right? Oh my God, chat, I'm sorry. I'm like putting up Vriska. I gotta go grab myself another bowl of food, but I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna leave you with Vriska and the Dersh. That's like a great combination. There we go, Vriska and Dersh. I'll be back really quickly.
The justice system has gotten him, dealt with him, get Trump. I'm going to have to vote, register a protest vote. There'll probably be some who have the opposite view. Oh, he's been convicted of a felony. Can we really vote for a convicted felon? No, I think this has an undetermined implication for Donald Trump, but a terrible implication for America. This was not a well-tried case by the defense. They, I think, waived lots of issues that they could have made more of. The examinations were not what I would expect in a first-rate case. Trump has had a lot of trouble getting good lawyers, and I think he had to settle in this case for somebody who was nice to him, but who was relatively inexperienced in cases of this kind. So this is the beginning of a very, very dangerous trail. Where it ends up, nobody knows. Will it result in more prosecutions of this kind? I don't know. Already we saw after Trump was impeached, the Republicans try to get even by impeaching Mayorkas, an unconstitutional impeachment, both of them unconstitutional, but two unconstitutional wrongs don't make a constitutional right. They just make two wrongs. And the case here too will be dissected by legal scholars. If there are any legal scholars left who are sufficiently objective to be able to scrutinize this conviction honestly and neutrally. I have my doubts about that. But when the verdict came in, people cheered for either side. It was a little bit like the O.J. Simpson case. I remember that very vividly, where you had African Americans, not all, but many, cheering the verdict of acquittal, and many white people, not all, but many, bemoaning it. Here, you have a similar reaction.
That's so racist.
Not necessarily along racial or ethnic lines, but along partisan political lines. You have Trump supporters who are outraged by the verdict, and you have Biden supporters who support it. And then you have me, a Biden supporter. I voted for him in the last election. Don't know who
Did you?
in this election, but I've never voted for Donald Trump. Who was outraged by this verdict, was outraged by the charges, even if there had been an acquittal.
Okay, what the fuck? This guy has basically been a Trump surrogate. How the hell is he claiming? I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's how he, claims. That's how he tries to claim. Sounds like a fly got caught in that curtain on the background. Sounds like a fly. Wait, Thomas Jerome Newton, I didn't hear where you wanted to what you wanted to support in terms of stocks and Candy Crush. Do you want to wait. Oh God. There we go. So yeah, there's our options. Man versus Bear. I should probably look and see what's winning right now. We're going to cover something after Trump, right? And I need your help in deciding what to do it. You can vote on YouTube in either the Shorts channel or the regular channel. Right now, Mooncat is winning on the regular channel. Man versus Bear is tearing up the the competition in the shorts channel. And in the terms of what's got money behind it, it's Mooncat. So Mooncat, even though I would say that, like, as far as the votes alone, Man versus Bear would be kind of ahead. That's $10 towards Mooncat and no money towards anything else, including Vox Populi. So essentially, that effectively overturns the results. So, but the question is, Thomas Jerome, what do you want your super chat going to? Praise of Shadows. Okay, Praise of Shadows is getting, I think it's 250. If my conversion is correct. Which Praise of Shadows is in third place on the regular poll and in also third place on the shorts poll. But now it's got 2.5% added to it.
Been outraged. The very fact that somebody is brought to trial on offenses of this kind is diminishes our legal system considerably. And so a very sad day for America, a very sad day for our system of justice. We're not Stalin's Soviet Union. We're not.
We are now.
Nazi
Get ready for the gulags.
We're not Pinochet. We're not. But we're.
I'm surprised you think Pinochet is a bad thing.
We're not Iraq, but we're close to some of the countries in South America where one dictator once said, "For my friends, everything. For my enemies, the law." And that's what we're going to see. We're going to see now the beginning. We've already seen it a little, but this is the low point, the initial low point. It will get lower, but this is the low point where you have a man running for president of the United States and being charged with non-crimes and being convicted.
Being charged with non-crimes? Then they shouldn't have a... If they're non-crimes, then he should be okay.
Trump be president. And of course, the judge said, "Oh, well, don't let personal views impact your decision." He didn't say don't let political views. He said don't let personal views. He didn't say anything about if you don't want him to be president. Even so, that wouldn't have a big impact on the jury. Juries decide what they're going to decide, and they decided this pretty quickly. There were some questions, to be sure. People wanted to go over the testimony, but the testimony that convicted him was testimony by Michael Cohen. And boy,
not just Michael Cohen.
Any of the jurors have bought a used car from Michael Cohen?
I mean, Michael Cohen is a...
But send a man to conviction and possible jail. I don't think he's going to jail, but a possible imprisonment based on...
Why do you think he's not going to jail, though?
Cohen, they were willing to do that.
Like, it's like he knows. He knows that... Look, he's just lying. He knows that Trump is not going to get justice. Trump is not going to be held accountable. Like, I just don't understand him trying to say, like, I'm a Biden voter myself. Oh, this is like some Tim Pool level shit.
Way. The evidence in this case was such that if you wanted to come out for an acquittal, you can find so many flaws and holes in the case that you can find reasonable doubt and acquittal. If you wanted to come out for a conviction, well, then you have to believe Michael Cohen. There's no way around believing Michael Cohen and getting a conviction. Only Michael Cohen testified as to...
No, it's believing Michael Cohen versus believing Trump, right? Come on, don't act like Michael Cohen's the only sussy baka in this case.
What Donald Trump's mental state was, and whether he knew that the bookkeeping entry would be legal or retainer expenses rather than reimbursement for a non-disclosure agreement. That's the only testimony. There's no corroboration of that. And the prosecutor misled the jury. There'll be a strong appeal. I'm sure that Trump will find himself a pretty good appellate lawyer. If he calls me, I'm not going to take the case, but I could recommend some very, very good appellate lawyers and who could do as good a job as possible on this case, a far better job than was done by the trial lawyers in this case. But that doesn't guarantee a reversal. Do you know what the percentage of convictions, criminal convictions that are appealed are reversed? far fewer than 10%. In some jurisdictions, far fewer than 5%. In some jurisdictions, in the area of 1 or 2%. Obviously, when you're the presidential candidate, the odds change. They may get higher, they may get lower. But there is absolutely no guarantee.
It gets higher. Come on.
This conviction, although it should.
This guy's gaslighting us so hard.
Obviously, there are so many errors in this case. Just to start with the most obvious one, prosecutor argued to the jury that it is a fact, not the law. It is a fact that paying of the hush money constituted an illegal campaign contribution. If it was a fact, then the judge had no authority to exclude an expert witness who would have testified to a different fact, who would have said, no, as a matter of fact, there was no.
Thomas Jerome Newton super chatted, the CIA loved Pinochet more than they love Orange Man.
Crime committed here. The judge said, no, but it's not a question of fact, it's a question of law. And I'll decide that, but he allowed the prosecutor.
And Thomas Jerome, I'm assuming that you want your money to go towards Praise of Shadows again? Yeah, this is a really strange one. This is a video about conservative horror movies, right? Horror movies that have a conservative leaning. Praise of Shadows is a, I guess, kind of lefty leaning, like horror tuber. Let me make sure I'm saying that correctly, so I'm not misunderstood. Horror tuber, and you know, has had some controversial takes on films like Wes Craven's Hills Have Eyes in the past, and it's just really caused like all kinds of controversy by not only you know, with this one, he's talking about some conservative like horror movies, but like just ends up in the last half of the video just bringing up some kind of starting some drama with like a whole bunch of big commentary channels. So, I mean, I guess we can take a look at that if that ends up winning. Looks like Praise of Shadows is in third place in one poll. It's in third place in two polls. Okay, so it's in third place right now. It's got $5 behind it. It's got a chance. Really, the front runners at this point is Man vs. Bear and Mooncat. Mooncat is ahead right now, but that could all change depending on your vote. So keep voting. Keep voting, and remember you can cross over and vote in the shorts or in the non-shorts chat if you want to. And you know, if you feel the need to put your thumb on the scale, if you want to affect those results more than just voting, when you donate, let me know where you want your money going to, including possibly Vox Populi, which is just you saying like, I want the poll to win. I want whatever wins in the poll to win in real life. So that's like the stop the steal option, so to speak, is Vox Populi. So you can also say Vox Populi. You could also say Fallout New Vegas if the gaming frogs ever want to come by and try to steal a stream from the commentary frogs. That's a possibility too.
To say it's a question of fact, that in and of itself is a reversible error. There are so many other reversible errors in this case. That doesn't mean there'll be a reversal. This case is different.
It looks like there's a decent amount of people in Dershowitz's chat that are kind of pack watching. Like I mean, there's definitely some conservatives in here, but some people seem to have come in to dunk on Dershowitz.
Wendell Holmes once said that hard cases make.
Stormy gave him hell. Wait, what just happened?
Bad law. Political cases also make bad law.
Are these not showing up now?
A political case. And so this being
Soul Life,
an improvised, a short response.
Thank you for the gifted membership to Matt Torrance.
To a dramatic event that I've been talking about for a long time. I wanted to get it on the air so that people can respond. I'm not going to read any letters today. You can write me letters, however. And on the next show, whether it be tomorrow or next Monday, I will read your letters and get your reactions to what happened here today. But you have my reaction, and my reaction is not this.
You were donated and you missed it? Wait, what? No, I mean, like, I see it definitely played. Oh, you were watching short chats and it came. Wait, you should have seen it on. Oh, oh my God, Soul Life, you just made me realize something. Ah, I didn't realize that. Like our Wait, that doesn't make sense. The communist invading radicals things. Maybe it's just this particular. Maybe it's just this particular vertical chat that doesn't have it. Anyway, I'm gonna fix that thanks to Soul Life.
Appointment because I didn't expect any different result from this. If you want to read about why I think this case was predetermined to result in a conviction, read my book, Get Trump. You can't get it in bookstores because liberal bookstores won't sell a book.
They won't get it.
You can get it on Amazon. And
but remember, folks, he supports Biden. He's a Biden voter.
The discussion of this particular case is relevant to your consideration and predicted what would happen. And when people are saying, well, obviously this is a strong case, the jury convicted, they're just wrong. It's a weak case, yet the jury convicted. That makes the case even worse from a point of view of its impact on the rule of law. So 7 bananas, maybe 8 bananas. I'll take your votes on how many bananas we get. We're not going to get up to 10 yet. 10 is...
What is his bananas thing?
Political enemies and gulags. We're not
there. If you're a banana republic, I got it. So he's trying to say, yeah, if Trump gets, if Trump actually faces justice, if any rich person faces justice, remember, this is the guy that got O.J. Simpson off. This is the guy that got O.J. He was part of the defense team on O.J. Simpson. So, yeah, he's trying to say if rich people actually face justice, we're a banana republic because your wealth and your influence should protect you from that sort of thing. If it doesn't, then you're living in a bad government. Anyway, Soul Life, let me give you the sound at the very least. That's what you missed. That's what you missed. That's what everybody in the regular stream heard. But apparently it did not go through on shorts. But I got that fixed now, thanks to Soul Life. Thank you for letting me know that that was not in that particular shorts scene. Now it is.
There, but we're not there at this point. But it's bad enough. It's bad enough. And this is really the first time in American history that the criminal justice system has been abused in so great a manner against the man running for
against Father Teresa.
And the abuse occurred by
Father Teresa, free Father Teresa,
who got Trump, was an elected district attorney, Alvin Bragg. He's celebrating. He should be celebrating because a lot of people think he should have been disbarred for bringing this case, or disciplined at least. He's not going to be because he's won the case, at least for now. And the sad part is that the victory may sustain itself because it's going to be very hard to get a reversal of the conviction in the appellate division. Hard to get a reversal.
What are you fucking worried about, though? If like Trump's running so he doesn't have to face justice. Look, if he's going to get convicted on something, right? Even if he didn't get convicted on this, even if you throw this case out somehow, right? Which I don't think you would, because I disagree with him. I think it's not only is a strong case, it is an open and shut case. That is why the Trump team is trying to try this case in the court of public opinion, because they lost in the real court. They lost with the real jury, including like at least one person who seemed to be a pretty big Trump fan themselves, right? You even had them voting to, yeah, I mean, I don't know what I'm going to say. I guess he's guilty, right? You know, it's a very strong case. There is no counter case, right? This is an open and shut, obvious thing that he did to interfere with the election. Now, I don't think this is the most egregious way that he interfered with the election. I think that the Georgia and potentially an Arizona case, represent a greater interference with the election, a more dangerous precedent for losing candidates to set, right? But, just like Al Capone went down for tax fraud rather than any of the other things that Al Capone probably did, Trump, they did get Trump on this rather than any of the other things that they might have gotten Trump on. It's just, this is cope.
In the New York Court of Appeals, though possible, very possible to get a reversal. If the Supreme Court were to take the case, the Supreme Court takes, 2% of cases, probably fewer than 1% of just criminal cases. So the likelihood of a Supreme Court review here is slight, and the likelihood of having the Supreme Court reverse the conviction before
So what is this other thing? This is Gokunaru coming out as nofap? God damn.
Is virtually non-existent. So sad day for America. We'll recover. We're a strong country. Our Constitution will survive.
Yo, I think we'll be okay without Trump.
But the Constitution and the rule of law has been weakened considerably today. So I appreciate your tuning in on this extra special
Trump equals prison
account of the Der Show.
The Der Show.
We'll be back soon with the next version of the Der Show, and at that point we'll take your letters. So please.
And it'll be just as boring as this time. Okay, we wasted time on this guy. Apparently, wait, Cohen spoke. Alan Bragg spoke. I don't know if we want to. Oh my God, how long has this been going? For just like an hour or so. So this is kind of where we left off.
In his New York criminal trial on charges that he lied on business records to cover up hush money payments to a former adult film star who claims the two had an affair. Mr. Trump has always denied that. Prosecutors say it was to hide an underlying crime. That crime was related to...
Oh, wait, Soul Life. I almost forgot to ask you, what do you want your donation money going towards, right? You donated a sub to somebody? Where do you want, what content do you want me to put that towards? Or you can say Vox Populi.
The former president, in just the last hour, maintaining his innocence, saying it is up to the voters to decide on November 5th. His sentencing, though, now on July 11th, and that is just 4 days before the Republican National Convention. We are seeing protesters right now in Manhattan, about a block from the courthouse, and we're also seeing a lot of banners saying that Trump is guilty. More of those types of banners, not a lot of pro-Trump protesters in Manhattan, perhaps not a surprise. We're also expecting to see Manhattan DA attorney Alvin Bragg about 30 minutes from now.
Also, Lexical, if you're in chat, you've got money that you can direct any way that you want to.
When he's out with his reaction,
you got $11 to direct
to the verdict. We want to bring you that live. In the meantime, we have an awful lot happening now. A huge team outside court and here in the studio. Legal analysts, political pros, all of them here to break it down. Rahima Ellis, Yasmin Vasugian, and Lisa Rubin. Let's begin there, outside the court. And Lisa, you were inside the courtroom today.
I really want to watch some Hogwatch. Wait. Can we just, we can watch this whenever, but like, let's see some Hogwatch. Oh, here we go. Here's some Hogwatch. This is gonna be so good, chat. This is the best part of this day, is the Trump fans' reaction to the verdict.
If they convict him, holy shit, he was found guilty. Holy fucking.
This is them finding out. This is them finding out.
Motherfuckers! You suck! You suck! There is no justice in this country! Guilty! Not guilty! He's not guilty! You pieces of shit! Why?
I've got it turned way down, chat, because they're yelling really loud.
You're fucking corrupt!
That'll get them. Tell them to eat shit and die. Yeah, there you go.
Your kids are all fucking dead.
Wait, he's saying your kids are all dead? Wait, is that a threat? What is that supposed to be?
I found guilty! They're all fucking dead. Yeah.
I don't know if that's a threat or if he's saying that, like, Biden's gonna start World War III. Either way, it's unhinged.
There's no justice in this country. It's all corruption. It's all fucking corruption. I have a message for you.
Oh my God, this is so good. This is so good.
I'm fucking pissed. Fuck you and fuck Joe Biden. Fuck Joe Biden. All I know is this. Fuckers. Fuckers. Yeah.
Guilty on a whole nother animal and a whole new way.
It's a lynching. It's a lynching. It's political interference.
It's
fuck you.
over.
There's no justice in this country.
It's over.
How do you feel?
Corruption.
Tell me your reaction.
I'm shocked. I don't want to believe it.
Wait, what is going on there? That's a Trump. That's a Trump visor. God, I've never seen this before. What the visor? Like, is this an old raver? What's going on here, chat? Can somebody explain to me the Trump visor? I didn't think that was allowed. Like, what is going on here? His hair is, this is a visor, right? Or did he just cut the top of the hat off for no reason?
That's unbelievable.
What's going on with his hat?
What do you think about the fact that they're doing this to Donald Trump? The judge means that they could do this to all of us.
1776, baby.
1776, baby.
I'm fucking
No, you're not. Calm down.
No, I'm not.
No, it's okay. We'll just have a revolution. It'll be fine. We'll just do January 6th again. That worked really well last time.
Is one of us. He's one of us. And now they have only made.
Yo, Trump, they're saying you're one of us. One of us.
The poll numbers go higher.
Trump doesn't think he's one of them. Trump doesn't want to be one of them.
Guarantee that's what you're going to see coming next. The polls are going up. Donald Trump is going to win even harder. He's
going to win even harder. Yeah, the people that voted were going to vote for him before. Now they're going to vote for him twice, so his poll numbers will double. That's what's going to happen, right?
Bring in
yeah. They're going to bring in Michelle Obama. Oh no, God, we got to get transvestigatory here. Chat.
But now they're a freaking communist invading.
They're transvestigating the former First Lady. That's what, when they say Big Mike, right? That's like the idea. That's the conspiracy. They got so many. This all started. The Trump campaign all started with the idea that maybe Obama was actually born in Kenya, and so he's not legally allowed to run for president. It started on Cope. It's finishing on Cope. It started on Cope. It's finishing on Cope. And the Cope now is that, like, Michelle Obama can't run for president because she's trans. I don't know. I don't think she's going to. I think they're going to stick with Biden, despite the fact that, like, he is dragging down the ticket, right, chat? Like I said, if you look at Biden's numbers versus the generic Democratic ballot, right? Generic Democrats doing better. So you're almost in a situation where a Democrat with no name recognition, just based on the fact that they're not Donald Trump, would win, would do better than Biden is doing. Biden is really, through his own decisions, his own policies, has really dragged down his own campaign.
To try and fix things.
And this is scary because we've seen this happen before, Biden being his own worst enemy, just like Hillary was her own worst enemy.
That's not going to work either. The numbers are going to go so high for Trump right now that it's over for
Cope.
Biden. It's over for the Democrats.
Cope.
Fuck you, Judge Juan. Fuck you. There is no justice in this country. We want a democracy. This is America. You railroaded this man. He committed no crimes.
I mean, he definitely got railed.
I'm mad as hell, as they say. I'm mad as hell.
And are you not going to take it anymore?
Let's take to the fucking streets. I'm pissed.
Yeah, take the streets. Good luck with that.
Good. Let's block traffic. Corruption.
Good luck with that. Go ahead and try.
He committed no crimes.
You are coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing. Yes, you're coping and seething. The truth is scalding, and now you are molding and coping so hard.
Dingus Gambit.
Cheers, my dude. Love ya. No homo.
Thanks, Tipster. Thank you so much for that. That was so good. Natalie, thank you for sending this to me. This is really good. Wait, does this person maybe have more? Is there more where that came from? Oh, please let us see. Oh, yeah, here we go. We got more.
Kill the guy next. I'm done.
No!
Just get him that fucker out of here.
Wait.
Fuck him.
Oh, wait, okay, so I disavow. I gotta disavow that. I don't know what. Trump supporters react outside of the... What's going on here?
You just killed our country. You just
They're fuckers! Piece of shit! The judge is a piece of shit! The Jesus James is a piece of shit!
They just killed our country. You just fucking let them.
What is bro wearing? Is he in a wizard robe? Is bro in a wizard robe? Is he like a 13 level paladin or something? What's going on? What's up with his robe? Is he a druid?
You're all owned by China!
You're all owned by China! It's China! Alvin Bragg.
Mr. Rodriguez, Officer Dillon is rolling in his fucking grave. Officer Dillon is rolling in his motherfucking grave. Wait until we start spitting on you like Columbia University. You just fucking wait.
Trump! Motherfuckers!
This guy, can you imagine if this was your dad?
Only man that ever stood up for me in my fucking life.
Yo, these guys are so good. I love these guys. These guys are great.
Man that ever stood up for me in my fucking life. Donald fucking Trump.
Fucking Obama!
He's crying for Trump. Also, what is he wearing?
Yo, that motherfucker just won the election, I'll tell you.
Is he a dark wizard?
Fuck Joe Biden.
Not guilty.
I hope the country doesn't burn down.
Not guilty.
I hope that we can find a way to love each other and to make right this fucking this prostitution.
Yeah, we'll just let you win the election even when Trump loses it. We'll just like be like, put Trump in there. That'll be like, it's like, all right, well, you convicted him, but he gets to be president so he can pardon himself. So he can destroy the legal system even more than he already has. Oh my god. All right, this is good. This is good stuff. This is so good. What else do we have? Oh my god, we might be done with. No, we got more. We got more. Little kids chanting, "Let's go, Brandon," as the car, as the Trump. What's this? He's saying, they're saying, "Let's go, Brandon." Okay, I don't know what that is about. What's going on here?
Come back out.
I think that's like the same thing. Okay.
Guilty.
Down 22.
Guilty.
Down 23.
Guilty.
Down 24.
Guilty.
Down 25.
Guilty.
Down 26.
Guilty.
Down 27.
Guilty.
Down 28.
Guilty.
Down 29.
Guilty.
Down 30.
Guilty.
Down 31.
Guilty.
Down 32.
Guilty.
Down 33.
Guilty.
Down 34.
Okay, so a festive mood on the anti-Trump sign of the protest lines today in Manhattan.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
A lot of people out here to pack watch. A lot of people to smoke that Trump pack. All right, what's this?
Congratulations, Trump just won the election.
Trump just was convicted guilty, and he just won the 2024 election. Fucking congratulations, Donald Trump. New York City.
Congratulations, Donald. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Trump.
Congratulations. This is like the scene from Evangelion.
Not guilty. Not guilty. Not guilty. Not guilty. Not guilty. Trump.
He's not gonna pick you. Nobody's getting a limo ride. Is that him in there? Is that him? I can't tell. I can barely see. Is that him? Is that Trump? That's Trump. That's Trump. There he goes.
My fucking life.
Through and through.
Donald fucking Trump.
Fucking Obama. Fuck Obama. Fuck Obama.
Yo, that motherfucker just won the election, I'll tell you that much. Fuck Joe Biden.
Not guilty.
I hope the country doesn't burn down.
Not guilty.
I mean, you can tell that he isn't really, who's this?
Fucking kill the guy next.
No! Stop saying this shit. What the fuck, dude? I do not endorse that. What is this, a Ukrainian flag? Okay, this guy's cringe too. This guy's cringe too. What the fuck?
I think it's time for dancing in the streets. Dancing in the streets.
Trump is not above the law. No one is above the law. Trump is not above.
We got some cop watch here. Some cop watch. What's going on there? These two guys are stars now. I hope you know. We just made you famous. You're famous now.
Biden,
violence.
not happening.
Just
Oh, we got a debate. We got a debate.
But just take it slow.
Right.
We got a whole year.
Right.
This is all bullshit.
You're right.
Oh, it's not a debate. They agree.
We got a whole campaign, and Biden will not be the nominee. I guarantee you. Michelle Obama is.
They're calling it, chat. Michelle Obama is going to be the replacement. The actual great replacement is going to be replacing Biden with Michelle Obama. That's
Because you cannot replace a black woman with anything other than a black woman.
Exactly. Not only that, this is why we have an early debate, the most early debate, so they can show the world how horrible Biden is. Michelle jumps in, tries to.
so that's their theory, that Biden agreed to the debate because he wants to show the world how horrible he is at debate, and then he's gonna be replaced with Michelle Obama.
Save the democracy.
Fuck Michelle
That's
Obama.
exactly what's
Fuck
going to
Michelle
happen.
Obama.
Okay?
Fucking Nazi.
That's what's happening. That's what's happening. Trust me. So I want you to have patience. But listen.
Have patience. Trust the plan. Trust the plan. Remember how well that worked when you trusted the plan? Just remember, where we go one, we go all. QAnon.
Go where you belong. Yeah.
Oh my God, that's like violent. That's. What is he wearing? Seriously, that's a clown suit. Is that a clown suit? Why is bro wearing a clown suit? I mean, this is appropriate, but oh, I get it, because it's sort of like a judge robe and it's sort of like a clown suit. And I think the message is that the judge is a clown. I think they're trying to say the judge is a clown.
Get the fuck out of here.
You gonna vote for a traitor?
Get the fuck out of here. Faggot. You're the faggot. You're the faggot.
Oh my God, nope, we can't say words like that. Those words are not in the Bible.
No, it better be innocent. It better be fucking innocent. We're gonna go inside the courthouse. We're gonna tear it apart. Fuck you. Fuck you.
No crime, nothing. There is nothing.
Fuck. No
There's
crime.
nothing.
There's no crime.
What is the crime?
No crime committed.
Yeah.
Fuck you. It better be innocent.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the verdict.
Okay, so I think we've gotten far enough down to where we are like.
It better be. No, it better be innocent. It better be.
This is before the conviction.
Inside the courthouse. We're gonna tear it apart. Fuck you. Fuck you.
No crime, nothing. There is nothing.
Fuck. No
There's
crime.
nothing.
There's no crime.
What is the crime?
No crime.
Where's the crime? I don't see a crime. Interfering with the election, paying hush money to a porn star to keep your election campaign on track? No, that's totally on the up and up. Paying your fucking lawyer pretend fees so that he can pay off the porn star. That is totally cool. That is totally okay.
I'm waiting for the verdict. It better be innocent.
There is nothing.
Motherfucker, John.
Oh, here he is before. Oh, wow. Wow. What is this supposed... Oh, shit. Wait, what is this costume? What is this supposed to be? What are... What? What is even going on here, chat? Do you see this? Can somebody tell me? That's 1,000 messages. Wow. It took us that long to get to 1,000 messages. Praise Ronald McDonald, our Lord and Savior. No, I mean, I don't know. We're on 1,000 messages. Yay. They want so hard for another January 6th to get red-faced and yeah. It's the is that a Nephilim? Are they portraying a Nephilim? This is Nephilim. We have a Nephilim sighting. Yeah, I think he only, yeah. Well, Bad Ash, I mean, I guess maybe that person was gay. The person that said that word, I'm assuming, you know. But even then, you shouldn't say it as a pejorative. You shouldn't say the F slur, even if you are gay or you've been called that. You shouldn't use it as a way to put people down, right? That's not how reclamation works. People don't seem to understand. Is he he's got to be a Nephilim. I think so many Dylan Burns enjoyers in one place. Really? I haven't caught the demon people. All those white dudes are retaining their semen for election day. Oh my God. Shakespeare, you're making me want to like check in on Gokunaru. Should we check on one in chat if you want me to check in on Gokunaru? I'm just worried that Gokunaru's not all right. Right? When people start to do nofap, it makes me worry about them. I get worried. I know I shouldn't worry. I know that Gokunaru is an adult. Gokunaru can make the choices that he wants to, but I'm worried. He's got to be a Nephilim. Yeah, drugs running for 2024? I might have to vote for drugs. I don't know. I'm gonna vote for drugs in a second here. He's so not innocent. Yeah, like the thing about Trump is like he's guilty of like a million things that he's never even gonna come to trial. Yeah, or Kamala. People have talked about Kamala too. The problem though is that Kamala, when you look at Kamala's numbers, they're actually even worse than Biden's, right? So that's, I think, where the Michelle Obama thing comes in. Face eating Panthers 2024. That could be the winning party. The ads came in and ripped you away. I'm sorry. Even in the shorts chat, y'all are getting ads. Look, luckily on YouTube, the ads are skippable, as opposed to Twitch, where you have the top of the hour ad break, where every hour on the hour, you get served, like much like, Trump got served for these charges. You get served with a 3-minute unskippable ad break, and I got no control about what's in that, right? All I can tell you, it's probably more than just one ad, and it's not skippable, and it might even be the same ad like more than once, right? So if you want to get out of that business, there's several ways to go about it. One of them is to use your Twitch Prime. If you have Prime, you've got a free sub to give on Twitch to the streamer of your choice. If that happens to be me, you will no longer see ads in my chat. You can also pay $5 to Twitch, kind of like think of it as ransom money for your eyeballs. You want your eyeballs back for those 3 minutes, you pay $5 to Twitch, you get your eyeballs back for a whole month. That's a pretty good deal going there. You could also potentially be gifted a sub. That can happen, that does happen, that's even happened today, but it's more likely to happen to you if like Crafty Kaiju and like Miss Hire, you're active in chat. Like those are two people that I saw in chat. Very likely has something to do with the fact that they got gift subs. So there's your top of the hour ad break debate for this hour. They are literal clouds. I feel that. What's going on with our poll? Let's check out. Let's see what's happening. Let's see what's going on. So we got some ones in chat. So some people want to break away from the Trump coverage, from the Pack Watch, to watch a little Gokunaru. I'm just worried about Gokunaru. Wait, you don't see? I use ad blocker. Oh my god, I'm not allowed to say those words. Chat. There are different techniques. Okay, I will say there are different techniques that I'm not allowed to talk to you about. But yeah, some of you know them. Okay, some of you know the dark arts. But anyway, yeah, there's maybe ways to get out of that. Anyway, coping and seething. What was it? What were we gonna do? We're gonna do Gokunaru now. Does that seem right? Does that seem good? Does that seem fair? Oh no, I'm supposed to count votes a little bit. All right, Mooncat winning in not shorts. Man versus Bear winning in shorts. Poppy and Xena tied for second with Mooncat in shorts. Wow, shorts is just like, I don't think they know who Mooncat is in shorts. But luckily they also don't know who Praise of Shadows is. But they know who Poppy and Xena is. I don't know, Shadow. I'm confused by that. And anyway, as far as the vote itself, it looks like it's favoring slightly Man versus Bear. But when we come over here, and we take a look at the donations and where they have gone, we see that Mooncat is ahead by a substantial amount. Whatever Mooncat is losing in the polls is more than made up for by donations that have happened so far. So remember, this is your chance to put your thumb on the scale. If you don't like what's getting voted for, if you do like what's getting voted for, you can always donate to Vox Populi. If you don't like it, you can vote to whatever content that you want to support, including our Christian nationalist panel, which I put up there on the suggestion of Shakespeare, and it looks like nobody's really seems to be supporting that, but we do have a Christian nationalist panel to observe should we want. We also have the possibility of going into Fallout New Vegas, right? Which if the Gaming Frogs ever decide to come in and try to buy off the stream, they could get themselves a Fallout New Vegas segment. That doesn't look like it's happening today, nor does it look like there's a lot of money going behind Vox Populi to ensure the sanctity of our polls, of our election. So right now, Mooncat is winning. Praise of the Shadows has $5 behind it, but that is What do I even have here? AG1. Oh God. Oh God. Yeah. So you saw that guy, you saw Boris Epstein earlier, right? I hate to go to Young Turks, but this is the place that has this story. This is Boris Epstein. It's a close confidant of Donald Trump. He's been there, right? So this was going to be Trump TV. That's Kellyanne Conway. I don't even know who this is, right? But if Trump had lost the election, and some people think that he didn't really run to win. Some people think that he didn't think he'd win. He just thought he'd get a lot of attention. Maybe start a cable news network. This was going to be the Trump cable news network, Trump TV. This is what we all missed out on. Live from the Trump Tower.
All right, and we're back here, live from Trump Tower, from our war room. So exciting to be here. So exciting to be here with this inaugural nightly broadcast. Exciting to be here. So exciting to be here with this inaugural night.
We're going to go now to another one of Friends of the Campaign. We got Tommy Lahren down in Texas that wants to speak to the voters right now with some of her final thoughts, which has made her famous online. Let's ship it down right now. Throw it to Tommy. Take it away.
We really missed out. This was going to be so good, chat. This was going to be
It's Tommy Lahren here, delivering you some live final thoughts. Now,
so professional.
And replace Obamacare.
All right, welcome back into Trump Tower Live. I'm Cliff Sims. I'm joined by Boris Epstein. We're here in the Trump campaign war room. Boris, what is the war room? What happens in this room?
There's this guy, his name's Andy Sarabian. Sarabies! We call him out so people know. His name's Andy Sarabian. Sarabies! 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 We call him out so people know.
That's what Boris Epstein is famous for, right? That right there is what Boris freaking Epstein is well known for. Oh, there's the Mooncat video, right? So yeah, we watched the first third of that. We'll pick up if this ends up winning, we'll pick up where we left off, right? Right now, Mooncat is in second place in the shorts poll. Mooncat is in first place in the regular poll. And Mooncat is in a commanding lead as far as the donations. Yeah, the donations are going strongly towards Mooncat, but not that strongly overall. So we might have a slightly truncated stream tonight. I hope you don't mind. But that it just kind of depends on the amounts of the donos. So what are we doing? We are looking for... there was the talk with Tim Pool. The Bear versus Man conversation. Bear versus Man is second place. We might do some Bear versus Man if that gets some juice, if that gets bumped, if that gets some donations behind it. It could completely change the game here. So Trump is a convicted felon. There we go. This is the. So what I'm really looking for is some Hogwatch, Chad. I'm gonna try to find you some Hogwatch.
Making eye contact with President Trump.
We need Sarabies on the soundboard. I don't know. Is it too old of a reference? Oh, wait, Goku Naru. Wait, yo, Goku Naru. Wait, what just happened? Oh my gosh, thank you for whoever donated to the Throne account. If you, there's the ad break now. Oh my god, Michael Cohen is exactly the sort that Trump wanted. Everything he said was corroborated by and by evidence. Trump hired Cohen because he wanted a snake. Yeah, Cohen was his Goku Naru FAP content. Goku Naru no FAP content. That's what we're talking about, isn't it? All right, we'll do that really quickly. 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Is that what we're looking for? All right, I really want to get some Hogwatch though. We got to find some hogs and watch them. All right, this is the time where the hogs are really oinking. Come on. Oh my god. Come on, YouTube. Chug, chug, chug. Oh my god, 40 minutes.
And he's, you know, looking at 25 years. I mean, it's hard to respect yourself, you know? It's important not to cope.
Send this in. Good luck with the
Oh shit, we're talking about we're actually talking about what? Did somebody just contribute towards the boxing bag? Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, thank you, anonymous donor. It didn't say your name, so I'm guessing you're an anonymous donor. If you wish to de-anonymize yourself and tell me what you want your donation put towards, I will gladly do that for you. But if you wish to remain anonymous, I will respect that as well. And thank you for donating to my throne.
Relationship.
Yo, J-Schlatt.
We're a ways off when it comes to the boxing gloves, but we are pretty damn close to getting that microphone, so.
I'm talking to my fucking relationship, J-Schlatt. Scared the shit out of me, bro. Why did that start? Holy fuck. But anyway, point is that I was getting to. Jacking it to inflation. Okay, relax. I think frequent porn usage is way worse if you're not in a relationship and use porn as a coping mechanism. Why do you think it's worse if you're not in a relationship? Why wouldn't it be bad if you were in a relationship, Blaster? Yeah, I mean, look, pleasure-seeking behavior as a general rule. Not always. Not fucking, this isn't a hard science, but as a general rule, like super, I guess you could say selfish, but just general, like, pleasure-seeking behavior is usually something, basically, that helps you to cope with reality, right? Like, why do you eat chocolate when you're sad, or whatever the fuck? Like, why do you jack off when you're lonely? Whatever it is, okay? You little coomer. It's because you want to cope with, negative emotions or whatever, right? And so you...
Are we going to be talking about, what is this called? Dopamine addiction? Yo, somebody's going, quite wild. Oh, even donating to the Keylight. Banaxi, thank you for the donation to the Keylight. Somebody just got Monope a membership. I should check, the chat here before we check up on Gokunaru. I'm worried about Gokunaru. I'm worried about Gokunaru. That's 3 donations, actually. That is very, very generous. And in fact, there's maybe 2 different donors here. Monope, thank you for the member chat. It says Banaxi donated. Banaxi, how do I be not anonymous? Like that. You got snitched out by Monope. And Monope, thanks for using your member chat to get my attention with that. But Banaxi donated all 3. Oh, I see. One was anonymous, but the others weren't, and you are identifying yourself. Yeah, if you want me to, if you want to like name the content that you favor, right? Because we got a poll right up here. Man versus Bear winning in this chat and Shorts chat. We got Mooncat winning in the other chat. If you want to skew those odds and put your donation money behind one of these topics, feel free to let me know which one you favor, or you could even say Vox Populi, in which case you're basically putting your money behind the polls as they are. You want whatever is winning to actually win. And it's rompers, that's content. It's talking about watching content? Well, look, I got a request, all right? We got to find out, like, if Gokunaru is really going to do NoFap.
Implement it with whatever the fuck little thing, okay? But yes, you need to acknowledge that this is a cope. All people have copes, okay? Just don't convince yourself, oh yes, it's healthy that, I spend fucking 4 hours a day masturbating, right? So this is the big thing and why I invoke 2Mad, and I don't mean it in a disrespectful way, okay? For those who know, you know that I was very intimately aware of 2Mad's decline. But the point is that, with 2Mad, it was, it seemed like quite a clear scenario where the guy would basically take Adderall in the fucking morning, probably would goon for 4 hours, whatever, and...
Okay, wait, now, 2Mad, isn't that the person that made, like, death threats and said, like, weird, like, transphobic stuff?
At night, to calm down, he'd fucking snort ketamine, okay? And it's like, So much of that is cope. So much of that.
So I get it, sort of. When he says cope,
It's like, damn, bro. Like I was in.
When he says cope, he's talking about dopamine, right? And this is a pseudoscientific theory that people are addicted to dopamine, and that when you do things that, like, I don't know, give you dopamine. So dopamine is like the pleasure reward center, of your brain. Essentially, if you accomplish a task and you feel really good about it, some of that good feeling that you're having is probably the release of dopamine. And these people have a theory that that somehow you can like avoid dopamine. Like if you don't do anything to please yourself, if you don't chase after any rewards, if you don't like play any video games, you don't gratify yourself sexually in any way for an extended amount of time, that this amounts to like some kind of a dopamine cleanse or a dopamine fast, and that dopamine fast allows you to feel more. Oh my God. Man versus Bear. God damn, Man versus Bear coming right back. Wait, so all of these are going to Man versus Bear? All of this goes to Man versus Bear. Man versus Bear. Okay, I'll add it all up. Okay, oh my gosh. That is a very generous contribution, Banaxi. I've got to add it up in my head. Oh my God, you might have just like... Did you just finish off the mic? That might have been like all the money. Like we're really close to getting the new mic. This is a new place for Waluigi to sit, and I'm sure he'll be really happy about it. I'll be happy about it because it'll be easier to edit, and I'll be happier editing my voice because it'll sound better on the new mic, on a professional XLR mic. We're pretty close there. But yeah, let me just add this up. Okay, 50. Oh my God. Bonaxi, that is 65. Oh my God. $130 is what is going in the column of Man versus Bear. That's going to be pretty hard to beat. I did not anticipate this. This is a wholesale. So yeah, we just flipped chat. Mooncat was cruising to an easy win for us to watch part 2 of the Mooncat, the Mooncat, what is it? A video essay on EvoPsych. It's a video essay against EvoPsych is really what it is, right? Mooncat was winning. Now it is completely flipped. Man versus Bear it's like this is like the way that a bear would probably dominate and defeat a man if they were to compete in some sort of a combat event, right? This is the way in which Man versus Bear is defeating. What the fuck? Still defeating. Wait, if this is the... Am I gonna put more money on that? Yes, I am. I am going to put a total of 155 on Man versus Bear. That is amazing. But Naxi, thank you so much. That's really generous of you. Looks like you donated to the key light. To the microphone. To the key light. And to the boxing bag. Wow. I'm just blown away. And wow.
Incredibly amazing.
That is incredibly generous of you.
Lying to himself, but it's like also a lack of awareness, but it's like also lying to himself, you know? Just not wanting to face the fucking mirror, right? Just not wanting to accept the real, okay? I've already talked about the real many times. I won't give you the full shtick right now, but long story short, okay? Human experience. It is built fundamentally.
Okay, so he's talking about Lacan. What do we have? We have the symbolic. is one
on lack. Okay? Why do you desire something? Human behavior largely
Agaleth. What?
desire, right? Like,
Oh my god.
you go to achieve it. Well, why do you desire things? Because foundationally,
Yo!
your psyche is built on lack. You lack things, so you desire.
Agaleth, you have money to speak for as far as you what you let me know what you want to put your generous donation towards as well. It looks like we might be getting the sound equipment. It looks like we might be getting all the sound equipment. This is Gokunaru, okay? This is the person responsible for the absolute annihilation of Sneeko. Now, I thought about putting this up here as a possibility. It's a pretty long video, but we do have Mooncat up there. Right, this is Gokunaru's video. Epic video, the absolute annihilation of Sneeko, and Joe Rogan and Andrew Tate. So, like, a pretty good video essay, right? Also did a really good video essay calling out Ethan Klein a while ago, right? This is Gokunaru. And so we're kind of, oh my god, free Father Teresa. That's right, free Father Teresa. But we're now concerned. We're now concerned that there is the possibility of Gokunaru going to the dark side by joining NoFap. If you don't know, NoFap is a weird non-scientific theory that by I don't know if it's specifically for like guys not fapping, that they're like it's like that it's bad for them to do that and they'll be smart. It's like wasn't there like a Seinfeld thing where one of the characters like didn't masturbate and they got like really smart? It's like, imagine Flowers for Algernon mixed with anti-masturbation, mixed with like, oh my god. I'm having trouble keeping up with all these donos. Banaxi donating 82 to Man vs. Bear. And also helping. Oh my god, helping get the Elgato key light to make the lighting slightly better. Yeah, these are all things that can improve the quality of the stream, and you are so both very generous for donating to these. I gotta see. Okay, wait. So 7633. I'm assuming. Yeah, you said Man vs. Bear, so we're gonna put that on Man vs. Bear. Can I do math? 60. 161. And then 231. 231. Man vs. Bear, kicking ass. Agleth, make sure to let me know if you want to put your donation behind Mooncat. Okay, so 82 to Mooncat. Mooncat is now, this is like a 92. Mooncat now has 92. I mean, this is what? There's another one. Oh my god, this is to the boxing bag. This is for the people that want to see me kickbox on stream. I used to do this a long time ago, and I haven't. You know, I actually taught kickboxing on stream for a little while, and then I lost access to my equipment and I lost access to my room thanks to a literal Karen. But Banaxi, you could you're helping to bring that back. Thank you for the donation to the boxing. Oh, it's a trackers and bag, so there's like an electronic component to this too. Thank you so much. That is really generous. I'm gonna put that 25 also to 250. Oh my god, can I do the math? 256. Man versus Bear, kind of running away with it. Today. So let's finish the Gokunaru thing. Let's see if we have to worry about Gokunaru. I'm just worried about him, chat, because actually, like, keeping yourself from masturbating is probably not healthy. There's been many people who thought that that not masturbating is really good for you. This goes back to like George Kellogg. What's his name? Kellogg. You know, the weird natural health doctor from like Battle Creek, Michigan, who like he basically thought that the only wait a minute. I'm trying to like sex was like bad for you. Sex was bad for you, meat was bad for you, cornflakes are good for you, Rice Carolina is good for you. This is the film Road to Wellsville, I think.
And so, when you interface with the world, okay, there are two kind of like things that you register, okay? There's the symbolic order.
Yeah, the Orgone energy, exactly.
Order.
Okay. Wait.
Symbolic order is more or less like all the things you see visually or that you hear or whatever, right? You hear a honk, like things that you register, okay? There's the symbolic order and the imaginary order, okay?
Okay, so we got symbolic and imaginary.
More or less like all the things you see visually or that you hear.
But Naxi, thank you for the contribution to the boxing bag, to the kickboxing bag. Let me add that up. Oh my gosh, you're making me do math, chat, but it's...
Right? You hear a honk, you think car. You see a stop sign, you think stop, right? Language, that's also...
I do know where to put it. Okay, so...
You can buy only at nocommentchick.com with the beautiful puppet master from the Sneeko video. Symbolic, okay? You see this and you're like, damn, that's a gangster right there. That's a swagged out individual. Symbolic.
Wait, I think I did this wrong. Oh my god, chat. Oh my god. Oh my god. Sorry for the math stream. I did this wrong. So it was actually Agleth that put down the 130.21 towards Mooncat. So this should be 142? No, this should be 140. Okay, 140 towards Mooncat, and then I'm going to put another $15 on Man versus Bear, so it's 271. But yeah, thank you so much. That's really nice of you.
The imaginary order, right? Once again, your reality, what you fucking experience as like, you know, your life, it's built upon the symbolic order and the imaginary order, okay? So, the symbolic order is basically, again, the sounds, the sights, the things you interpret, you know, visually, audibly, whatever. The imaginary order is how you fill in the blanks, okay? Because, of course, your senses are not perfect, right? And it's effectively, the imaginary order is like when you fantasize, okay? Like if you're thinking nebulously about someone or something, well, what are you doing? You're invoking the imaginary order, okay? So, your reality, most people's reality, okay, let's be clear.
Okay, so this is concerning to me. I feel like Goku Naru is using badly constructed Lacanian philosophy to justify a pseudoscientific theory that tells him not to touch his wiener. And look, you know, he can do whatever he wants, right? He's an adult. He can touch his wiener. He can not touch his wiener. I just think that, like, sort of forcing yourself to not do something like that, I don't actually think that's healthy. I don't actually think that's healthy.
Is effectively built upon this idea that, yes, you have the symbolic world that you're interacting with, and you have this imaginary world that you kind of, you know, paint a little bit of a beautiful narrative of like, oh yes, my life is heading towards something meaningful, right? Like, oh yes, this is all following like some kind of coherent timeline and whatever, you know, like, oh yeah, I'm addicted to this substance right now, but don't worry, at some point I'm going to, you know, escape this addiction, right? What is the real? You take the symbolic order and the imaginary order, which builds your reality, okay? It's like a house. You create this little castle that you live in with your symbolism and your imagination. And the real is when that collapses, okay? When...
So wait, you're... What? You're constructing a reason to think the world is okay through your symbolic, that being what you perceive with your senses, and through your imaginary.
Peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
So in other words, chat, like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of an example. Like, let's say that I hear a crunching noise outside of my room, right? Let's say that I've got a bag of Doritos, it's in the kitchen, and I see I hear a crunching noise and a crinkling noise, right? And I open my door and I see a bag of Doritos that's been like chewed up by little teeth, right? And then I go out into the living room and I see our cat throwing up, right? Now, I didn't see the cat go and get the bag of Doritos and eat the Doritos, but my mind's gonna put those details together, right? You know, that's the imaginary, that's the story that I tell myself about the sight that I saw, the sound that I heard, the crunching, the crinkling, the sight that I saw, the bag's all torn up and there's Dorito dust all over the place. And then the other sight that I saw, the cat's throwing up, right? I put them all together, cat ate the Doritos. I didn't see the cat eat the Doritos. I didn't see the cat get the Doritos. I don't even know for sure if that is my bag of Doritos or if somebody took my bag of Doritos out of the house, brought in a new bag of Doritos, and actually ate those. I don't know if goblins, I don't know if short stack goblins brought the Doritos in, right? Like anything could have happened because my door was shut. But I'm going to use Occam's razor and I'm going to use the most simple, you know, likelihood of what happened and say that cat probably ate the Doritos. The cat probably, you know, threw up from the Doritos, right? I'm putting that together. But like, again, I'm not sure how, keep keen eye on the chat. Oh no, what's in the chat? Fuck addiction. Well, sex sells, so obviously capitalism, it'll be prevalent. What's deflection? I've heard that said in the beginning. But anyway, I'm just like, this doesn't, I'm not convinced that he has a real understanding of Lacan. Not that I do. I'm also, I don't know how he gets from Lacan. You know, we got the real, we got the symbolic, we got the imaginary, we got the house, and then we got the elbow comes by and knocks down the house, and now you're in the real. And you got the lack. I don't have a bag of Doritos left. That's the lack, right? Now I'm like, what am I going to eat? What am I going to eat? I had Doritos before. That was going to be my after stream snack. Now the Doritos are gone, right? Now I got the reality came in and freaking elbowed me in the face.
That is disturbed when the symbolic world fails you or your imagination fails you and you are confronted with a deeply disturbing encounter with the real. Okay? So, for some people, it can be getting hit by a car. Very, very, you know, sudden.
Bear versus Seinfeld.
For Nick Riccietta, you know, on a micro level, whatever.
I believe it's pronounced Nick Riccietta.
It was probably the realization.
So he's talking about the lawyer. Oh my God, chat.
You know?
Okay, I sort of get it. There's a lawyer guy. His name's Nick Riccietta. I only saw them. I only saw him when the Keffels thing came out, and you know there was a whole controversy between Keffels and the farm. Nick Riccietta talked to the owner of the farm of that harassment site, and you know basically, you know, kind of in the anti-Keffels camp. Apparently, Nick Riccietta also did content on Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. Big Johnny Depp stan. And somehow, you know, respected in LegalTube. There's LegalTube where all the lawyers hang out, and you know, people that want to watch stuff that's about legal cases, they consult LegalTube. So Nick Riccietta was part of that. He disappeared, went on a vacation for a while, came back. Apparently, he had gotten into a polyamorous relationship with a partner of a friend of his. At some point, you know, it was revealed that he was using a number of different substances, maybe that he was addicted to. He got the cops called on him at some point, and the cops saw that he had those substances, saw that he had kids, and the dude's in court. The dude is in court. The dude is facing up to 25 years. Right, and so the lesson that Gokanaru has taken from this was it must have been the sex. It must have been the gooning. It must have been the masturbation. It must have been the dopamine. It must have been the coping, right, that caused this downfall of this supposedly great man that honestly is not that great at all. No, no, like I don't know that much about Nick Rekieta, but I don't get the sense that he's like this. He was this great dude before. That's what happened. Masturbation is when industrialized agriculture. Yeah, when seed oils.
Or it was the cops raiding his home. Okay.
But I'm getting that like Gokunaru is going to conclude from this that it's therefore bad to masturbate.
An encounter with the real, what's like a classic one. It would be like realizing that your partner is cheating on you. Okay. That's like a pretty fucking serious encounter with the real. Because
what's even worse if your partner's cheating with you with the masturbating bear.
Your entire symbolic and imaginary world, the narrative that you've created where it's like, yes, my life is going somewhere meaningful. It just gets fucking destroyed for a bit. Okay. And that disconnect, that fucking experience of like, what the fuck is going on? Okay. When people talk about like fight, flight, or freeze.
Fight, flight.
That like almost instinctive
fight,
fucking, like
flight, freeze, or fawn. There's other options.
Uncertainty and like what the fuck is going on.
Booting brought down the Soviet Union.
That's the real. What is the real? It's the absence. Okay? It's the fucking absence.
It's the bear in the forest in the absence of a man.
Confrontation with the abyss. The fact that this life you're living.
I don't know, chat. For some of you, the conflict with the abyss might be the man in the forest, right? For some of you, might be the bear. That's the question that we're probably going to ask after this, because oh my god, did man versus bear ever just like come in like the encounter with the real? Somebody drops $271 on Throne to get man versus bear, and it's like, that's what we're dealing with now. We're dealing with man versus bear, probably.
It's actually really fucking fragile, and it's not really built on anything. Nothing is really, you know.
If you don't goon, how else are you supposed to pee out your balls?
You get that feeling like the floor just fucking fell from beneath you, right?
Yeah, does he think, watch, I don't know where he's going with this cheating thing.
Okay, first of all, this is Lacanian psychoanalysis.
Is it though? Is it? Are you sure it's?
Why am I telling you all this shit?
I'm not super confident that you understand Lacan.
Why we cope. We cope largely to protect ourselves from confronting the real.
Peekaboo.
We cope to protect ourselves from facing the absence. Okay, the floor dropping from your feet. Okay. And so, you know, this happens with people who are addicted to food. This happens with people who are addicted to cigarettes. This happens with people who are addicted to worse things. Okay. Many things. You have to be careful, by the way, of the things you're addicted to that are easy to hide, right? This is why porn is kind of sinister, because on paper it is easy to hide that addiction. You know what I mean? Everybody can tell you
Look,
are a gooner. Like, let's just be clear.
All right, let's be clear about something first, okay?
Most people, it's pretty easy.
All right. The human organism is such that almost anything could become addictive. However, there are some substances and I don't know, maybe activities that humans have a tendency to become addicted to, right? My understanding is that, you know, things like sex could be an addiction, right? You know, like if you're using it too much to like escape from other things that you need to pay attention to, you know, potentially this could be you know, a bad thing, right? So yeah, you know, porn, masturbation, you know, right, if you're using it, you know, to kind of escape too much. I mean, you know, certain people do have problems with this. It's not as widespread as you would think from the internet, because more than the number of people who have an addiction to porn, who have an addiction to sex, are the people that have a shame about sex and a shame about porn. So I'm going to tell you that a lot of the people that are worried about porn addiction, a lot of the people that are no fap or whatever, you know, they're not dealing with an addiction. They're dealing with shame. right? They're not having a problem with masturbation. They're having a problem with how they feel about masturbation, what they think that means for them. Or even you could say somebody who is coping by using something like nofap. That's entirely possible too. In most cases, with like, you know, how sort of prevalent this stuff is on the internet, it's not a situation with a person who truly has a problem with the behavior, the natural behavior of getting off, which is not bad for you. All right, in and of itself. What's bad for you is if you're getting off to avoid other things. Anyway, le corn sinistre.
But yeah,
Le
the big
corn.
thing that I'm basically saying is that when the real, you know, your symbolic and imaginary order, the castle you built, when that collapses and you're exposed to the abyss, well, what happens immediately after that? Your symbolic and imaginary order scramble. They fucking scramble to rebuild that castle stronger with more defenses, okay? To protect yourself from that ever happening again, because it's fucking traumatizing, okay? And so...
Yeah, aren't we addicted to living, hence Freud's death drive?
That's why a lot of the times, you know, people who have been abused or people who have just really had fucked up confrontations with the real, they will develop...
Somebody says, I'm kind of addicted to food. Will say I try hard to eat healthy things and work out pretty healthy because of that.
Insanely fucking deep coping systems, okay? Like, it's really difficult to reach out to them in any meaningful way because it's like, fuck, man. They have a really strong, fortified, symbolic and imaginary world that they've created, okay? And so that's why, really, in my mind, the biggest thing, if you are an addict, okay, just be aware. Don't cope. Don't convince yourself like, oh, this is, I'm good. I'm completely good. You know, just being aware of it will make you monitor, make sure you're actually good. You know what I mean? But that's the struggle of being a human, my friend. You know, we have lack, we have our desire, and fuck if it isn't fun to pursue our desires. Am I right? But you know, just try to be safe. That's pretty much all I got. Everyone has their issues, their crosses to bear. If someone's cross infringes on another's life, then that's a problem. Yeah. What's the ideal relationship with the real? Should you be desensitized to it or protected from it or something else? The ideal, look, in my mind, sorry, Papa Goka, I didn't give my weekly 212 ARS. Thanks, bro. God bless. Okay, the ideal relationship with the real. It's pretty simple. I have the mantra of face the mirror. Okay, our boy Night Owl Joe created this beautiful, you know, little drawing right here. Look at this shit. It's pretty cool. Face the mirror. Okay, that's my like kind of mantra or whatever. Basically, the idea of it is try to see yourself for what you actually are. Okay, now that's not actually easy for a lot of people, and for a lot of people, when they look in the mirror, they actually like hate themselves. So if you're starting at a point where you look in the mirror and you hate yourself, well, you got to try basically to dissociate emotion from what you are. If that
okay, so not that this would happen, but if Gokunaru ever should end up seeing this, I noticed you're a fellow Stream Elements user. I feel like as far as negative habits that we should see about curtailing, I feel like you and I using Stream Elements when we should probably be using a different software, it would be a good idea. So, you know, like maybe if you can just like let yourself enjoy yourself in whatever way you feel like in the moment, and not worry so much that it might be cope, and cope with the fact that, you know, we're it's not that big of a deal, Chad, if I'm not doing like sponsorships with them. I don't know if Gokunaru is doing sponsorships with them, but like this is why I always suggest that people, if they want to donate to me, that they do so through things like Cash App. It's a $ no comment check at Cash App, or PayPal. It's PayPal me /no comment check. rather than through Stream Elements, because I am not trying to make any money for that company, and I honestly should, you know, use a different. I do need to switch software. When I get a chance, I'm going to switch to a different. And thank you, Gokunaru, for bringing up this idea of addictions and making me realize that maybe I'm addicted to not changing my streaming software when I know I should be changing it.
Not fucking easy. Not fucking easy, but trust me, it's really like...
Does he get into the fapping in a second?
It's such a fucking, in my mind, like almost necessary kind of practice, because you got to keep in mind, whether you die or not, if you don't die for a long time, you're going to age. And a lot of people, they can't fucking handle that, okay? Because they wrap up so much of their fucking self-worth in who they see in the mirror, okay? Now, that's not me saying, oh, just be okay with looking like shit or whatever. You could, whatever, it's whatever. But if you try to kind of appraise yourself in as objective a way as you can, okay? Try to face the real in a voluntary sense, right? To see your fucking flaws, your blind spots for what they are. Well, by kind of self-appraising whatever, you can start to actually create protections against the real that are not cope. Does this make sense? Like, okay, for instance, whatever. It can start really fucking basic. Like, damn, I've been gooning all fucking week. Man, I got fucking twig ass arms, man. If I fuck, man, I want to become like a boxer or some shit. Like, I want to get into fights. Okay, you shouldn't want to get into fights, but like, man, I'm scared. I'm gonna get beat up or whatever the fuck. So what would be a way to deal with that that's not cope? Go to the fucking gym, you know? I mean, you could say to an extent it's like cope, but it's like, you know, you're dealing with the inadequacy or whatever, right? What would be like a better fucking example? Look, and another thing to say is that one of the I don't know, one of the best ways to obviously quit an addiction is to be busy, right? It's to have other shit going on in your life.
No, that's the problem. That's actually the problem with my addiction to Stream Elements, is I'm too busy and I don't have time to find a suitable replacement and get all my stuff on a different software.
Life, like, it's not about fixating on like, oh my god, I'm fucking addicted to this. Like, it's not about fixating on quitting. It's about filling your life with other shit. You know what I mean? And again, the gym is like a very fucking foundational, like, there's a reason everybody says it, bro. There's a reason. The gym is foundational for building back that trust in yourself, okay? Building back that respect for yourself, you know, when you fucking...
He's talking about cope, and then he's like, but no, the gym is different. Do you not see how the gym can be a cope? And I'm somebody that enjoys physical activity. I'm somebody who could benefit from more physical activity. I'm a person who, if I was not so busy, if I had more money, I would be in the gym every fucking second. That's why I put the kickboxing bag up on the throne, and without even really the thought that, like, you know, it's kind of expensive, and like, I didn't expect it to ever get much money behind it. Now people are donating to it, so, you know, we might have a kickboxing stream. I think we're still a ways away from that one, but as far as the microphone and the and the cloud lifter and the key light, right? That stuff is on its way. So thank you so much, Agleth. And thank you, Banaxi, for making that possible. But yeah, no, like, as somebody who really appreciates the gym, and by which I mean like a Muay Thai gym, you know, a place with some Thai bags, a place with some mats, a place with pads, a place with some people who want to spar with you, right? I think that's great. Like, I fucking love that place. I don't even mind the smell. That's how much I love going to the gym, chat, that I don't even mind the fucking smell, right? But I could see how it could become cope. It could easily become cope. And the way, it's just weird that somebody that, like, if you're talking about dopamine, if that's really what you're getting at, right? Which, like I said before, dopamine fasts, dopamine cleanses are, this is pseudoscientific at best, right? This is pseudoscientific at best, right? But like, if what you're gonna do is try to, like, I don't know, force yourself to look in the mirror, force yourself to face the real, I don't think that the gym is necessarily that. And I can see that, yeah, oh my God, can exercise be addictive? Fuck yes, really easily, right? I mean, there's been times when I probably used it as that.
Have a decent enough workout, right? You think to yourself,
okay, I need to work out after this, though.
Now I'm gonna eat well so that my muscles will actually grow from this. It'll actually be a net positive, whatever. And it's like a positive feedback loop. You know what I mean? Whatever discipline, whatever you would say. But yeah, there's other things you could interpret as being like the real or whatever. It's like if you fail a fucking exam, which happens to a lot of people, okay? When you fail an exam, if you've never done that before, that's a confrontation with the real, okay? Especially if the narrative you had in your head was that I'm a smart kid, okay? A lot of people have this like disillusioning thing, especially when they, enter college, whatever. So, how do you, confront that in like a proper, healthy way, whatever?
Afroponics says it's healthier than most things, most distractions. Yeah, look, I'm not against it, all right? Understand, like, I love the gym. I need the gym. I want the gym in my life. If I, if and when, and knocking on wood saying this, right, because we're pretty fucking close, right? If I become sustainable as a full-time content creator and I have some free time and I have some free money, the first thing that I'm doing is getting a membership to my Muay Thai gym and going back there and just like fucking sparring. I'll get that membership and I'll be there like all day. I'll be there all day on Saturday just sparring with people, right? But I do, like, it's weird, like, because he's talking about things that can take you away from stuff, and it's like, I mean, look, the gym can do it too. The gym can be overdone. I've done it myself. I've overdone the gym before. It's not, the whole point of facing the real is that you need to stop trying to escape. Anyway, I don't know. This dude is like lost.
You try to set up systems so that you can actually like study and learn and fucking not.
Yeah, no, you're definitely right. So Afroponics, if you're talking about like,
it's not about just eating fucking chips and popcorn and watching.
Look, so since this all came from Nick Rakita, right? Nick Rakita was somebody that was using a lot of substances, probably in a very unhealthy way, right? And there are substances that are known for getting you addicted, right? You're talking about some of the worst things, Afroponics. Those are probably, that's probably, one example of that, like, right? Highly addictive substances, right? Very, very dangerous, very bad thing to cope with, right? Exercise, a much more beneficial thing to cope with. But it's just like the fact that he doesn't, like, I don't know. Like, the point of stopping avoiding the real is stopping avoiding the real. And you can do that with so many different things. And I just hate that it's so obvious to him that the gooning, people that get addicted to, pleasuring themselves can be negative, like to the point where he's talking about like nofap, right? And that, obviously substances can be an escape from these things, but he doesn't see the similar. I mean, don't you understand? Like, you go to the gym, right? You feel that high. And that's not a bad thing. I don't think it's a bad thing, right? I think there's lots of natural highs in life, and that, going to the gym is one of those things, and it's a really productive one, because yeah, most people probably do need more exercise. But I've also I knew somebody, okay, chat, who did, oh my God, it must have been like 4 hours of cardio a day, did a super keto diet, where like almost like zero carbs were consumed during the entire day. And she smelled so bad because she was in ketosis so hard that when she would do her laundry, the dryer smelled bad. that means that her clothes, her gym clothes, did not get clean. Her gym clothes got washed, but they still smelled like keto, and that she put them in the dryer and they were still smelling like keto, right? I mean, this is a person who the answer is not like you got to do 5 hours of cardio instead of 4, right? She could have probably done 2 hours of cardio and been just fine, and maybe taken that time for a little bit of a confrontation with the real, right? She was also like a Republican. I mean, I'm sure she could have. I'm sure there was some stuff she could have done some introspection on.
Watching Netflix to cope, although you can do that, but just be aware that's cope, right? Like, yeah, it's about basically trying to actually provide a competent way to avoid that confrontation with the real happening again. You know what I mean? If you get in a car accident and you don't have your seatbelt on, it could be as simple as swallowing your fucking pride and wearing your seatbelt. You know? Cope means finding something else. Interesting. I wish I was someone who loved exercising. Yeah, I mean, it's a mindset thing, but at the end of the day, one of the easiest ways in my mind to find yourself regularly exercising is literally just to have an accountability fucking friend who actually...
An accountability friend.
This is another whole thing, but like, you need friends. You fucking need friends, bro.
I don't know if that's a friend. I think that's a fellow person that's like, if your accountability friend is somebody that's are you gonna download that app? This is what I'm worried about. Like, right? That Gokunaru, when he's talking about the gym, he's not talking about the gym that Afroponics and I go to, right? He is talking about a gym full of douchebag MMA bros that watch Joe Rogan, all right? He's talking about... When he's talking about accountability, right, he's talking about the app that Mike Johnson and his son use to see what each other are looking up on their phones, to see what they're looking up on the internet, and to, you know, be accountable about what not watching porn, right? I'm just worried about Gokunaru, right? I mean, like, in and of itself, yeah, exercise is something I would be remiss to say that, you know, that exercise, you know, is not you know, one of the greatest things that you can add to your life. But I also, you know, have experience maybe overusing it, and I have seen other people overuse it, overdo it as well. And if what he wants is an actual confrontation with the real, right, it's not even going to come from a 4-hour fucking sparring session. As much as I would love to go in for one of those, like, Chad, I'd even let them kick my legs.
Fucking need friends. You listening to me? Oh, you're not taking me seriously enough, bro.
Okay, now we're gonna take you seriously. Yo, I gotta almost skip to the... We gotta do the bear thing.
I feel like I could conquer the world.
Your videos are sweet seeds to my fertile mind.
Ew.
Ew. You're seeding their mind, Veronica. You're seeding their mind, Gokunaru.
I saw Frog in chat. That was actually me the whole time. Pranked you. But yeah, you need friends.
All right. Well, anyway, I would be remiss if I didn't get to what has been paid for, and that is the Man vs. Bear content. I've got a whole bunch of this stuff recommended to me, and it's time, Chad. It's time for Man vs. Bear. Look, we were gonna do Pack Watch, we were gonna do Hog Watch, but I don't know. I gotta get this Man vs. Bear content in.
With a man or bear?
Man is scary.
With a man or bear?
Man is scary.
I'm watching you, following you of sorts, in a good way.
The bear stopped. It stopped in its tracks. We stared at each other for about 5 seconds, and then you know what? The bear left.
Out in the middle of nowhere, nobody would ever hear our screams.
My mom got mauled by a bear. That's crazy, because I just talked to the bear's friends, and they all said that he didn't do it.
It's making everything I say seem sinister, which it's not intended to be. What's up?
I'm sorry.
No. Sorry, no. There's nowhere to go.
But you guys would rather run into a bear than me.
I would like to go in your room. And I suspect that maybe you might say no, and yet I also feel like maybe you wouldn't dare.
Are you sick of this conversation yet? Is this past
a little bit
trend to talk about? Good, because I think that we need to have a healthy retrospective here. And you know what? You actually voted for it too, so that's why we're talking about this topic a bit later on, because I think that people needed to calm down a little bit, and there is so much to genuinely unpack here.
Also, great eyeshadow.
If you're not online all the time, even though news sources have indeed covered this, the topic at hand is around this question that was posed to women. Would you rather be lost in the woods with a bear or a man? And from a lot of digging and checking, it does actually seem that Screenshot HQ was the one that started this trend.
Okay, so chat, there's the question. There's the question, right? In fact, let's make it a poll. Let's make it an actual poll. Let's like end these polls because we're doing the bear. Like there's no getting out of it. There's no denying it, right? The bear is the real at this point. The bear is the real. Mooncat won in the regular stream. Bear won in the short stream. But it doesn't matter. Neither of those matter because we're ending those polls. We're ending those polls right now. We're doing the bear content because, oh my God, did the bear ever win in donations? The bear won in donations, okay? So let's do another poll. Start the poll. Man or bear? Which would you rather run into in the forest? You're all alone. It's your encounter with the real. Is it a man or is it a bear? Go. Which do you feel safer with in the forest? Man or bear? Man or bear? Man. Bear. What's a cut crease? Wait, what is a cut crease? Oh, you're talking about as far as like eyeshadow, right? Yeah, it's like the crease. It's what you, it's the color, like it's like what you put on the crease of your eyeball.
On TikTok by asking random women in the street. Also, please never approach me with a microphone in the street. My goodness. Ugh. Let's have a look at the comment section because that's the part that really interests me.
So chat, remember when I was saying that lavalier mics could have really good audio? Here's an example of that. That's a lavalier mic. She's using it. She's holding. This is a new thing. Like people like to hold their mics, right? Maybe I should hold my mic too. But anyway, this is a lavalier mic, and you can hear her audio is pretty good.
The worst thing a bear can do is unalive me, and they'll leave my body alone afterwards. A bear won't attack me, then tell his friends that I liked it. Sheesh. We got some problems going on here. So I embarked on a scary deep dive into Reddit, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, and looked at the comment sections for everything, and my brain was definitely rotting, so please give this video a like. If you're aware of this topic, this video will be a little bit dark, but we're not getting into any grisly details. Better pun. But as always, there are going to be resources in the description box if you need them, and also I do implore you to wait until the end to comment because there's so much to actually unpack here.
Good boy.
There's a lot to unpack here.
Boy, close it.
Aww.
Close it.
Do not replicate this, yeah,
The
true.
closest I've ever come to a bear is at Family Bar on K Road.
Boots the house down, Mama, yes, God.
I've only lived in the UK and here in Aotearoa, and we are not blessed with bears. And I think that you recognise by now that I'm not really a wild nature person, I'm much more like Meredith. But as Kate Lister reports, bears generally leave humans alone and will alter their behaviour to avoid us where possible. In fact, we pose a far greater danger to them than the other way around. According to Western Wildlife Outreach, 50,000 black bears are legally hunted in North America each year alone. As I've seen women say in comment sections, the bears just want to be left alone like women do. From people that actually do live around bears and do actually go out into wild nature quite often, and coming up against bears is something which is not actually that out of the ordinary for them, they're picking the bear. More often than not, bears don't actually attack unless they're hungry or you're near their cubs. And you know, when you're going into the woods, you are actually on their territory.
Wait, there's one other time where bears might attack, and that is at the top of the hour ad break, when even the bear recognizes that you can get out of the top of the hour ad break for free or for $5 by using a Prime sub for free, or by spending $5 to treat yourself to a nice Twitch experience, which includes no ads, right? You can get out of those ads for $5. You can get out of those ads through using a Twitch Prime sub. You can also get out of those ads potentially I say, by being gifted a sub, which does happen and which can happen, but which is more likely to happen to you if you are active in the chat. There we go. Top of the hour to ya.
Angry at them. We can recognize that when bears come into populated areas, that is quite risky. Like, I can show you this terrifying video of this man easily getting thrown down by a bear, which people were actually mocking the man for, by the way, which was very odd to see. But what happened to that bear afterwards was it actually got euthanized. There was a very tight control around bears. And if you want to get into the statistics debate, you can just watch a video like from Dad Chats, who is on Instagram and TikTok.
Not to mention that most states have laws on self-defense against
Wait, I should have growled at the end.
bears that are, let's just say, very favorable to the human being attacked. Whereas, by the way, in the United States, when a woman
see how these polls are doing
claim of self-defense, they
bear.
are times more likely to be found guilty of a crime themselves.
Bear.
I'll link the video for you down below. It goes deep into the statistics for everything and unpacks everything. And honestly, I care so little for people trying to dissolve this into those arguments again, as you should have had every single one of them weeks ago by this point, as shown in the intro. I mean, I think that we can all agree that if it was any of these bears that we're seeing on the screen now, we would absolutely be picking the bear, right? Especially this little one here. Look at them with their little balloon.
Oh, but I'm scared. I'm scared.
Oh
no. Oh no.
See, everybody wants to hug the bear. If not friend, then why friend shaped?
No, I'm just okay. So as long as the cars are stopping, okay, that's what's important.
Not all bears are like this, and not all bears are nice, right? Anyway, so I asked you a question in the poll, and as of filming on the 11th of May, would you rather find yourself alone in the woods with a bear or a man? I specifically said you can't set any parameters, you can't choose the man, you can't choose the bear, everything is random. No, you would be, as Ziegler says,
totally alone.
81% voted for the bear, 19% voted for the man. And you know what? Whatever answer you chose, I'm going to respect that answer because I asked a question, I gave you two choices, and you made your vote. But the part where people were accepting people's choices to a question that they were asked, that hasn't really been happening now, has it? This is the real thing that we're unpacking today, the messy aftermath. For example, this picture went viral where a woman was hiking on a trail and doing some yoga. They wrote, "This was while we were waiting for the bear to move off a track. No fluffing way would be this chill with a man lingering nearby." To which the response was, well, if it was a man lingering nearby, you'd be asking for it with those poses. Illustrating the exact reason why so many women are voting for bear, because you can't even do sports out by yourself, not bothering anybody, without being made unsafe. If 1 in 3 women were getting mauled by bears, we'd agree that we have a bear problem. And yes, that is sadly the global statistic for violence against women, 1 in 3. And that is what the very obviously super broad question is actually about. This is a thought exercise, and it's actually about violence against women. These thought experiments have existed for many years to unpack deep-rooted issues in the world. You may remember this one from 2021. Which of the following animals, if any, do you think you could beat in a fight without weapons? 6% of Americans believe that they could beat a grizzly bear.
The great animal, Your Highness.
Oh, big great. It's large and has fur.
And if you don't know, grizzly bears are actually one of the most dangerous kinds of bears in the world, along with polar bears. Oh, don't let the Coca-Cola adverts fool you. This is the fur of a killer, Bella. 8% also thought they could win against an elephant. No. And 61% thought they could beat a goose. Have you ever seen a goose's teeth and when they're actually protecting their...
What? Okay, no, gooses are terrifying enough without teeth. Chad, is this real? Did I play the Untitled Goose game without realizing that the goose has teeth? That thing has teeth? Seriously, is this real? Does the goose have teeth? Geese don't have teeth, thank you, God. Wait, geese do have teeth? Do geese have teeth? They have multiple rows of fucking teeth? Oh, pandas are dangerous, I believe that. I believe that. But geese have teeth? Why did nobody ever tell me? How does a goose have a tooth? That is the most terrifying thing. Geese are scary already, okay? If you don't know, geese will fuck you up. Geese will mess you up so bad. Like, you don't ever want to get, and geese like to fight. They love to fight. They live for it, right? They enjoy it. It's what they use to avoid looking at the mirror of the real. They live to fight. They want to fight you. They just always want to fight. They're a goose. You don't want to fight with a goose. You just like give the goose what it wants and you go on and you be glad that you didn't get fucked up by a goose that day. But I didn't know that the geese had teeth. I thought it was bad enough because they will peck you. They will peck you really hard. And a goose has there's a reason they call it a gooseneck, right? That steel thing that goes with microphones. The reason is that a goose has a strong neck. The goose has a strong neck and it pecks and it bites. And I don't know, they could probably even scratch you with their, maybe? Do they have like toenails on their flippers? I feel like they could hurt you with their wings. I feel like they could hurt you with their feet. I feel like they could hurt you with their beak. I just, like, it's scary enough without teeth, is what I'm saying. A goose stole all the teeth from ducks. They have some birds that do have teeth. No extant geese among them? Wait, so there's no geese teeth. Wait, is there a goose tooth? What's the truth about goose tooth? Geese always choose violence. Yeah, this is what I've heard. And they're technically not teeth, but they serve the, okay, tooth-like beak serrations. Pseudo-teeth. They have ridges. I mean, look, they're bad enough with, like, nothing, okay? I was assuming they had nothing but a beak, and they are already terrifying, but you're telling me that they have serrated little ridges on those beaks on the inside that act like teeth. What do geese hunt? What are they using? Is it to grab a fish? It's fish, right? I guess it makes sense. I guess it makes sense when you think about it, right? A fish is slippery. They need some ridges. They need some teeth-like like projections in their mouth, in their beak. God damn.
I would never take an angry goose on, okay? You can Google the images yourself because I'm not putting myself through that to show you. The key difference between these two questions is the man or bear question isn't asking who could you beat in a fight. This is asking who you would prefer to come across if you were alone in the woods, a man or a bear. You cannot specify the type of bear nor the type of man for that matter. And it's this unknown which is actually where the fear gets created. Your knee-jerk reaction may say man because you'd hope that we're all humans so we'd help each other, right? Well, if you're a woman, being lost in the woods with a man is actually deeply terrifying when you apply context to the situation. And this question was directed at women. Like, I don't know if you've seen the movie Wild, I've used clips of it before, but you could come across this kind of guy, or you could come across this kind of guy, and you don't know who it's going to be. If you haven't seen that movie, I do recommend checking it out, it's very good. And isn't it odd that the immediate thought that people go to is, who would you rather be attacked by, a bear or a man? Why is it that violence automatically comes up when men are answering this question? There's an assumption that women are helpless without men, like this tweet which circulated really highly shows. From Real Talk with Mo, the man v bear debate is easy. A woman should definitely pick the man. The bear would eat her. It's not going to help her one bit. A man she can bond with to a point where he will work with her to survive in the woods. If she used her feminine traits, he would hunt, build, and protect. As men have done for centuries, women have that power over men. Men will literally go to war for women.
Okay, so what I love about that comment is the degree to which that person is talking down to every woman reading it. Like, as if women have not thought through the scenario, right? Oh, thanks. I didn't know that. Thank you for putting this male wisdom into my girl brain, which doesn't have anything other than feather boas.
The way my eyes nearly rolled to the back of my head when I read that, my goodness. One of my favourite replies was, if I survive a bear attack, people would believe me. If I survived grapes, I'd have to submit to invasive testing and prove it. You made a qualifier of if. You'd only protect if, not just because she's a fellow human, you are exactly why we choose the bear. And this is the whole thing, right? Because it's actually showing the underlying misogyny.
I mean, is there an epidemic of women being attacked in the woods? Because it's like, I mean, like I have like GPS, I could help you.
This guy was hiking in the woods and he was answering the question and just seemingly earnestly saying, like, what is so wrong? I've got almonds, I've got all this stuff. And, you know, because I like to try and see the best in people, I was like, oh, okay, maybe this is actually where he's coming from. And then you have a look at the comment section and his replies. Oh, no. And then I clicked on his profile and I found another video from him which went even worse, because he was trying to say that he's completely against prejudice and that was his main problem. And it's like, no, that wasn't actually the thing though, right? You're trying to say it's that, but it's not actually that. When it comes to the scary and really nasty comments, I've been clicking on the profiles of these people to see, you know, what they're all about. 90% of these people saying the most violent, sexist, hateful stuff. They don't even have any content. They don't even have a profile. They are super anonymous. So you don't know what these men are even like, except for the fact that you know that they're a man. And this is why the unknown is scaring us even more. So they're just spouting this violence and anger and we don't even know who they are. So this is further leaning into the issue if you don't know the guy that you'd actually come across in the woods. Scarily, there were actually men relishing in the idea that a woman would come across a grizzly or a polar bear and that they would then be begging that they'd chosen a man. The immediate violent response and relishing in that is actually really scary. And even grosser, so many men were actually making bestiality remarks. And seriously, if your mind
This is just meta. This is so meta. I didn't realize how meta this was. Look, I just considered the thought experiment, and that was meta enough for me, because I know enough to map on not only like which I would rather see in the forest, right? But also which other which like I had some concept of the response, right? And the reaction to the response already, but I didn't have all of that. And when you fill in the lines, right? When you fill in the imaginary and the symbolic, and you face the real, you realize that the man is the bear. You realize that the real bear is the man.
immediately thinks of a woman alone in the woods and you straight away go to violence or sex, that's exactly why we're picking the bear.
Show off your hips.
See what I'm saying?
Tight little ass.
Please don't say that.
Can't a guy give a girl a compliment anymore?
Even more disturbingly, people have gone
cancel culture
to actually make memes about this. And this does require a bit of effort to the stuff that people have made. And I actually can't show you most of them because YouTube would not show you this video, okay? But trust me when I say, it's incredibly graphic. And then there were also men actually saying that, oh, I would go hug the bear afterwards because they had to spend 10 days alone in the woods with women. And misogyny be misogyny, what can I say? There are TikToks celebrating the fact that bears would get to eat 1,000 women a day. This dude is saying that the woman made the wrong choice by not choosing him. This man was incredibly angry that women were choosing a bear over men.
You ain't watched enough nature documentaries.
And so an ecology major actually responded.
And when those attacks do happen, it's usually when someone provokes a bear.
Yeah, so there's some science to this too, in terms of we have statistics of how common bear sightings are. Well, you know, I don't know. We're probably underestimating bear sightings, right? Bear sightings is whenever anybody sees a bear. So what I will tell you is that out of most of those sightings do not turn into an encounter. In other words, the bear is seen, and ostensibly the bear can see and smell and detect and is aware that the human's there, but the bear and the human never really come into contact, and that is the bear's choice. That is the choice that the bear makes most of the time. There are, you know, a small percentage of encounters, right? And the vast majority of those encounters, like where, you know, it's like the bear's like maybe pretending to charge, the bear is, you know, making noise, the bear is like looking at you, right? That kind of situation where it's like you're a little too close for comfort. Most of those don't end in attacks, right? And so the actual, like, you know, bear attacks are very rare depending on what kind of bear it is. You know, some of those bears are strictly worried about territory. They don't even consider like humans to be like a snack food, and even in a case where the bear is like, there was like an incident in Japan of a predatory bear in the early 20th century that was just a really lucky bear too. Really did well. Really good, had a good deaths to kills ratio against. I can't. Does anybody remember this bear that I'm talking about? There's like a famous bear. There's a famous bear, Catalina Gearbox. Its name starts with an S. What is? I can't remember what it's called. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Like the really bad bear attack on Japan. I make it sound like it was a kaiju. Like, you know, last week we had Godzilla, the week before it was King Kong, and now it's a bear. Now it's a giant bear going down the streets of Tokyo. That's a common occurrence in Japan. No, I'm talking about a bear, like it was I'm trying to remember. It was like the northern part of Japan. I'm gonna have to look it up, chat. We're gonna have to do some bear stuff.
I really enjoyed their response. That's why I'm giggling a bit, because it was very good. And then this guy was bringing up the proximity issue, because we come across men every day in our lives, and are we always feeling unsafe? Do they always attack us? And it's like, actually, if we're out alone, even if we're with a group of people, we are actually feeling unsafe, which is something I'll be getting into later. But the thing is, the question isn't about you specifically, my dear. If you are genuinely a nice person and you wouldn't harass, stalk, you wouldn't essay someone or defend someone who has essayed someone, then this isn't actually about you in the slightest. The whole point of this question is that it's intriguing enough to actually get people thinking about the real lived issues and actually open that opportunity for this conversation to happen. However, the listening part hasn't really been happening, because that is the entire point of the question, is to help people to listen and understand why people are.
Okay, did I say this before chat did? Did I get to this before chat did? The bear that I'm talking about is named Sankebetsu. 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 It's a pretty bad bear.
Scared. Why they're
pretty hungry bear.
There are so many issues, because the thing is,
but that's the rarity. That's the rare bear. That's not the everyday bear. The everyday bear, like, most of the time doesn't even sniff at you.
That if you're just trying to do a PSA about DV or something, most people will just tune out of it. But when you actually have a provocative question, more people are going to engage with it. And that's the entire purpose. It has just shown a very dark underbelly. Even taking a moment to realize the fact that women genuinely were thinking this through, pausing and then answer bear, may signal that there's something deeply wrong with the way that society is right now. The fact that to be alone with a random man somewhere in the woods is a frightening prospect shows our lived experiences. It shows the statistics of the world around us, and it also shows that when other people aren't around to enforce a social contract to actually not attack women, we don't trust that to stay in place a lot of the time. Many of us have sadly been in situations where we've been harassed, essayed, SH'd, and people are actually around and it still happened. As in, there are people around and nobody stepped in to stop it. Or when you actually try and report it to the police, you get not believed. You have to go through incredibly invasive questions. And everyone's like, oh, well, were you drinking? What were you wearing? And all of the line of questions that I've brought up so many times in the past. Victims aren't believed. Or people are deemed not to be attractive enough to have this stuff happen to them, which is something I will be talking about in my next video as well. But instead of hearing any of that or stepping back and evaluating when women say no, like what's happened here, that decision gets ignored and instead gets yelled at. When we say we're scared, it's because we are. And the thing is, it's not all men. No one is saying it's all men. It's the fact that it's random. And the thing is that so many men are actually really understanding the question too, and they are unpacking it, they are listening, and they're trying to actually educate other men, and they're doing really great videos. But the thing is, when I look at their comment sections as well, I see men mocking them, see men saying that they're whipped, see men saying that they're weak. It's like they've broken the bro code, and this is not the thing to do, to go telling on other guys, because, you know, it's bros before hoes.
I've seen something similar like this happen with, like, white people who take the side that systemic racism is real and has a massive effect. We're not past it, right? then you'll get other people in the comments being like, well, of course, like, I don't know, that like, there's like like a really negative kind of peer pressure that goes on as far as somebody in a group with privilege trying to acknowledge or discuss the existence of privilege, being called out by likewise privileged people for making a criticism of privilege while having that privilege. I don't know, it just seems to happen a lot.
Quite simply, it's seen as betrayal when men are calling out the bad behaviour of others, and that is very scary, because they're actually trying to create a community and do some good.
You know what? I'd rather have her get mauled by a bear, because it's a quick death.
Don't even say that.
Compared to getting abused and harassed by some random man.
Do you think I want to see my youngest daughter snared by some fish-eater's hook?
The fathers and partners' responses. This is an incredibly interesting offshoot to me, because what women were actually doing was asking their dads or their partners or husbands or whatever what they would pick for their partner.
All alone, no city in sight, nothing, but we're alone with a bear or a man. It's not a trick question.
A bear.
A bear?
And if you pause right here, you can see the moment where his heart breaks, where he realizes what he's just had to choose between.
Because a bear might leave you alone. A man. Perverted.
A policeman made this TikTok where he said that he would choose the bear as well. And then look at this one. The faces, the winces, the need for more information, the issues, and deep sense of dread that you can just see as everything just continues on. Maybe it's a friendly bear. What if it's a friendly man? That's worse. I feel for them. I truly find this to be one of the most interesting offshoots from the original question, because under patriarchy, men are meant to be protectors and providers, right? So what you'd think is that you would automatically, especially as a man, that you would be choosing a man that a woman would actually end up in the woods with as opposed to a bear, because they're meant to protect and provide for them, right? Right? This is all coming from a place of having a paternalistic response about your daughter, your girlfriend, your wife, your cousin, your whatever. You know, this almost ownership sort of thing in a way. And of course, there are some people that are saying that men are only choosing bear because they want to make sure that they don't get into a fight in their relationship or whatever. And honestly, because this debate has been going on for such a long time, I would nearly guarantee that some guys were indeed choosing this option. However, there are indeed people that have still been choosing man.
Mitch, would you rather leave Romy in the woods with a bear or a guy?
It's always
gonna
going to
be
be a guy over a bear.
It's kind of creepy though.
90% of all guys
Bear's winning.
And so the chances are way.
Bear's winning our poll. 70%.
And then the questions that come after that are incredibly telling.
You find a guy in the woods and it's a good guy?
I think 99% of guys are.
Thank you
They're
so
not
much.
just like, hey, I'm with this.
99%? Oh no. Do you really believe that? You grew up with guys ostensibly. Do you really believe that 99%? That's 90. That's.
But if they're in the woods.
I just think survival rate is much higher with a man.
Interesting.
It could also be interpreted that if a man actually chose a bear in this scenario, that would be a bit of a self-tell, right? Because it's like, well, I can't trust myself if there was a young pretty woman in the woods and I was alone with her, and if the social contract of everybody else watching me wasn't in place. It could be interpreted that way, and also it could just be the fact that they themselves wouldn't do anything, so they'd be like, well, of course I'm going to pick a guy because I trust myself, I wouldn't do anything, so why would anybody else? It could be literally that simple, but the whole thing is they're not really realizing the whole dark underbelly, and we want them to understand the dark underbelly.
No, he's saying that 99% of guys are completely safe, right? He's saying that, like, if you choose a guy, like, 99% of the time, you're totally fine. Anyway, look, it's not the point. It's not even about, like, the actuality of the situation. Even if you, like, legitimately would not choose bear, you have to think about it, and you shouldn't. It should be like 99.999% of people are completely fine and will help their fellow person just on the virtue of the fact that we're both human beings and we should help each other out. You would think that. I would want a world like that. I want to live in a world like that. It's just, I don't think that I do. And like, you know, I guess you could imagine different situations, right? You're in the woods in a park and there happens to be a bear there. That you're at least in that situation, you're like within like earshot, or you know, you're not that far from civilization. But the question is in the woods, right? So in other words, you know, nobody can hear you, nobody can see you. You are relying purely on nature in the case of the bear, or purely on the social, whatever remains of the social contract outside of the scope of society's ability to enforce it.
A lot of us like to think that we've moved on from this sort of possessiveness when it comes to relationships or parental figures or anything like that, right?
So you were guided by latent chivalry, a tool of the patriarchy to extract my undying gratitude?
Mm-hmm. You know, most people just say thank you.
I didn't want to be rescued.
But what I reckon is also being heard when women actually hear their partner or their father or whoever say that they would choose a man instead of a bear to be with them in the woods. What they're actually hearing is, you don't care if I get essayed, if I get raped, if I get tortured, if I get anything bad happening to me. I thought that you, as my male figure in my life, were meant to protect me, and you don't care what happens to me. Because we've still been taught all of this paternalistic stuff, right? We've been raised under patriarchy, so of course we think this way. Because think about it, it's always been about my girl, hands off my woman, every song ever being about
Oh shit, chat, this is that thing. This is that thing. Who was it that said, was it Tim Pool? I can't remember. Some right-wing figure said that it was Peterson. I think it was Peterson. Like that women, like it was something like if women were, I don't know, sort of like bound to a guy, then in that situation, things like rape and SA would be less likely to happen because somehow society treats like property crimes worse than, like, right, crimes to a person, crimes to a, well, somehow in his mind he doesn't think, like, you know, because like obviously he's not gonna, like, I hope he's not gonna say that crimes against property, like, right, killing someone, fine, right, as long as you don't take their stuff, as long as it's not a crime to, I don't think that Peterson says that. I mean, he's pretty ridiculous, but he's not that ridiculous. So he at least recognizes that like a crime to somebody's body is, you know, more severe than a crime to somebody's property, than getting your pocket picked, right? But then somehow with women, he's got this idea that like the only reason that this person would be of any worth is if they belonged to a male person, if they belong to a member of the patriarchy. Now we can start to talk about property crimes. Now we can start to take this seriously. Before then, it's just kind of like, oh, well, you know, you're just a free-floating... I don't even want to say what I think Peterson thought you are free-floating of, but it was Peterson, right? NoFap is anti-humanity and upholds the patriarchy and is anti-liberation?
Possession.
Yeah, what if the man is like a no-fapper?
A woman, and
then it's like extra scary.
We fought against that for such a long time, and then when you actually have that when it comes to a relationship, it's like, what are you doing? Oh, you're actually tossing me away because you actually don't value me then, because you don't care if another man like does anything to me. You don't care that I'm alone with another man. And I think that is another conversation. So if you want to have a video about that, I'm very keen to make it because I found this fascinating.
Myself that I'm conscious of? I'm not getting any of that. I feel what can only be described as admired, but not ogled. And there's no undertone of violence.
Mine very much has an undertone of violence.
Let's have a little chat about safety work. Lisa Seguera, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that name, I have tried 10 times now. They wrote an amazing piece for The Conversation. It's linked for you down below. I highly recommend you check out the whole article. They've actually conducted research on misogynistic online groups and has explored how men engage in acts against women that reinforce gender inequality. One of my favourite quotes, women's view of men is also coloured by their non-violent actions that harm women. Clearly, bears also do not contribute or uphold systemic sexism and misogyny, but most men do. I've seen this IRL, I've seen it in my comment sections, I've seen it in other people's comment sections, I've seen it everywhere really, where you've got good guys that, you know, they aren't doing anything wrong, right? But the thing is that they're not speaking up when they see other small injustices happen. Say, for example, when it comes to the dress code thing that I talked about, when it comes to workplaces and stuff. And the male dress code is easy, and then the female's dress code is actually incredibly, like, stringent on anything. And the guys are just like, just look at each other and, like, chuckle a bit. But those are the opportunities to actually be the ally that we need and actually speak up against the systemic issues. It's all of these small little things that are happening around the place. Like, say you're in a meeting and then none of the women have been able to speak because all of the men are speaking over them, right? And so you say, I would really like to hear from so-and-so. So then you can pick on people and actually help them have their voices elevated. I've been incredibly fortunate to work for amazing men that do.
Oh wow, I just muted. This is what I'm talking about.
About one of the advantages of the sexual revolution was the transformation of the idea that rape was a property crime, let's say, into a crime against the woman herself. And I would say, look, I have plenty of sympathy for that perspective. And I think it's fundamentally true. But I'm going to push back because, you know, all this is all very complicated. You know,
it's very complicated
to me that
are women property? It's a very complicated question, you see. Yes, sweetie. Dad, can I put you in drag and tuck your dick between your legs? Yes, yes, sweetie, of course.
Should I keep going?
I thought that I didn't realize we were going to get this with a side of Ethan. I mean, this is the clip. And oh my god, Ethan, what are you fucking talking about? Look, I swear to god, this isn't like dunk on Ethan content. He did it to himself. Rushvi also says that R should be legalized on private property. No, this is Peterson saying that women should be property because property gets protected. And if like, you know, SA and SH are so bad, then well, you know, that's feminism's fault for making women not property anymore. This is just, you know.
Oh, here, I found the original, so I can...
talked about one of the advantages.
Yeah, I found the clip. This is...
advantages of the sexual revolution. What it? You know, it isn't obvious to me that
this section, by the way, is labeled as the plight of the unsophisticated female.
What?
That's what it says.
Do we have any unsophisticated females in here? Of course not.
Any unsophisticated females in chat?
So we can't answer.
This one
Olivia
says,
can't speak on that.
Is rape a property crime? Swear to God, that's the question. That's fucking wild, bro. I mean, you really even need to watch it. You just look at the labels. And then this one is, listen to your mother. Yeah. So, he's fucking insane. Ever since he joined the Daily Wire, he's gone so crazy.
Here's the thing. I think Ethan actually interviewed Peterson like a long time ago when he was still sort of pretending to be to be apolitical.
But it's not obvious to me that that's sufficient. Like maybe a society where something that will bring the males on. In order for that to be if, you know, it isn't obvious.
Sorry.
Of the idea that rape.
God, Ethan.
It was there.
Let's say into.
God, Ethan.
Against the woman herself. And I would say, look, I have plenty
Ethan.
of sympathy for that perspective.
Here we go.
And I think it's fundamentally true, but I'm going to push back because, you know,
Don't push
this
back.
is all very complicated. you know, it isn't obvious to me that that offers women enough defense. You know, and so the counter argument might be if...
The thing is, if we consider them as property, and bear with me, men will be more likely to defend them like they were a Nintendo or a PlayStation 5. You know how hard it is to get one of those things still out of stock.
Was this during
I can guarantee you, if someone was molesting my PlayStation 5, I'd be there faster than lickety split, bucko. But if my wife was getting assaulted, well, it's her problem, according to the sexual revolution.
Untrammeled sexual access to a young woman is a crime. In order for that to be recognized as a crime properly, it has to be viewed as something that will bring the males on her side to her defense in principle.
They wouldn't defend her. I speak for myself when I say I could not defend a woman who was assaulted unless I owned her. There's no interest. I have no interest.
We were talking about it before the show, and I was like, I was genuinely trying to be charitable. You know, not that I sympathize or agree with his point of view at all, but just to wrap my head around what he's saying. And like, there's no interpretation of what he's saying other than women would be better off.
But we will be gaslit, right? If you ever try to tell this, that Peterson thinks this, that Peterson believes this to a Peterson fanboy, you will be gaslit. You will be told that you are incredibly bad faith and you're a bad person for interpreting what he said like that. That's not actually what he was saying. And then they'll proceed to tell you that a woman needs to be property in order to have men stand up for her against, you know, her being taken advantage of. They'll proceed to basically say the same thing, but they will say that you were wrong for saying that Peterson said it, while not denying it themselves. It's so weird, chat. Prepare to be gaslit. We are so close to not being able to finish this content. I'm missing context.
A huge difference. And you may think that will have terrible repercussions for my career. People actually admire them a lot more and they respect them a lot more for the fact that they've spoken up. Their colleagues do, their bosses do, and they know, oh, okay, if I've got questions about something, I know that I can go to them. As girls, as women, we put so much effort into making sure that we are not going to be victimized at any point in our day, in our night, in our general lived lives. It's the same as I always encourage people, especially women, to not share where they live, to not share when you're out and about, when you're actually out and about. So say, for example, if you're on holiday or if you're camping or like literally wherever, even whenever I go to a market or wherever I go, I never share where I am when I'm there. I only share when I'm actually home and safe. Also, because I've got a public facing job, there is no way I'm going to be trying to share with people where I am because people can be very scary and I've dealt with stalkers in the past and I never want to deal with that again. Even for people without public platforms, this hypervigilance is something that has been baked into us since infancy. I'll show you a very...
Wait, what's she talking about? Is she talking about... like, what kind of posting? Like, or like sharing? She said sharing where I'm going, right? So are you talking about like on your personal Facebook? Are you talking about like on your like Twitter? Like, what do you, Instagram? I'm guessing it's Instagram because everybody with me is on Instagram. And I would be on Instagram, but fuck Meta. I'm serious. All right, I'm very careful about talking shit about any social media platform, but honestly, fuck anything Meta. I'm so done with it. I have had enough Meta for a lifetime. I'm out of Meta. Meta can be useful, right, for the fucking Facebook marketplace. But that's it. And they want your fucking soul. They want your soul in order to use it. I refuse. I refuse to get on Insta.
Easy visual example for this. A study was published where 571 participants were asked to look at 60...
Yeah, sorry we can't get to the Tim Pool stuff today. We're gonna have to... I just want to make sure that I'm watching all of the Bear content, and I wanted to give you that sense of Peterson sort of giving this take as far as property and how it's in women's advantage to be it.
Images from different university campuses. They were then told to imagine themselves walking through each of these areas and asked to click on any areas of the photos that caught their attention using a heat map tool. This is where the men looked, and this is where the women looked. So as you can see, the difference here is striking. Women are always on the defensive, and that's not to say that men aren't checking those spaces either, but most of their gaze is focused on the straight road ahead, not the danger that lurks in the shadows. From these maps, it became clear that men tended to focus on the path in front of them or a fixed object like a light or a garbage can. By contrast, the women focused considerably more on the potential hazards in the periphery of the images, like bushes and dark areas off the path. Literally,
wow, there's some Evo Psych for you.
Since infancy, as girls, we've been taught to always be on the defensive, to make sure that you're monitoring how you're dressing, how you're acting, if you're ever asking for it, to literally have internalized all of this messaging. I've talked about this sort of stuff here. We're taught since infancy that victim blaming culture is so rife that we have to blend into it. If a woman says that she's actually choosing the man to bump into in the forest, well, she's asking for the consequences of that, right? What I want to know is, how have people not made this correlation yet? But also ask yourself, how many people who say you should choose the man also do the victim blaming, also start saying to people, well, of course something bad's going to happen to you if you go out dressed like that. Well, you're asking for it if you're out walking alone. You're asking for it if you go to a club. You're asking for it if you're doing literally anything, such as being friendly to someone. How have you not seen like the direct issue here?
Having to act tough like we don't feel pain, but I know men. And men feel. Whatever it is that's bothering you, that's too painful or too difficult or scary to say out loud, write it down, because today, lads, is all about
burying their feelings. They're literally burying their feelings.
Everybody hates rejection and nobody wants to feel lonely. Men are actually really sad by the fact that men weren't being chosen in this hypothetical situation. Even if on some level they can actually understand it because they've heard the stats, they've heard all of this stuff, there's still a part of you which is like, okay, so all of us, myself included, I'm seen as a threat. And, you know, we know that we're dealing with a loneliness epidemic. Like, there's the rise of lonely single men. There's all of this stuff that we're very well aware of, right? And so this is just another example of rejection, quite simply. And so some people have gone down the very angry and terrifying route, and then other people are just internalizing it. And it is like, I'm genuinely very sympathetic to people that are feeling like really dejected and actually hurt by the fact that people aren't choosing men over a bear, because you would think, because you would like people to think that you are a safe option, that you are someone that people can trust because you care about humans as well. And it's been taught and modeled for centuries at this point that a woman is the emotional outlet for a man, a woman is the nurturer, a woman is the person who can actually see the real him, because men aren't allowed to actually share their emotions and stuff with each other. Still, we're dealing with a lot of toxic masculinity right now. It's been on the rise in Australian schools. It's very scary what's been happening over in Australia. I know I've brought it up in the last video, but really it's quite...
Wait, is it worse than here or just as bad? Because just as bad could also suck.
And if their mums have said stuff to them like, oh, whoever lands you is going to be so lucky, and then to be rejected on dates, to have something like this come up, to actually be genuinely struggling, yeah, I'm not surprised that this is actually making men feel really sad and very dejected. And that's also why I kind of worry about this feeling, because the red pill people really weaponize this loneliness, this fear, this sadness, and like this lack of self-confidence that it creates, because I think a lot of us can actually really relate to these feelings of rejection and sadness, and then
what is that movie?
Feeling incredibly alone, and trying to put myself in someone else's shoes. If people were just like, well, I'd choose a bear over you any day, and then it's like, how would that not eat you up a little bit, at least, right? And this is where I, same as many other people, have been talking about the need for really good male role models. And the thing is that there are those people out there. It's just they're not super bombastic. They're not super clickbaity or anything. They're genuinely like kind of calmer people, and that doesn't really work so well for the algorithm, and you don't make as much money from all of that. But there are amazing content creators that I've talked about in the past, and you've shouted out some other really good ones, so I will indeed link them here if there are guys that are actually looking for that. If you've made it this far into the video, like, honestly, thank you. I really do genuinely applaud it, because I know that this is a very confronting and introspective topic.
Take them to a nice, comfortable place below deck, and, you know, they can't refuse because of the implication.
Oh, okay. You had me going there for the first part. The second half kind of threw me.
Well, dude, think about it. She's out in the middle of nowhere with some dude she barely knows. You know, she looks around her. What does she see? Nothing but open ocean. There's nowhere for me to run. What am I gonna do? Say no?
Okay, that that seems really dark.
No, it's not dark. You're misunderstanding me, bro.
I think I am.
Yeah, you are. Because if the girl said no, then the answer obviously is no.
No.
But the thing is she's not gonna say no. She would never say no because of the implication.
How bad of a world are we creating if we're raising girls to be scared of men? The real question should be, how can we create a world where women don't have to be scared of men in order to not have to teach their daughters these sorts of things? Like, what can happen to help change that? Sadly, the statistics don't lie, and tragically it's actually worse than the statistics say, since so much actually goes completely unreported. So clearly it's those
What sitcom is that? I don't know. I don't know pop culture references.
issues that
I don't have time to watch much other than the new Fallout
really need to be addressed.
or the old Castlevania.
The actionable stuff that we can all do is to drop victim blaming and slut shaming mentalities, because when you've actually got this sort of stuff going on, nobody is actually going to believe any victims that come forward. There is no power given to the people that are actually going to be victimized, more likely to be victimized. This is just the very tip of the iceberg to actually let victims actually speak and be believed. And
that was It's Always Sunny?
We need to change the
Oh my
systems
God.
for reporting to make it less terrifying and like
That's one that I need to watch, like all of. What streaming service is that on? That's Netflix, right?
threatening genuinely for people to come forward. And like I said, there are resources in the description box, but when people are like, well, you should have gone to the police, you should have reported this sooner, you should have done this, that, and that, none of that is actually helping to make the world safer. None of that is helping women more likely to choose the man over the bear. And I've talked about it so many times on this channel, but genuinely listening to people, hearing them out, absorbing it.
It's on Hulu.
And processing that as opposed to just having a knee-jerk reaction, that is something I think so many of us really need to work on. And it's kind of one of the reasons that I've struggled quite a bit when it comes to short form, because people can often like just think of something out of context, and it's like, no, I think that we really need to process things a bit more, and we need to actually try and come from a place of learning and understanding, because I've stressed this so many times. We all have different lived experiences, because the root of the issue is, why are people not wanting to listen to the reasons that they're actually giving for picking the bear? Because when someone makes a decision, when someone says no, we should absolutely just respect that and be like, okay. When people are refusing to accept the answer of no, you see how dangerous this is, right? Because this is where we've seen people actually fall into those coercion tactics when it comes to their responses. Coercion does not mean consent. Okay, I'll just leave it as that. I think that you can fill in the rest, right? Because I cover these sort of topics so heavily, I know from the surveys that you've completed for me, I know from the comment sections, just how common this stuff.
Chat, she's giving her audience surveys? Should I be giving you surveys? I give you like a poll to vote on once in a while, like you voted for the Brianna Wu video, even though most of you haven't seen it yet, statistically speaking. But what's interesting though is that like so many people that were not subscribed to me have seen it. So it was a good idea, even if you didn't really want to watch it. But maybe you did want to watch it and YouTube just wasn't serving it to you. I don't know, chat. It's on the channel now. You can watch it. If you were a member of the Patreon, you got it first. You got it before anybody else, and you got it uncut and uncensored. All the F words that I used in reacting to Brianna Wu's ridiculousness on Twitter were maintained for Patreons only, as was the length, the Snyder cut, level length of the segment versus the segment that actually made the 30 minutes that made it to my YouTube channel. But I kind of like them both, and I really like editing videos for you, and I'm getting better with sound. And oh my God, I gotta get ready to have better sound. Yeah, thank you, Agleth, and thank you thank you, Banoxy. I just wanted to make sure I didn't say your name wrong. Thank you, Agleth, and thank you, Banoxy, for making that a reality, like all in one fell swoop. We're getting better lighting. We're getting better microphone and even a cloud lifter. And I'm feeling like I'm maybe gonna make you more videos. Yeah, God, I feel I need to make more videos.
Sadly is, and this is where I think that we really need to actually work together, all together. And also, guys, please hold your friends accountable, please hold your work colleagues accountable, and also have a bit of self-reflection. Like, honestly, it's not a bad thing to do. I've said this for so many years, but people can always learn, change, and grow at literally any age. So to quote Philip DeFranco, pass a question off to you. What are your thoughts? Because I genuinely do want to know. I don't need to know if you chose the man or the bear and all of your reasons why. I just want to know what you think can actually help to solve this problem. And I do also want to know if you've got a favourite forest that you've ever been to, because, you know, you've been stuck in the forest this whole time. I've been showing you beautiful forests this whole video, you know, to try and break up the
Am I gonna play New Vegas later? Oh my God. I should.
scariness of the real topic at hand. I would really, really like to know, because when I was a kid, I still remember going to a bluebell patch in a forest, and like that was one of the most magical experiences. Same as seeing like little squirrels. Like when Brandon and I went to London, we saw squirrels. That was all that we wanted to do when we were there, as opposed to like going to see all the sights. And for my next video, we're diving into the topic of growing up average with that survey that you completed as well. And also, I really want to say a huge shout out to everyone who follows me on Instagram and also sent me all of these memes and everything.
She's got surveys.
When it comes to the man v bear response, because that was very helpful and also made me giggle a lot. So I hope that you all have a wonderful rest of your week, and I'll see you again next time. Bye!
So now you know why it's bear. And that's exactly what 67% of shorts and 75% of the regular stream. Wow. That's more than a statistical difference. That's beyond the margin of error. That's some real shit, chat. But it's a slight difference. It's a slight difference, but a difference nonetheless between regular chat and shorts chat. I was asked if I'm going to do Vegas later on. Yeah, I'll try to. I need to take care of a few things, but unfortunately, women were still the ones to be punished in honor culture. Yeah, where are we at? Okay. But yeah, I'll try to come back. I'll try to pop back and do some New Vegas tonight. But yeah, thank you for sticking around. I really hope the people that that paid me so much money to watch the bear content got to see the bear content, or at least that they can come back later and watch it on the VOD, because it would suck to have single-handedly created this bear segment and not gotten to enjoy it. So hopefully people got to watch it. Hopefully people got to enjoy it. But yeah, I'll be on later tonight with some Fallout New Vegas. Thanks for hanging out with me, and yeah, we'll see what happens with Trump going forward. The sentencing is supposed to be July 11th. Again, that could get pushed back. There's no even guarantee that that's going to happen before the election. But something big did happen, something symbolic did happen, and that's the fact that Donald Trump is a convicted felon. And that's what he will run for president as. So yeah, thank you everybody, and I will see you all tonight for some New Vegas. And maybe, oh my God, am I streaming tomorrow? I might actually, chat. I might actually. It's the end of the month, right? So I might need to stream to the last day of the end of the month. Anyway, much love everybody. Thank you for all the support, and I'll see you tonight for